And they should. I just true.
Land her point. Guys, let her land her point, please.
I'm totally against that. I'm telling you, it's wrong. Y'all work so hard for it here. Y'all built this. They ain't built shit. Nothing. But at the same time, when a black person commits something and a white person commits something, black person get more time. And he more American than white T.
All right. Thank you, Apple. All right. I'm going to let T.
What do you mean it won't let you up? It won't let anyone up. I don't know. Request up. Oh, there you go. There you go, Trouble.
Yeah, before it gets busy in here, I was just gonna say, like, I don't think I'm gonna do these panels anymore because it's not productive. Like, it's just fighting, and I don't know if you noticed, like, it gets really big when it's like attacking. You know, people be bringing up slavery and, you know, talking about destroying people's.
Well, for the most time, we do have good conversations, like constructive ones, at least, you know. And I know
it's I don't know if you noticed.
Not like recently, not recently.
No, it's just really toxic. And there was, I don't know if you noticed, there was a Somali girl in the chat. She was half Somali, half black, and she got very defensive over her black side. She was attacking 21 Savage. She felt very protective of her like black side, and she was like, I'm not FBA, you know, but I'm not gonna listen to like my black folks be insulted. And she's right, you know. And if 21 Savage attacked her about it, then I would have had to jump in, you know, because I'm not gonna watch. You know,
right. No, I hear you. That's why I ended it. That's why.
But bringing up slavery, that's messy. Talking trash about slavery and like what people have gone through, that don't do nothing for nobody. It doesn't make anybody want to be closer to you, want to hear what you gotta say. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the first time I've ever like talked to her tipsy like that. But she.
Was she tipsy?
She just had a chip on her shoulder. I mean, yeah, she was definitely tipsy. It's a lot of people carry this baggage when they come into other panels, or they just probably got off of a very heated discussion, or attacks, slurs, and they want to pour that out to the next panel they go to, And so, but we can definitely read that like on them, like in the sense of just knowing that they have something to get off their shoulder, get out of their chest. So. They come on here, but yeah, I don't want to have those kind of conversations either. I don't want to start them off like that. And I know we can get a little messy sometimes, but I feel like we can. We're really good at breaking shit down and having constructive conversations too, even with FBAs, even including FBAs. I don't say I don't want. I mean, we're talking about.
Look at this account right here in the chat. Look at this account real quick. The Renee Good one.
Good night from Minnesota. Renee Good one.
Look at the profile picture.
Is her merked? I know those guys, she says. Yeah, I don't know. Should we drop them? Is it bad?
Yo, the whole account is like that. The whole account.
I blocked him. Trouble. We getting the really messy people up on these lives, man. Really, really messy people, man. Renee Good, I think her name was, right? Yeah, I mean, now people are paying attention. There was just another African American that got unalived as well, unfortunately. Same kind of, I think it was the same situation, but not nearly the type of headlines that this Renee Good woman is doing, Just how out of control ICE is getting. We have masked men that don't need to identify themselves to anyone. We have people that work for. They think they have all immunity to go around when they're off the clock to fuck with people. They're getting caught up for human trafficking. They are soliciting minors. They are the scum of the earth, And so why protect such people? Why give them such immunity, But I mean, they're working for the same kind of criminal masterminds that are doing all this right now when the spotlight's on them, When everything's going to get out there, who's going to act out the most and who's going to do something when they know they're heading to jail, So that's the most dangerous kind of time to get away with whatever you think. If you haven't been stopped, why stop doing what you're doing if no one's going to stop you? You know, so right now they can run amok, and everybody's turning a blind eye and focusing on the next targeted group to dehumanize and talk shit to. So when those people ask for help, nobody listens. You know, and it's just sad. It really is sad. So again, I
So you
swear I was
tapping
gonna
your
do
screen?
my Yeah, I'm tapping my screen. I'm giving myself big ups right here. Yeah, for the algorithm. Yeah, I was definitely gonna do the uncircumcised and circumcised convo,
Oh my God, you're
just to
recycling.
switch it around. You know?
Whenever you
Huh?
have that like prompt up, I always like sit in the chat and be like, should I even request up? You know, I'll wait for another female person. I go through a dialogue like in my head.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's a taboo subject, but I guess it like kind of does. I mean, we always come back around to FBAs or something. Like something always comes back up because we talk about religion
I feel like we should talk about
or
the
the.
the
Mhm.
the
Go ahead. Am I
the current
lagging, Trouble?
policies. I thought it was me. It could be you.
Yeah. Here, let me say something, and then you tell me when you hear it, and then I'm gonna go. When I say go, tell me when you hear go. And I know I just said it, but I'll say it right now. Go.
I hear it.
Okay, I am lagging pretty bad.
You know what?
I don't know if that was
You know there was
a
a
great test.
huge outage today. There was a huge outage. I don't know if you have
Power?
Verizon. Yeah, cellular. I was like on
Oh
SOS all day.
no, I have Xfinity. Xfinity. How long? How long was it?
It was like all day. It's still happening right. My service will say SOS only, but I'm at home, you know, I'm on Wi-Fi anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, the blackouts, they talk about the blackouts. You better watch out. The signs are coming.
So my mom had like knee replacement surgery, so I'm kind of chauffeuring her everywhere to like all of her appointments. And it happened while we were on the road today. And you know, I live in the DMV area. And so we were automatically like, oh no, like Trump is doing something, you know, because like it was such a bad outage.
Martial law.
Right. Yeah. We were like, it's Ayatollah Khomeini, you know, like Iran is getting his it's like
Dude, I remember when 9/11 happened. I was in high school, and my mom, she came and took me out of school, and she went and bought like all this canned food, and she was like making up scenarios too. She was, or maybe she heard somebody say it, but they're like, they just attacked the Golden State Bridge. that the planes hit there too, and she was just in frantic mode, but like she was all stocked up and ready to like, I don't know, like I don't know what was her plan B, but like she was just super prepared. Like she like the end days are coming, you know.
I think I was in elementary school. I think I was like in 4th grade. And I was like the last kid in class. My mom worked near the Pentagon, and they made her like exit her building and walk and walk and walk, and she didn't get home till like the next day. Like they were just like directed to walk far away from all of the buildings, and so by the time they were able to go to their cars and stuff like that, it was just like so late. So I was like in class, and it was only one other like classmate. It was me and one other. Surprisingly, we're the only Black students, and left. And when I finally got home, I was just shocked at what I was seeing on TV. I couldn't believe it. I had no idea what was going on the whole day.
You got a clear memory for 4 years old, Trouble.
In 4th grade.
Oh, 4th grade. That's right.
Yeah. You know, I remember that whole like time period because we also had the DC sniper around the same time, and then the anthrax thing. So it was like nonstop.
I do remember
It was like back to back to back.
It's always something else, man. And even a lot of those, I don't want to say the word, but a lot of those wars, I'll just say it, whatever. You know, like created a new terrorist group, and we know that all that stuff was faked out. You know, even what do you think about the
Yeah.
9/11 attacks? Do you think that is also like staged almost, like, or do you
Yeah,
think
100%.
like what? Yeah, okay,
I
all
think it
right,
was
we're on the
like,
same
I think it
page.
was the beginning. I think it was the beginning because that time period, okay, so the whole, that time period, the whole anthrax thing, there were like, the feds were saying there were like letters, and in the letters it was very like Islamist, like extremist, like notes saying Allahu Akbar, like this is what you people get, blah 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 blah, blah or whatever. And then of course 9/11 happened, and that was like Muslims too. And then the DC sniper, right? It was like these two black men or whatever, but they were like Muslims. Like he had a name, he had like a regular American name, but then they were saying his name was like Mohammed, you know? And that was I always felt like American, you know? Like I never felt like different until this time period in America. After like all three of those things happen and they were like simultaneous, my identity changed, you know? Everybody was kind of like, you know, where are you from? It went from nobody knowing where Somalia was to everybody knowing where Somalia was, everybody knowing what a Muslim was. You know, people starting to say, "Oh, are you Muslim? Or are you NOI?" You know what I mean? So I
Yeah,
feel like
yeah, I
all of that
agree.
stuff was propaganda.
No, facts, and they always need a new T group, you know. They need a face to it, you know, because if we showed the true face, it'd be these white T people.
Yeah,
You know, like we were talking about the ICE agents that go around, and now it gives everybody the right to go and impersonate ICE agents as well. I think about remember, have you seen those like bank robberies or those killings inside black American neighborhoods where
hmm,
these white T people go around and put these like really realistic masks on
hmm,
that portray them as a black person while they commit these crimes. So like
hmm.
they can definitely get away with a bunch of stuff, and then they can pit it amongst the black American community, you
Yeah, on
know?
their victims. That's real psychological like terror, you know.
Right. And they don't get, I mean, some have gotten caught, you know, that's how they know about them. But I can't get that out of my mind of like how often they probably do that and get away with shit, especially like white people that, you know, have nothing else better to do than to terrorize or want to go and stick a lick somewhere, you know. And
So you
then
know that's how they did it. Like
Mhm.
this is like this the, you know, over there the occupation, you know, Gaza, in, you know, that area, Palestine or whatever. So when they were creating that like land for those people over there were like small hats in like Morocco and like African countries and stuff, and in Iran and like Iraq and all that stuff that were happy. They were like happy where they were, and because they realized those like small hats had no interest in leaving their homelands, what they started to do, and the US government actually released documents on this. They actually they started to have like attacks, you know, in these countries to drive them to the occupation to live there, you know? Um so yeah, like it's all like by design, you know?
yeah, it's all manufactured. It's all
And
really set up.
yeah, and while we are like also victims of it, they make us victims again because everybody they make us look like the, you know, the people
The perpetrators,
perpetrating the,
the
yeah.
predators.
It's
And
just like
then
how
they
when
say,
FBA say, well, we defraud the government and then send money to the people that unalive us in back home, you know, Shabab. It don't make no sense.
yeah, we the true Robin Hoods, you know. And
It's
the
like,
only reason
no.
that Uncle Sam is not taxing that money, that's what they're so mad, because it's not circulating back. But they're not talking about all that tax money given to Ukraine, or Argentinians, or
T and
sorry,
Molly.
I got this other one, or any or back to Israel, like, so there's so much unaccounted money, and then all this money that's taken out of these government programs and then emptied out, and Donald Trump
Yeah.
has nothing to say, nothing to answer for, because he's literally robbing them and saying he's putting it into the ICE department and everything to do with Homeland Security, but he's not. This is just something, especially if you have people signing
That
up to
extra
become
fund,
ICE.
that actually did happen. The extra funds that were supposed to go towards ACA and like healthcare and stuff was redirected to ICE. I think it was like 800 million or something. All of that money that was supposed to be for Americans is actually going to this department. And they're like offering people up front like 50K just a sign on bonus.
Right.
That's
I don't think.
taxpayer money.
Yeah, facts. And I don't really even think they're gonna get that money, though, to tell you the truth. It's kind of like the army. When people sign up for the army, they never get what they say they're gonna give them. Just it's just the immediate help that they need. But who needs ICE agents when you got just normal citizens calling ICE on people and being that being helpful in that area,
Yeah, that's crazy.
So, I mean, we have Mexican Americans like that. We have Black Americans like that. We have anybody that is a nationalist kind of like that now. So we can't even trust one another, to tell you the truth.
A part of me still doesn't believe like a Black person's gonna call ICE or any feds. It's hard for me to conceptualize. Like that's just not in the nature of Black people. I know they get in here and they say it, right?
Yeah, it's the
But
whole
are they
street code
actually
thing.
doing it? Yeah. And I know a lot of these people are like real hateful. Like that girl that was just in here that was like, you're not gonna have a home to go back to. I think she just like projecting, taking out like whatever somebody else said to her on me. But I don't think most of these people are like this in real life. Like, how do you get on the internet? It's like the things that they're saying online are outrageous, And I've just never seen any of them in real life saying this stuff. Well, yeah, Axion, that's what they tell us.
Y'all
That's
think
what they
we
tell us.
actually calling ICE? Man, shut
Like,
the
when you
fuck
ask that
up over here
question,
with
when you
your
ask that question,
goddamn.
do you know that
Sorry.
that are people telling us that they're doing that? They say any African I see, I'm calling ICE.
He knows, and then he's gonna be like, "Oh, well, we're just joking." Hell no, you're not joking.
I don't find it funny though. My little old mom, like she's starting to move slow. She's never been mean to anybody in her life and stuff. And like you got people talking about calling ICE on these old women. It's sick. It's not funny. Nothing funny about it.
No, the one that gets me, it's like the hardworking Mexican dude with his own business, his own roofing business, and like, yeah, let's get him. Let's it's so funny, man, like how it all turns upside down. They want hardworking people here that are minding their business, doing what they need to do to survive, and then they throw that all back in his face and tell him that they have no right to be here, no right to prosper, just like any other immigrant that came here, including European immigrants that have their own enclaves, their own communities, their own little Italies, their own all that shit that you complain that you don't want to see growing in America. You hate to see anything that's not with the United States flag on it, and it's all imperialistic kind of nationalistic kind of things that you guys have adopted. I mean, we have been brainwashed, we have been indoctrinated, but now you want to hoorah, and now you want to stand up, like when Kaepernick put his knee down, and everybody, they showed you exactly what they do to people that are unpatriotic, for all the right reasons. Exactly. Just shut the fuck up and tap dance and perform. And this is what you FBAs are doing on an everyday basis. You guys are performing for white people and attacking your own brothers and sisters, your own African ancestors. All right. Your ancestors are rolling in their graves right now. Axe, I'm not even gonna have you up here, bro. You're such a you already got me. You got me warned already. I don't know what you said, Axe. I know you
He
didn't
was
say
saying
anything
crazy
crazy.
stuff. It was
He was
I
kind
thought he was
of
mild, you know. I thought he was like T, but he completely lost it.
yeah, he gets like that. Look at Axe. So you know I'm not lying, bro. I don't want to get flagged. I know that's your whole goal is to get me flagged and shit, bro. You guys just
Even
take
the
a
flag
chill
said he
pill
was
today,
gonna get
okay?
you.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny? You were the one running your mouth, and me and Somali was getting flamed.
I know I hate myself for doing that too. I just get caught up in the whole toxicity too, you know. Like but I at the end of the day, you know, it's not even roasting anymore because people are just questioning why they know the answers to they already know the answers. They know what we're going to say in the sense of like in the ballpark range of what we're going to say. So they think they have a one up because they're not listening to listen, they're listening to respond. Like that they have like I don't know if Tariq Nasheed gave them like a manual of like the list of questions because they all sound the same.
Yeah, they're
And
saying
even
different talking points.
they
We
all
try to
repeat
tell
themselves.
you. We
We
try to
try to
tell
tell
you.
you is the
It's
funniest.
egotistical. Some of them are very egotistical. It's like, what do
Like
you mean?
they were whispering in an immigrant's ear,
Like,
like we try to tell y'all niggas.
bro, some of them really don't know like any of the history like some of our countries went through, you know, like Somalia faced two colonizers at the same time, land and sea. Two white colonizers at the same time,
Right.
you know.
What is it? The British, the French, and what else? The
And then
Italians?
they
Yeah.
so the French, the British, the Italians, the Portuguese wouldn't
Yeah.
leave us alone.
You see, and you guys still fought and still have your land and you still stuck it through. Like, who could say that? Like, they talk about this white man here that put them through all this oppression, and you don't think about their ancestors back in Europe with all the oppression, all the you know, the carving up of Africa. Like that history is really well known, and then they still have the nerve to say that our countries back home are shit, and knowing that they've been through colonization, destabilization. Like, so that's that ignorant shit always. But I mean, they kind of use it as a flex to proclaim their patriotism. Their patriotism is really racism at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's like, so a lot of the FBA, when they're telling us like the delineation already happened or it's gonna happen, like, you know, you are not us and we aren't you and stuff, when they're saying that stuff, a lot of them are saying like, we tried, you know, try to be Pan-Africanist, you know, we tried to, you know, be the same people and all that stuff. Like, I've never argued against them having their own like ethnicity or desire to be their own, you know, collective, because like I have my own too, you know, like I have my race and I have my ethnicity. But I find it ironic to say that this is a result of people generalizing and then turn around and generalize other people. Like, you know what I mean? Like coming onto the panel and automatically being hostile towards me because some other Somali was acting a fool, you know?
Right. If we had the same energy about how FBA treats us and treated you the same way, I mean, this is what goes back into this redundant kind of like questioning, like they're interrogating us.
Yeah.
and then based off what we say, they already have a response to it, you know, like, and that's what I mean about this redundant kind of like questioning and interrogation tactics that they use. But you're not Homeland Security, guys. All right, you don't even work for immigration. You know, you're not the gatekeepers of who comes in, who comes out. We could just hear your opinions about it, you know, and you're valid in your opinion. Now, Black Americans, African Americans that do find where they're from, they take a DNA test or they find their genealogy. They talk to their people and they find out that they are African. Let them investigate that. Let them feel pride and joy let them on their journey and do not try to convince them that they have nothing to do out there. There's plenty of Black Americans that travel the world. You know, not all are in there just in that county and have never left the county. You know, they go and enjoy the fruits of this world, and this world is our oyster. Like, that's how people should be thinking about it. They shouldn't be just landlocked in America or the colonial United States borders of the United States. You know, a lot of these people have not left to go see these quote unquote shithole countries, because that's the kind of mindset you've been reminding yourself about how you should view the rest of the world, and it's really gonna fuck up your brain, because like people like I Show Speed that is traveling to Africa right now. I think he just went to Ethiopia, and just showing like the diversity, the culture, the people, the love. Like, it's just insane how he's breaking all these stereotypes. You know, a Black American at that. Did you see Kai Cenat stop streaming, Trouble? Do you follow these streamers?
No, not really.
Kai Cenat stop streaming. I think a lot of it because of like what Speed's doing out there too. He's just like, I can't compete with that, nigga.
Yeah, Speed is no. He's they're like all excited about him being in Africa and stuff. It's good.
Yeah, I think it's really good. I know. I saw the. Yeah.
Can I mention something just about Americans in general?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's really interesting. Like, we have this like free speech, you know, First Amendment, you know, rights. Say what you want to say, you know. But Americans are also very fragile. I'm not gonna say FBAs or like Black people or white people. I think it's a very American trait. If I criticize America or I criticize policies or politicians or the president, people get very offended. I forget, like, I'm American myself. And we're just different, like, back home. Like, I've never seen Africans get offended if their president gets insulted. You know? Like, Fendi had a panel the other day. It wasn't even that day. It was like a week or so ago, shortly after what happened with Maduro. And his prompt was like, which one of these like African rulers should get kidnapped next, you know? And kind of like making it like a joke. But like, you can insult the president of Somalia. Like, I'll insult him with you because I don't like him. But like, that's because he's supposed to be like a good president. He's supposed to be representative of everybody, you know? But we don't get mad about that. We don't get offended. But Americans get real uptight. Go back to where you came from. If you don't like it here, you don't have to be here. Go take care of your own homeland. It's almost like you, like, you know, insulted their dad.
Right. Yeah. That's why it's just white supremacy at work, and it really played out like how they really wanted to make people to divide and conquer kind of tactics. I mean, it's really playing as we see today how this is working out. But yeah, Black Americans, African Americans, they never cared what you said about the president. You know, I think Donald Trump is the only one right now that they really are harping on, and really, like I said, patriotism, but it's really racism, you know. And so they Black Americans understand how corrupt this system is. Stop playing like it's the best system in the world. You know, we don't have a free healthcare. So stop with all this glorizing and fantasizing about what this country has done in the past, and what will continue in the future, which is defrauding everyone with this monetary dollar that is it's worth shit, you know? It's not backed by anything. You guys all know this shit, right? So
wait,
we keep playing this game. Go ahead.
Daniel says you should spend 2 years in the service and then you'll understand better. I have to disagree with you, because it's the vets that are usually like, I fought for you to say whatever you want to say. Say please. Like, they'll tell you straight up, like, say whatever you want to say. You know, that's your right. But the average American, like, and vets are not fragile. Like, the average American is fragile. They are getting uptight and offended if you criticize the government, the country in any way. And, you know, the situation's not good. Like Americans should want better for themselves.
The military is the most corrupt. I mean, if you're a Black man or woman, do not join the military. Okay, just don't. And I just saw a really good video on this. I'm trying to find it right
The
now.
sister that was like
Oh, you
listing all
saw
the
it
stuff
too?
that they did. Yeah, I think you sent
Yeah.
it to me.
Oh, I sent it to you. Yeah, exactly. She says, "Do not join the military, no branch
Really.
ever." And it's so true. It's so true. I mean, if that's what you need, people that go into that are not. They do it out of desperation, or they do it for money, or they do it because they were rejected in so many other ways that this is the last thing that they wanted. I don't even know what I'm saying. DJ, what's up? Welcome to the panel. Can I get you to introduce yourself with your race, your ethnicity, where you're from?
Yeah, man. I'm white. I'm 44. I'm from Mississippi. I wanted you just mentioned something interesting about blacks in the military. Are you guys familiar with the term McNamara's Follies? Have you ever heard that before? McNamara's Follies.
No, I'm not familiar with it.
So back in the Vietnam War, a guy, last name McNamara, was the Secretary of Defense, and the war was going poorly, for the United States, and they needed to find a way. I mean, the issue was that they couldn't get a lot of people in the draft because they were afraid to go after like the middle class, upper class people and the students in college. They didn't want to piss off their voting base. So what these guys did was they drafted a bunch of guys, like a bunch of really low intelligence people, like pretty much like like low class whites and blacks from like the hood, and
Kids.
who what
Kids.
yeah. I mean, but the thing is, these people would not normally qualify to meet the standards to be in the military because they had such poor understanding of like these guys were literally like like on the borderline of like very very low IQ. So what they did was they took all these people who couldn't even pass basic training and they put them in the Vietnam War and they put them on the front lines with weapons and everything. And these are a bunch of real low IQ, low down, people who didn't even know why they were there or what they were doing, and a lot of them got unalived. Like I think over 1,000 of them got lost their lives. But they pretty much pulled all these people out of like the worst inner cities, and it's crazy. I don't see how any black person would join the military after hearing that story. Honestly,
I think a lot of them join because they have to.
Yeah, that's what we were just saying. Definitely out of desperation sometimes, belonging, and how do I make it up for me not doing so well as my family expected me to be, my peers, and how do I serve this country? And it's literally sacrificing yourself, because what happened to Black Americans during Vietnam? We already know they were put in the front lines.
yeah.
So
Like I
they
mean,
were
it's
test dummies.
yeah, exactly, and that's literally what they were. And you have to remember, these guys couldn't even understand how to throw a grenade properly. Like they didn't even understand why they were there. Like they didn't. If you asked them, "What are you doing? Like what's your purpose here?" They didn't even know. Some of them didn't even know where they were from. I watched a whole documentary on it. These McNamara's Follies, and it was brutal, man. They put these guys on there. These were people that were going and fighting hand to hand combat and didn't even understand why they were even supposed to be there. Like it's crazy.
Say the name again, DJ.
They used to call the group of the people. It was called McNamara's Follies,
Can
or
you
Mac.
spell the? Can you
Yeah. So
spell that in the
it's
comments? Put it in the
yeah.
comments
I'll
so I
put it
can
in the
look it up,
comments
so
right now.
everybody
Yeah,
can
look it
look
up.
it up.
It's very interesting. McNamara's. Let me see if I can spell this right.
Put it in the comments.
I think this is it right here. McNamara's Follies. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, search that right there. It was towards the end. I think the end of the Vietnam War when we were having a lot of trouble getting. No one wanted to go fight in that war really. So like they had to find a way that they could draft people legitimately. So they were like, well, let's just take these bottom these low hanging fruit who normally wouldn't be able to make it, and let's use them as as our armor basically. Like sacrifice them. And that's what happened.
Yep, and the worst is the youth, right? Coming right, those recruits are savages. The things they do to go get the
They
young
are.
kids. All right, thank you, DJ, for that. Stick around, man. We're gonna have
Yeah,
an
man.
open panel. Let me introduce Hag. Hag, welcome back. Happy New Year. All that good stuff. Good to see you.
Appreciate it, brother. Oh man,
how them TikTok streets treating ya?
Man, I just got out of jail, man. You know what I mean? So doing good on my FBA tip. Saying, had to bless the new year with an FBA move. No, everything's good, man. I can't complain. How's everything treating you, man?
Yeah, I'm still. Well, no, I just got out of jail too, so I'm good. I'm keeping my head up, and still targeting these FBA. I mean, I don't want to be too obsessed with this whole notion. I feel like it's getting old now. I don't want to even give them that much attention, but I feel like I've met some really good, solid allies. With this kind of these topics at hand. So I don't know. I think it's getting old, but it's I'm meeting very interesting people, which is the plus. Hello. I think something happened. Yeah, it's interesting how even Jay, he was like, "You're obsessed, man. You're obsessed with this FBA thing. You got to stop." And I'm just like, "Well, I know, but it's not even that. I think it is a good conversation to have about how Black Americans see themselves, and I think it's up to us to come and be true allies to Black Americans, by telling them the truth about how FBA moves. A lot of people want to make it an illusion that it's like this beautiful lineage that everybody has to start putting in work in these TikTok streets to tell people how fast they're or to tell people that they're delineating, So I'm just here to help that transition a little faster, Help me help you delineate as fast as you can, so we can all move forward from this.
The hang up, like the constant conversation about the delineation drives me crazy because I don't really think anybody actually cares that much about it. Like, we know you have a different background, we know you have a completely different history, but I feel like we get so hung up on it, and then it just deteriorates the way it just did, with 21 Savage and what was her name, Cleopatra.
Yeah, Cleopatra's been up on here already. I don't know. She's a Black American, but no, she's an FBA actually. But she be listening to it. The thing about it is they love to be in our chats and listen to our perspectives. Like, they're not learning from us. They try to act like they're not learning more about Africa. Unconsciously, they are learning more about the Mama Africa. They're learning more about their roots. Not intentionally though. They come into to talk shit and all that, but they walk away with more information about Africa than ever before, So I guess some of this hate turns positive, maybe not right now, but maybe down the line, they're more aware about. There's more eyes on Africa, so that's a good thing too, I think. Even though they don't,
But like, I don't know if it's because of like the energy or the need to like keep going back and forth, but she told on herself while she was talking, because she said Frederick Douglass was the one that told them not to go back to Africa. So there was an acknowledgement there that they have an ancestry in Africa. That's why I asked her. I asked for clarification. I said, do you acknowledge your ancestry, even though you're saying you have no connection to Africa? Do you acknowledge you come from, Africa at some point? She didn't want to answer me, but like the whole panel was like barking. Nobody clocked, and I was like, this is like a waste of time,
You're like, I'm out of here.
I left. I was done. Like, because I can't keep up. I can't fight with people that way. Like the yelling and over talking. I get tired.
Yeah, we gotta lead by example for real. We can't be acting out like these FBAs do on their panels, because it's some shameful shit. You guys can't even have a roll call and do things appropriately. We have to always have to manage you FBAs.
The fixation on delineation. You want me to tell you what's really like the motivation for it and why Tariq and some of the boys keep pushing it? is because they feel like they're close to getting reparations, and if they could delineate, they get a bigger piece of the pie. That's one of the it's money. You know, it's a money factor.
Yeah,
I don't have a problem with
facts.
them delineating. I actually don't mind them deleting because for a long time, I was never black enough. I was never, my hair's curly. It's just it never for me was never I was never black. So and it was pretty clear growing up. I was told I was never black. I grew up in South Central, so for me, delineation is not an issue. I think everybody should rep their. But hating on other groups of people to delineate, I think that's the problem. That's the red line, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, they
Right,
were like,
right,
what
Hag.
was the
The
name?
punching
Austin
down.
was
The
trying,
punch.
trying to
Go ahead.
press us, like, what's your problem with what's your problem with us delineating, why you want us to be from Africa so bad? But I hadn't said anything about that. I never said anything about that. My issue is like the whole, why are you talking about MAGA when we were rage baiting white people? Why did you come to the forefront and fight their battle? That was the part I didn't get.
Why'd you take the bait? Why'd you take the raging bait? Yep, that's what we have here. Tevin, what's up? Welcome to the panel. Can I get you to introduce yourself with your race, your ethnicity, where you're from? Oh, there's
North New
excitement.
Jersey, Black American.
All right, welcome to the panel. Do you want to speak to any? You want to respond to anything that's been said, or do you want to speak on this lovely, beautiful picture that we have on the ground?
Mega. I don't go for neither one of them. I don't get into no politics with neither one. None of them ain't benefiting us anyway. And this is not our government, so I basically don't deal with none of it. But I know politics.
Facts.
Yeah,
that's what we were talking about. That's how Black Americans always felt about the government. So that's why we're a little surprised with the people that back up this current administration.
Yeah, I mean, neither one of the parties is for us. They never was if we go through history. So this is not our government. Remember, we predate the government, so you just got to learn what predate governments you came from. That's the only argument that throws me off with our people. Remember, it was a government here prior to the United States government. Our ancestors taught them government and told them establish a government, Ben Franklin. So we just got to learn that point, and then we'll have a better grounding on where we need to go and how we need to reestablish ourselves as a sovereign nation, as an independent unit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, facts.
Are you claiming you're Native American?
No, I never said I'm Native American. I just said
but
it
I
was
was going to
prior
bring up the
governments here.
Constitution. The Constitution was, I think, first from the Native Americans, right? I think that's where we got the Constitution.
Okay, what was that Constitution?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Oh,
I've heard it
so
before.
you had a constitution before. That was the United States had a constitution. It was our ancestor who was a original man. He was a black man. His name was Kanasa Tega, the Black Prince. He the one that told Ben Franklin set up a government so we could be able to do government transactions on a government level. So that's where the Article of Confederacy came in at. I mean, the Article of Confederacy. Yeah, they told him to start a confederacy. So it was our ancestors supporting that. So when you speak of what's the 10, what's they called, the fucking
The commandments?
the 10, damn, I gotta get it.
Is this
Not the
that
10
Ben? Is it that one black dude on the back of the $2 bill or something? That whole thing, Tevin?
No, I don't know about $2 bill, but when you see the picture, you go to DC and Washington. If you go to look at the when they told them to sign the Declaration of Independence, when they told him to sign 13 through the 13 colonies, he's in that picture, but they erased him out of it. He's sitting up in it with them. So when the United States started going, they had to be taught government. So when they was writing the Constitution, they was going to ask our ancestors about how they need to write this Constitution. From Article 6, the first 10 articles. The first 10 articles taught, they was the first 10 articles to the tribes.
Oh.
Yeah. So they was going to our ancestors. They was going to our ancestors speaking to them. That's Kanasa Tega, the Black Prince. You look him up. He's the main one. He's the one that gave them their first. He won the first one, the Treaty of Washington. He the one that showed them how to start the first 13 colonies, and this is how it all established. So once that's what we need to start. We start learning that now. You start learning. We gave them the Constitution, and this is why we so entwined into the Constitution. But after the 1865, the United States crossed our people and flipped us over and made us look like we was the slaves. But remember, they never had rights. They was coming over here as indentured servants, and they needed rights under this new Constitution. So what they did when they flipped the 14th Amendment, they flipped us and made us look like we was the slaves, but we was sovereign heirs at that point. They put us under the Constitution, made us the slaves, the Negroes, the blacks, reclassified us, and then they took our rights. And now they get the rights through civil rights and all this other garbage they're going through. That's why you see all immigrants getting all the benefits, because we're not immigrants. So they
So
don't give us
Tevin,
the benefit.
so
Yeah.
Tevin, the black man in America was here prior to 1492.
Yes. Yes. Look it up. All you got to do is say black seafarers of 1400s in Americas. It'll come up. They'll tell you all that.
All right, man.
The
This is some
transatlantic
new.
slave trade was
Hold
the
up.
transatlantic slave trade. It wasn't a slave route. It was a trading route for all goods and services, from pelts, fur, everything. People traveled on routes. They was a trading route that they travel to this day. The same thing they doing with Walmart. We trade them out. They're going through the same route. These are not a transatlantic slave trade. And trading was an indentured servant workforce. So what they was doing, these same routes they using on the waterways, these are the same routes that they call the transatlantic slave trade. They just renamed it. But it was about commerce. It wasn't about physical slaves coming over here. We was chained
Right.
in Africa. No, they're
I
talking
got you,
about
Tevin.
now you look at the
Tevin,
1400
Tevin.
year Islamic slave
Let
trade.
me
Yeah,
cut you off. Let me just cut you off real quick.
yeah.
It is all new information to me. Go ahead and put some references down on the comments so we can go look it up.
No, I
But
mean,
I
if
mean,
y'all
when we
didn't write
talk
it
about
down, because I don't. No, let me explain to you. We write it down because I don't know how to do all this. I'm gonna put post up and we do information like that. If I'm speaking it, write it down and I'll give you the information. My job is to give you the information and I'm explaining. If you look it
all
up,
right, Tevin.
and
I'll,
take
I'll listen. I'll
the
listen
slave.
to it back. I'll listen to it back, Tevin. But with the
Yeah.
Atlantic slave trade, for us Africans, I mean, we know about our ancestors. Again, we're not here to invalidate and tell you who you are, but we know we're Africans. You know what I mean, Tevin. So,
Okay, you know you
but
African. I'm not
regardless of
arguing
this,
that. I'm not arguing
right,
that.
right, right.
You're
So,
African. I'm not saying you are not African. If you're African, you're African, and be proud of it.
right.
I'm honoring that. But I'm telling you
All
from my
right.
point of view, I'm telling you that we was here. I'm telling you that we was here. If you look up the Benjamin Banneker, he was a ship owner. He was a
That's who
seafarer,
I heard of. That's why I knew you were gonna say his
and he
name. I just
was
couldn't remember it. I have heard.
he was a Wampanoag. He had a Wampanoag lineage.
Okay,
So
no doubt, no doubt,
what I'm
Tevin.
speaking to, what I'm telling you, we were seafarers. Our ancestors, we already had sovereignty. This was our country. We already had it built. Every trading route, everything that was established was already here. They just built over it. White people didn't come here with civilization. We taught them civilization. All the language they speak, they came over here. We taught them. They was the indentured servants. They was the indentured servants. They have no rights. They was squatters. They squatters now. They're still
So
squatting on your
A
land, and
total,
I can
a
show you. Go
total,
to
a
Columbia
total,
Record.
a total destiny swap. A total destiny swap. I want to hear from
Exactly.
Hag.
Now
I
you
think
go.
Hag.
If you want to
I
go
think
to what
Hag
city
wanted
you
to.
from, what city you was born in? What city you
hey,
was
I think
born
Hag
in?
wanted to.
yeah, hey, what's up, bro? My name is Hag. I'm African American. I just want to let you know. So can you explain? So you're saying basically this transatlantic slave trade was basically a carnival cruise
No, I never
because
said that. I never said that. You
you
can't
said
go to Carnival
seafarers,
Cruise
but
across Atlantic coast. You can't go across Atlantic waters. You got to. There's a ship just like they're doing now. Just like the cargoes, they got Walmart, Benz, Mercedes Benz. It was commerce. They was going around the world doing the same thing they're doing now, bringing cargo. products, goods, services, goods. They was doing the same thing. So now when you see I'm gonna just tell you how if you want to see the original documents of these people with the original you go to your colonial records and whatever city you from, you look up the manumission documents and you look up the colonial records and pull it all up. It'll tell you what our people was doing, how they was doing it. They recorded everything. You know what I'm saying? They in the colonial records. You go to the city, wherever you're from. Like I'm from North New Jersey. This was a Napi-Hokan territory. I go right to this city. You look it up. I know where all the colonial record, the manumission documents, where they reclassified, how they took the land. I'll show you the land deeds. I got books right up here right now with all the land deeds, all the ancestors that signed them, with his wives, cousins, family members. I got all the connected land deeds right here in front of me right now.
Get to the
So,
point. Look, we're African, so we
okay,
like
you
that.
African. I'm proud of that.
No, I'm proud
hope
that
you're
you're.
proud of
No,
that.
I respect your delineation. I respect it. I just
I'm
want.
not
We're not here to fight.
delineating. You
We're here.
African. I'm telling you.
We're here to learn from each other, right? This
Okay.
Tev,
is
let
a
him
highbrow.
talk. Let him talk, Tev.
Okay, go ahead. I never said nothing. You talking.
Yeah. So, thank you, brother. So, my question to you is: do you classify yourself as? Because I'm African American. Do you classify yourself as a Native American? Yes or
No, you don't want to do none of that. No. Let me
What?
explain why you don't want to classify
No, just
yourself
give me a
African.
short.
Can I just say one thing?
You're not African American. You're not Native
No,
American.
you
What
don't
are
want
you?
to use those senses. You don't want to classify yourself as African because you're integrating into a system that's putting you on a civil jurisdiction, and the Africans is it can be a white person that's coming out of them Europeans that gave Africa that name. So what's happening is you're putting on the African diaspora. Look it up, and they'll tell you.
So what's the ethnic
Listen,
name?
let
What's
me
the ethnic
explain.
name that I could call you?
Listen, brother. Listen, brother. Let me just say one thing. Listen, this how you get your understanding understood. Let me finish, and then you take this information and you do your research, but you can't cut me off. You won't have the best information so you can do your research. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm giving you the information, just like all y'all. Now your job is to just go see if I'm telling a lie or not. I'm just putting my information out there. Now the reason why you want to call yourself African because your ancestors never identified themselves as Africa, and this is a colonial term that they're using to put you under global civil jurisdiction. It don't have no legal standing in law. You can't go to court. You have no standing. That's not your true identity. They gave you that identity. Africans are colonized from the states, all the corporate states they're under, and then they're colonized as a continent because it's the Roman Europeans. The white Roman Europeans was African Romans. Them was the ones that off the Jesus. Then they transferred all
Hold
that
up.
information
Yo,
over.
can you just name your ethnic group, bro? Like you getting all over the
I
place.
don't have no ethnic group. This is why you got to get out of all that, bro.
So you're not
Tevin,
FBA.
No,
yeah, he's not. Okay, you said Black
you trying
American,
to
right,
stop giving me
Tevin?
identity. This is where y'all getting caught up at.
Tevin,
Stop
relax.
identifying
You said
yourself
Black. You
with
said
identities
you
that
said.
don't have no jurisdiction, don't have no legal standing in no
All right.
law. You a
So
dead
how would
person
you,
right now doing that.
Tevin? How would you identify yourself then, Tevin? If
I
say
don't
say
want
with
to get
no.
into it because you don't even understand what y'all caught up in by doing that. That's why I'm trying to speak to y'all
No, I
as
just want to.
a
I just
ghost
want to
person.
be. We want to be Tevin. We want to be respectful. So if we
No,
ever
you
come
is
around,
respecting me. I don't need your respect. I don't need your respect. I'm not asking for respect. I'm just explaining to you. I'm just explaining to you. I'm taking my information. I don't
I got
because
you.
you're not gonna identify me now. I'll just explain it to
No, I
y'all.
know, and I ain't
My
trying to
spill.
interrogate you
You
or
don't have
nothing.
to believe me.
That's
No, you
fine.
don't
That's
have to
fine.
believe me
So
in nothing.
Tevin, so
I can be the
can you
biggest
tell
liar on
these
the planet. Take my information and study. Huh?
So for when Black
Huh?
Americans try, and I'm not saying this is you, I'm not saying this is you, but when Black Americans try to claim American Indian and be a Cherokee and all this other stuff, what do you think about all that stuff?
Man, that's them. Let them believe who they want to believe. You have a right to do that. You can't knock a person who they want to be. You do that every day. Everybody wake up and try to be somebody they want to be every day. But you can't knock them. Let them live in their truth. That's their truth until they find a truth. Just like all of y'all. There's no difference.
So let me ask you this, brother. Do you think Africans in America should be deported back to Africa?
I'm not. I don't. No, listen. I don't say they need to get deported back home. My debate ain't with Africans. I don't care about all that. I don't know how to answer that. I don't care about whether they get deported or not. They don't bother me. I'm not in a circle. I'm not having interactions with them, so it don't really matter. But I know why they are here. I know why they are
And the same
here.
with the Europeans, right? We should be deporting their asses though, for sure. On top of it, right? Like,
They are all immigrants. They are all immigrants. It's all part of a global fraud that's going on. It's all part of a
what do
global
you?
fraud. All immigration. If you study immigration, you got to go all the way back to 1865. You got to go all the way back to 1619. The way they store it in your face. That's where the immigration system started. You got to understand what immigration, why it started, where it's from. You got to start understanding trust law, what the trust thing with these banks. You got to start understanding all that. You want to start understanding what's going on. You got to start understanding what identity swapping is. How whole groups of people swapped your identity and gave you their identity.
So
You
my
gotta start
FBA brother.
understanding all this.
So
Everything y'all representing
what about
all the people.
what about when your people immigrated to Liberia and destroyed that country and
I know
enslaved
they
the
never
local
destroyed it for one. They
You
never
destroyed
destroyed it
it.
for one.
You're a builder, right? You're claiming you Bob the Builder. You built up America. You built up this, built up that, gave the Constitution to the
No, I
white man.
never said
Why don't
that.
you build
I
up
said that
Liberia?
if you understand it, do you understand the history behind them going over Liberia?
You colonized it, right? 3,000
No,
years.
I'm asking you a question. You just made a statement. Do you
What's up?
understand the history over there?
You telling me, do I understand the history of Liberia?
No, I never said Liberia. Do you understand the history of when them group of Black Americans went over there and colonized Liberia?
You want
I'm asking you. They didn't destroy the country. They destroyed how the country's
It
beautiful
was
over
a
there, right?
Lincoln Project.
Huh?
you turned Liberia
I
into a
asked you a
ghetto.
question. You can't go. You made a statement to me, but you start striking people and you don't know
No,
what happened
you're
when they
talking
went
about
over there.
immigrations, immigrants, and this, but
No, I'm
you don't want
talking
to talk
about
about when
immigration
your
that came over
ancestors. Hold up.
here.
You
They
don't want
didn't
to talk
immigrate
about when
over there.
your
They went over there to
ancestors went back to
colonize.
Africa.
They
You
went
don't
over
want to
there
talk
to
about that.
colonize.
You did
They didn't
colonize it.
immigrate over there.
You colonize. You went over there. You
They
immigrated. Matter
went
of
to
fact,
colonizers and immigrants are two different subjects,
it's the same thing.
categories.
You
No, it's
left.
not.
You left, and then
Legally, there are two different. They didn't leave. They went to colonize it legally. I mean, went over there to colonize it on purpose. What are you talking about?
how do you colonize a place and make it worse?
How is
Like
it
how did
worse over there?
you gave us
How do you
general butt
migrate?
naked?
How do you migrate and not call that immigration? I hate
It's
how
not
you
under
guys have taken
immigration.
the
No, that
word
wouldn't be considered
immigration and
immigrant.
created something completely new, like this. The people that are just getting here
This
or
is
just
part of
arrived
I
here.
wanna
the slave
draw
system.
everybody's attention really quick to the white man in the chat saying Africa sold y'all for cash, put you on ships for cash.
Man,
Africa said,
see
please come to these
these
people, give us
white
cash.
university talking points that have no legal stand that don't have no truth in history. All that is fake.
Yeah, but he's saying it for a reason. He's trying
Man,
to
he's
cause
trying to
a
throw darts. Don't get worried. Stop worrying about people throwing punches, and that's what y'all gotta stop doing. Stop worrying about
But I'm not worried
punching
about it.
each
I'm
other up.
pointing it out. I'm
Yeah,
pointing out a
he
snake.
don't really bother me. White people not even in this story no more. They like in a corner right now, and they trying to wedge
So we don't
themselves
have a
in.
voice.
Definitely
Wait,
not. Y'all never
not
did.
Not
until we
here.
give it to you. Hold on.
Y'all never did. Only
So
when white people gave their own self a voice. When
let,
they
let,
had
let's
TVs under control, that's when they had their voice. But they don't have no voice no more. They never did.
Tev, let me hear this white dude out real quick. So I need
Okay,
you
good.
to introduce. I'm gonna mute you real quick, Tev, because the background is. Real. I need you to introduce yourself with your race, your ethnicity, where you're from, and if you want to speak on your comments down there, what you were referring to. Go ahead. You can unmute yourself. You're muted right now.
I mean, the questions you're asking for are pretty obvious in my.
No, I still need them.
I'm white, obviously.
What's your ethnicity?
I'm white.
You can't get away with that. So you don't know where in Europe you're from?
No.
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
So I am English and British.
Okay. And whereabouts are you now? Like where in America are you now located?
I am in Arkansas.
Okay, go ahead, man. Respond to what you want to respond to, or
I just don't.
elaborate on the comments you made.
I mean, I think the photo is moronic and offensive.
Yeah, how so? Elaborate.
Well, because it has like Trump and ICE apparently chasing an African American, the FBA, through the woods like that. That's totally moronic and embarrassing, and it's an insult to anyone in America.
I mean, the
Especially
FBI
white
is
people.
bound. They're using the dog.
And
The only
they're not
person
in the
getting
woods.
chased is
They're in
the.
like a grassland.
Is that why? Is
Yeah,
that why you
whatever.
were talking like that in the chat?
Well, because of the things you were saying, but you've got a photo here of Trump and ICE acting as if they're chasing an African American, running them away from.
But it's not a real picture. See, you getting caught up on a picture.
No,
That's
no, no,
not
no.
reality. That's
Okay.
an illusion.
Hold on,
Okay,
That's
Ted.
not
hold on.
real. It never
Hold
happened
on,
in the
Ted.
history.
Okay, hold on. It's the illustration that's
But
being
don't take a
used.
picture and take it as being facts. Go
Well,
on. Let's
it's
deal
the
with real history.
but it's the illustration being used in a chat.
It don't matter, but it's not real.
Well, if it
It's
doesn't
not a real
matter, take
topic.
it down
Hold on, Ted.
because it's
So
insulting
real.
and it's
It's not,
fake.
it's not. It's insulting to you because it's the
insulting
truth.
because it's fake.
It's the truth.
It's
the truth.
not truth.
Trump is a
You
former-
have absolutely no
Trump is
truth in that
Trump
photo.
is a slave owner.
Are
and
you
then
kidding me?
ICE is the new
Do
slave
you have
catching dogs.
TBS?
Nah,
What?
man. This is what's happening in
But
America
none of y'all
right
should
now.
take that
Give
as
me
being the
what's your
truth. It's not the
evidence?
truth.
Give me evidence of that photo. Give me some evidence.
We don't have to give you anything, sir. I don't
Of
know why
course
you
you
even
don't,
came
that as
here.
because you can just lie.
But
You
you're
can just
trying to use that
lie.
as evidence.
No, we don't owe you anything. We don't have to
No,
explain
you don't owe me
anything to you.
anything.
So why
You
are
can
you
just
using that as
lie.
evidence?
That's freedom of speech. You can just lie.
Okay, you said how you feel, but why do you think we have to explain anything to you?
Well,
Are
because
you a part of our community?
you're presenting something as a fact in a public forum. You should be able to back.
real. This
No, we back it
picture.
up to
Hold
who
on,
we
hold
want
on,
to back it
Trouble.
up to. Why are you here talking to us?
This picture is a historical, like a factual historical thing that happened. That you had
It's
slave
not
owners.
historical. It's a picture.
Hold
It's
on,
a picture.
Evan.
If you
Hold on.
can't take
Evan, hold on. What this
It's
picture?
there.
Hold on. What this picture illustrates is a slave owner trying to catch a runaway slave. Okay, even
But
though
that's not real
Tevin said
history.
it's not real. Hold on, Tevin.
That's not
hold
real
on, please.
history. Those are pictures. Just like the slave ship you
Kevin,
see, they show
Kevin, that's
Tevin,
convention.
Tevin,
That's
hold on.
American history.
Stop
Bro.
one slave ship of a diagram or picture. You believe everybody came over here on a slave
Tevin,
ship. Y'all can't
Tevin,
find
that's
out one
not even
slave
what I
ship.
was. Tevin, mute up, Tevin, please.
God damn.
Just relax, Tevin, because I didn't
Start
say.
dealing with reality.
Just relax. Well, not everybody lives your reality. Not everybody knows your history or cares to know how you try to erase other people's history. Because this did definitely happen. You did have slave owners that went and caught their property that ran away from the plantation. That did happen.
Well, we were slave owners.
All right. You were the slave owner. Black Americans were the first slave
And
owners.
they was the
All right. You got you. It's all backwards. Okay, Tev, just relax.
They was the cotton.
Just relax for me, Tevin, please. We're not even done with
Look it
real.
up. They was
We're
a
not even done with real. If I have to, I'm just gonna drop you. You can be in the comments. So real. This is a historical accuracy. Maybe you don't like the captions.
It's not historically accurate. You have.
I removed him. I don't know why the fuck we're explaining anything to a white man. He knows damn well what his history is. Blue-eyed demon.
And there you have it, guys.
Yo, Tev is giving me cavities, man. That dude is just saying crazy.
I know.
Black people invented slavery. What? Bro,
Yeah, the history is backwards, and we're gonna, he can't convince us of it, and the way they try to push it on it like it's actually fact and all that good stuff. So again, we're not trying to convince you you're African either, but you're also erasing a whole part of African history and the atrocious things that happened to Africans, our ancestors. Okay. But again, these are the same people that are closeted FBAs in some ways, because, remember that question you asked him about deportation? He couldn't even answer it.
He couldn't say it. You know what his heart said though. He's like, yeah, he wanted to say kick them all out, but that would show his
At the
hypocrisy.
end of the day, though, when we're having those conversations, a white man doesn't need to be sitting here listening to it.
Look, that guy looks
Yeah.
from.
Go ahead, Hug. I was just saying how offended he was, Go ahead. Sorry.
He was like, take it down, take it down. He thought he was still a master.
It's just the truth hurts, and so they can't stand it, and so they have to remind us and romanticize this time in history. You know what I mean? And so that we're not gonna. And Tev, man, come on, it's not a real picture. But that is a true FBA sniffing to find an African American that is proud to be African, proud to be a Black American, and wants to stay with that identity. Wants African American, doesn't want to be delineating from that term and becoming a new reformed FBA. Okay, the FBA is hunting down people that still have any African spirit left in them. And they are working for Donald Trump, who is their former slave master. And now they have ICE with them. They have their slave patrol dogs. FBAs are the slave patrol dogs to this current administration and all the xenophobic shit that we hear. We got a new guest. Did you want to say something, Hag? I see you unmuted.
Look, I gotta stop. I gotta take this stuff serious now because one of my dearest, closest friends is Black American, right? And he recently started saying some off the wall FBA like words, and I actually had to like, yo, like it's actually infiltrating the real world now, like. So I feel like we got to take this stuff serious because that's my best friend. I had to tell him, hey, chill out, man. Hey, this is not. It's not a route you want to go. I had to explain to him what's really behind the scenes. And Tariq Nasheed, I told him I knew Tariq back in the day when he was when he had the kufi hat and he was, and people forget that Tariq was a big Pan-Africanist. He was, visiting African countries. He was fleeing to Africa all the time. So I had to explain to him this is just a money making scheme. So yeah, it is becoming serious now.
Yeah, facts. I have something I want to read out when we're talking about pedigree. This FBA pedigree, this how they breeded dogs is almost the same way you claim to this unique lineage being breeded by these people as well, and having biracial, like you guys again have more in common with that lineage than you do your African one. But before I do that, go ahead, Not. Welcome to the panel. Can you introduce yourself with your race, your ethnicity, where you're from?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Somali. I just came from an FBA panel. It's a very interesting discussion. I'm not like on TikTok often, so I just went into live. It was a little chill live, and then they asked me what my ethnicity was, and then the conversation just took like a very dark turn.
You got jumped.
Yeah, and it was like the conversation was like, hey, what do you put down whenever, you get asked for a race? And I'm like, oh, I just put Black/African American.
You ain't Black.
Well,
stop cosplaying, you tether.
Whenever, again, right, she was like, you're not, she got like emotionally like frustrated. She started crying in the live. She was like, that's identity theft. Why are you putting Black? You're
destiny swapping.
Yeah, and I was like, are you okay? Like, I told the host, can you check up on the lady? Something is clearly not well with her mentally. And then, I asked her, I was like, whenever she calmed down, I was like, what should I be putting? And she said, you should put other. And I was like, well, when I'm getting my, driver's license, other is not an option, right? You're Hispanic/Latino, white Caucasian, Black/African American, and Native or Indigenous. And I believe that's actually it. I don't think they have any other options whenever you're filling out the driver's license. So I don't know. I think FBA is actually like a mental illness because like every time I try to challenge or like made a good argument against their point of view, they would literally start screaming and get overly emotional. Like for example, we started debating about what is that called? Diversity, equity, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And they were trying their hardest to tell me how diversity, equity, and inclusion is bad for Black Americans. And I'm like, so if that's bad for African Americans, what's the opposition to that that's good for African Americans? And then I just got dropped. And this was the next live. So I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to get a deeper understanding of why they want to focus on this. Because, looking inside out, African Americans, I feel, right? Again, I don't like to make assumptions about people's cultures or, their stances on things. But modern day today, the last thing that should be discussed is other Black people, in my opinion. Donald Trump, the first thing he did when he got into office, the first thing was cut DEA initiatives. He cut away the grants and the bank loans and the business loans that were meant for Black Americans. They cut the free holiday admissions to national parks for Black holidays. That was the first thing that they did before they started on immigration, before anything else. The first thing they did was systemically, for lack of better words, enslave Black people again, systemically. So I don't understand why they don't focus on that.
Sounds about white, not sorry to interrupt, but like the good brother Hag had said, I mean, they're doing all this so they can have they're isolating themselves so they can receive this supposed reparations check. This is all about getting that bag, right? And as house Negroes do, getting telling the master that he's putting in the work in these streets to tell these immigrants to go back home, so that none of us, because if you check the black box, even though Black is sub-Saharan African, they don't want to wrap that around their head. They choose that to be they want to be premium Black people, right? So they want to be they want to monopolize that term for themselves only, not realizing what it actually says on the census and what it actually entails. They want to bypass that. They want to create a new identity that is not on the census, not recognized federally or at state level. FBA is Tariq Nasheed's little imagination of this unique lineage. Claude Anderson coined the term foundational Black American because he was talking about Black economics and bringing back the dollar back to the Black communities to bring them up, because unfortunately Black Americans, anytime they try to build something for themselves gets torn down by this very same white people that they are backing now, And you're right, brother. The DEI program, it affected Black American women the most. So I don't understand why they take that position too. But the more they can sound like them, the more they parrot their talking points, the more they think that they're going to get this back pay for all this work that they've done to parrot the same racist, xenophobic talking points that they have. But yeah, brother, don't worry about it. You keep marking that box. Again, everybody gets to self-identify. as whatever they
You
want
don't
to
even get a
be.
choice
Okay,
anymore.
nobody's included
They put
into
the
a box.
category. You don't
Hmm.
have a choice. They put the category, and then under the category, they list everybody: Somalian, Ethiopian. You know, like even if you wanted to put other, it's right there under Black/African American.
Yeah.
I was very annoyed that they didn't put Eritrea in the other. Or, you know, they gave Ethiopia, Somalia, but no Eritrea. I felt slighted and disrespected by the Orange Man. Very disappointing. It's becoming frustrating. Can we talk about the hateful, like, is it just me or FBA are the most hateful people, short tempered, just irrational? Is it just
Yes,
me? Because like I kind of snapped out of it, you know, for
I
a
do.
while. Huh? What's
I
all
do.
that
Yeah,
about?
yeah. There's
They
some
they
hateful. I
are
mean, yeah,
from
yeah.
from like the brief discussions that I've had with them, they are. And I think it's because their perspectives and their arguments are so weak. You know, how are you going to defend hate? Hate that's also so obvious, right? You can't defend that. So instead, you just scream and start crying whenever somebody challenges your position. That's why I'm hoping that the
That's true.
movement doesn't get bigger. But unfortunately, hate is being monetized at a very, very large level. Every broadcast channel you open, all the social media accounts, hate is monetized. The algorithm on the app we're on right now is going to get a lot more hateful in 2 months, right? I only see things getting worse from here. I personally take the perspective that FBA is just a movement that's created by one of the three-letter agencies to continue the the separation of minorities, right? Like if you look back, no matter what civil rights movement you want to look back at, it was always Black Americans that made the progressive change. If you want progressive change in America, you need Black Americans. So if you create a movement within the Black American community to create a dysfunction, to create an environment of hate, there will never be progressive changes in America. Donald Trump is back in office. That we're looking at like the things we could see, the things he's saying, but I could only imagine the things that the three-letter agencies are doing behind the scenes, because the FBI, the CIA don't work for a party. They don't work for Congress or the Senate. They work directly for the president and his wishes.
Yeah, well stated. Well said. Let's go. Let's go ahead and invite Christian over here to speak. Can you
Yeah,
introduce yourself with your race, your
Public
ethnicity,
Enemy,
where you're
come
from?
up. Come
yeah,
up to
yeah,
the panel. Like, why you talking crazy in the chat? Come up.
yeah. I'm black. I'm black. My roots are in Cameroon. 38, born and raised in Germany, and I think we have in Germany. We have flashbacks of what happened in the 1940s here in Germany. I mean, the Gestapo. When I see ICE, I don't see any difference with the Gestapo. And one notice: Trump comes from Germany. I mean, his grandfather called Friedrich Trumpf. His village is even here in Germany. His village is called Karlstadt, very known. Even their home is known. I mean, he's now he has exported the culture. It's a cultural thing. I mean, he has exported the means and the methods of the Germany in the 40s to America. I mean, that's what we in Germany we are seeing. The second thing is, I have the feeling Trump is trying to retaliate towards Africa because we have decided to step out of the dollar, to come out of the dollar. We created what we called PAPs in 2022. Now, many of our governments are trading in their own local currencies, not more in dollars. So the petrodollars is about to collapse. I think that's one of the things why Trump is now, we have the feeling, is now persecuting African countries. You know, yesterday there was a list of African countries who have been banned for the visa issue. So I have that feeling that's exactly what we worked for, and and our brothers are doing the job. They are working in compliance with that plan of Trump. Trump has something against us, the black people. Yeah, just figure out. 11,000 French citizens are living illegally in the US right now. That's not me who's saying that. That's the governments, the French government itself, who said that last month, that they have 11,000 French citizens who are illegal in the US, but they are not worried. They are not worried at all. IC has never called or has never stopped a French in the street and asked him, where are you from? Are you from here? And even if they stopped him, he says, no, I'm French. They will leave him alone, you know? So it's very difficult. That's racism, and backed up by our black brothers who have been used, you know, to fight against us instead of cooperating with us to make it. That's what I can say about it.
Did
I'm
you?
very,
Sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
very disappointed. Yes.
Did you see? I don't know how much coverage you get over there about our situation, but did you see Christine Noem's Department of Homeland Security podium? It said, "One of us, all of you."
No, I didn't see.
Yeah, and she took that right out of Little Mustache's playbook.
Trump himself is an immigrant. I mean, his grandfather Friedrich was banned from the village. Yeah, in '94, I think he was banned from his own village, Karlstadt. He was banned, so he had to leave the country. You know, he went to the States. He was a refugee. I mean, he left the country. And Trump himself is an immigrant, but instead of understanding that people can live for better patches, no, he's doing the opposite. I mean, he's fighting against immigrants who are, I know, like, it's very crazy. That's why many are canceling their tickets for the World Cup this year, this summer. Soccer, there will be a World Cup for soccer in the US. Many are canceling. I know already in my own environment, like 6 who have canceled their tickets. They don't want to go to the United States. I mean, that's crazy what's happening there.
So
I mean, the last point, Bono, I want just to point it out. I will just highlight this point. That's my understanding. I think the whiteys in the US or in the Western countries are portraying Africa or picturing Africa as the continent of all negativities because they don't want other black people to open their eyes. They don't want them to come to Africa and try to have access to the wealth, because exactly Africa is exactly the continent where Elon Musk has his, extract his wealth. I mean, through copper, through cobalt, through coltan, through oil, diamonds. Right now that I'm speaking, just 1 kilo of gold, just 1 kilo. I'm not talking about 10, just 1 kilo. If you have right now 1 kilo of gold, you have $150,000. I mean, 150K, just 1 kilo. That means if you have 10 kilo gold right now, you're a millionaire. They don't want black people to open their eyes, but they're white. They come to Europe or they go to Africa. I mean, they are in Africa. Last month I was I'm always traveling because as a lawyer, I work from. Our law firm is specialized on the advisory. How do you say it in English? We advise governments about mining contracts and oil and gas contracts. So that means almost every 3-4 weeks, I'm in Africa. And each time we travel in our plane, there are whiteys everywhere. Sometimes we are the minority. Wow. Chinese, Koreans, the GRC. I mean, last month as we were in the GRC at the airport, there were at least 2,000 Asians in the airport of Kinshasa. They are coming, but why? At the same time, they are coming. They are telling the US, no, don't go there. It's too poor. But their whiteys are coming. Crazy.
Yeah, because if Americans start to see how good everywhere else looks, the infrastructure everywhere else, they're going to start asking the government questions about all that money they make and don't spend on the public.
Exactly. Yeah. I remember last week we were doing a survey from the Congolese government, and we had to check which companies are involved in the transfer pricing. Transfer pricing is a technique some multinationals in Africa are using to not pay taxes. And one of the company that was involved in the transfer pricing in Congo to avoid paying taxes was Tesla. I mean, a subsidiary of Tesla, because Tesla has a subsidiary in Congo who buys copper, cobalt for Tesla and send it to America. I mean, Elon Musk, a big part of his wealth come from Congo. And many black Americans are in America with Elon Musk, but they don't know that the guy is becoming rich through the cheap. I mean, he's getting cobalt, a very rare natural resource, cheap, very cheap, and he doesn't pay taxes in Congo. I mean, sometimes he can have like 20 tons of cobalt, 20 tons. It doesn't buy. It takes 20 tons of cobalt in Congo from its subsidiary, a Tesla subsidiary in Kisangani. Kisangani is the eastern part of Congo where the cobalt is. That's where a subsidiary of Tesla is implemented, is based. That subsidiary can have like 20 tons of cobalt per year and send it to America so they can build Tesla, etc. It becomes is making profit. At the same time, he's saying Africa is poor, don't go there. Africa is they're living in huts and muds. Okay. And many blacks are believing that, and they remain in the hoods, struggling to pay their bills. You know,
When he was
that's
working for
crazy.
Doge, he was cutting jobs and saying,
Wow.
"Oh, we need to save money," and they were buying his Teslas. Americans, they're not thinking.
So I did like a couple months ago, I did a deep dive, right, into Elon Musk's psychology and why he does what he does. Okay. This guy is extremely invested in fertility, right? Fertility meaning how many people are having babies, who's having what babies, where are the babies made, okay? In the past 360 days, he has posted 50 times about how problematic it is that most of the babies that are being born today are in Africa. At least 50 times. So when he
Wow.
came in with Doge, the first thing that he did was cut all foreign aid programs in Africa, such as the USDA, USAID, any food programs in Africa he cut because he believes America is feeding people in Africa so that they could eventually outpopulate white people and take over the world. You don't have to believe me. Go to his Twitter, search the
I
word.
believe, bro. I believe you.
Yeah, just search the word fertility, and you're going to see how many times he talks about birth rates in Africa and how problematic it is. Right? I could put up a tweet that he posted recently And it was referring to Mozambique and the apartheid there, South Africa and the apartheid there. And he was stating that America needs to move towards an apartheid system,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
I
It
believe,
belongs. It belongs to the most racist branch of the apartheid groups in South Africa.
oh,
I think
100%.
it belongs to the Evangelische. It's a group I know. It's called. It's in Dutch. It's called Evangelische Vrije Kerk. It's a very very racist. They are the one who have been creating Oranje in South Africa. You know, with some people like that young boy who is always meeting with Elon Musk. Joost Troost. These groups are very. I mean, I knew that it belongs to that. I said, wow, wow, wow. Elon Musk is the biggest racist on this planet. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they
And
just had an interview with his father. I don't know if you guys saw that interview with his father, and he
I
was
did.
you could tell that. I mean, think about the white Afrikaners. They were the ones giving refugee here in America
Yeah.
while they deported everybody else. So just to show you.
I want to quote.
Crazy.
And again,
I want to quote something his father
the
said.
fertility
Ah,
rate.
bro, I want to
Go
answer
ahead.
someone. Someone is saying
I
something
do.
that
I
I
do
don't
want to.
sound like I'm from Germany. Yeah, I
I
don't
do want to
sound
let.
like I'm from Germany. That's true. Because my whole life I went to French school because my family was diplomat. Yeah, because my dad came to Germany as a diplomat, so we only went to a diplomatic school. I mean, for our state, it was a French school. Yeah, I went only at the university, a German university, but for the school, my whole life, there was a French school here in Berlin. Yes, we were diplomats.
Okay.
We were not like immigrants.
Are you reading a question in the comments, Christian? But yeah, Eritrean Patriot.
Someone said I don't sound German. That's true. Even the Germans always tell me, "Oh, are you from Paris?" I say, "No, I'm from here."
I hear you.
You know.
I do want to let other people speak. Eritrean Patriot, if you want to come back up here, thanks for being patient. Hag, I do want to. I want you to hear what Nagoose, right? Nagoose's ass. Yeah. Let me show you, bro. I was in a live with
Oh, so
him talking to an
are you East
FBA.
African?
Yeah. I'm Eritrean and Mexican. My mother's Mexican. My dad's Eritrean. I got it on both sides, man. We getting the worst of it all. Just gotta go out here and fight for my people, man. Can't let them go out like that. You feel me?
You're in double trouble.
I'm in double trouble, bro. But I don't care. I need it, man. Let's see. Hold on. Give me a second. Real quick, guys.
The thing is,
thank you, Christian. Thank you, Not and Christian, for your guys' insights. And I think these are the kind of conversations that we should be having on TikTok, where we're learning more about the situation and the context behind everything. I love how you were saying, Christian, that Trump's father or his grandfather fled to America. And yeah, I've heard there's another brother, Nagwal, that knows all of Trump's history, even where his father was a pimp as well. He owned like a prostitution ring, and everything was they are crooks, and I think they were even into the hooch, the liquor and stuff like that illegally as well. I can't remember all the details, but yeah, the more and more we come to find out like where these people come from, and they're the first wave of immigrants that should be gone and deported. If you ask my opinion,
isn't Peter Thiel from outside of America as well? I think Peter Thiel's family immigrated here. I don't think he was born here as well.
Yeah, you can't.
I used to watch a lot of Joe Rogan podcasts back in like 2021, 2022, 2019, 2020. And one thing that he was always against was like mass surveillance and government surveillance, mass policing. And then he became best friends with the guy that's going to accomplish that. I found that very ironic.
Oh yeah, well he had Trump on the podcast too, and Elon Musk. He definitely is one that favored the whoever's in charge, whoever's in power, you know. But yeah, I followed Joe Rogan for a very long time as well until he started talking this talk, and you know where he gets his whole like UFC and like narrating or being like a critic to fighters. Like I love how he. It's like this whole like savage, this beast of our people, you know, where his whole hunting perspective, you know, is very interesting. That lay claim to all this like kind of who's the dominant species, you know, and who's running shit or who's not running shit. But yeah, he turned on us real fast. Here, I got this recording I want to share with you guys. It's pretty funny. It's Nagus talking to an FBA guy. Why is my connection off? Give me a second. Here, we'll have an open panel while I look this up, guys. You guys can talk about whatever.
Whoever keeps disconnecting me, I know who it is. Stop it. Because if I get on my laptop, it's going to be bad for you.
Wait,
Okay?
hold on. I have what
Somebody's
mod is
DDoSing.
it? What do you?
No.
We have no
It's
mods.
not a mod. No. It's not a mod doing it. It's
DDoS.
it's basically they're flooding my my connection to kick me off.
It's called DDoS.
What is that? I've
DDoS
never
is the
heard of
term.
that.
DDoS
What
is
is
when
that?
somebody they'd have to have your IP address and then they would
Yeah, they got it.
flood.
It's not. They got. It's okay. I'm not too concerned.
Well, if you the way to change your IP address is you go to your router and you have to have like a toothpick or a pin, and there's going to be this like circle hole where there's going to be a button to click in there and it resets your IP address to a second IP address.
Appreciate it, but I'm not concerned because I was doing it when I was quiet. I was doing it back to him, so that's why he's not here right
I have noticed you getting booted. That's crazy. I never heard of that.
Hey, yeah. Welcome to the. See, I be in the tech. Corner spaces, and feelings get hurt, and this is retaliation.
I only know about these things because I used to be a heavy gamer and I used to play competitively, and I remember people would get your IP address, wager you, like play you for money, and then just wait till like you're in a game against them, and then they would make you lag. So I had to learn how it's done, how to prevent it. So that's how I know how to reset that. Each router gets 2 IP addresses, and you could just switch back and forth. They never reset either. If you want a third one, you're going to have to completely change the router.
You're talking about a private and a public IP?
No. The router, the public IP, there's 2 of those.
Oh, there's 2 public ones? Okay.
You have 2 public. Each router has 2 public ones.
Yeah, I mean, IPs ain't really nothing. It's the MAC address. That's all. You know.
So, people think you could dox from an IP address. You actually can't.
Right.
You actually cannot. It gives you a general location, but it doesn't give you. I think it gives you the zip code, but it doesn't give you like.
Yeah, it's the MAC address
exact
we got to
location.
worry about. So
Yeah. There are some nerds that could definitely find you by your IP, but it takes extra level of nerdness. Why
yeah,
does it host?
That wouldn't be. He said he's gonna play audio for us. He'll be back.
Okay, I have two of them. One, they're pretty long, but here, just okay. This one's about Somalis. Okay, hold on.
So you're upset that Donald Trump was talking about he don't like the Somalis and he don't want them over here, and y'all are upset that Black Americans don't have any empathy towards that sentiment that he made because of all the anti-Black racism that we receive from other Black foreign groups. Is that what y'all upset about? It's not empathy. You guys are also saying we stole some shit from y'all. Like, you guys are complaining like we stole some shit. It's crazy. I've been seeing multiple different accounts making videos saying deport them, do this, do that. Our thing is, we're not lawmakers. We didn't write the Constitution. We didn't disenfranchise you. We didn't put you in Jim Crow, segregation, slavery. We didn't do any of this. So why do you guys have so much smoke for other people, other minorities, but you guys don't have? Tariq. This guy's serious, has not told us his politics. He has not told us his ideology. He has not told us how he feels about this. Let's not ask leading questions that is make assumptions about who he is. All right, fair point. Go ahead, Cyrus. I mean, if you want to answer, you can answer it, but let me just tell you, at the end of the day, this live is about the fact that Trump is pushing anti-Somali rhetoric. Anti-Somali rhetoric is highly correlated with anti-Black rhetoric, anti-Muslim rhetoric, Islamophobic rhetoric, right? Because the Somalis are a predominantly Muslim community. They make up less than they are 0.0013% of the entire United States population, and the majority of them are first-generation citizens. They are the children of immigrants. They have citizenships in the United States of America. And as a Minnesota, Minneapolis, Somaliapolis, Rear Mogadishu citizen, right? As a person who lives out here, who's lived out here with my boys, my Musas, my Hajis, my whatever, bro, they are a net positive to my city, right? And they're trying to basically cause issues with the Somalis. They just need a scapegoat, right? And this is mainly pushed by Zionists, right? And whatnot. So at the end of the day, that's what I'm here to talk about. My country is Eritrea. We haven't been pushed as hard in terms of rhetoric by Trump, but we have been put on a travel ban list to the green card ban list to the United States. We were on Trump's first Muslim ban list, even though my country is 50% Muslim, 50% Christian. So I stand with Somalis. These are my brothers in the horn, you know? Matter of fact, if he was doing this to Ethiopians, I'd be standing with the Ethiopians too, for the record. But go ahead, Cyrus. Say something. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think anybody, especially Black Americans, is over here happy that he feels that type of way about it. I mean, you're gonna have some twos and fews of Black Americans, like that one dude who called up was gonna be like, good. But for the most part, Black Americans, like we're too much of humanitarians. I mean, for the whole reason why other Black people was able to gain access over here was because of the civil rights that people fought. I mean, you have people all the time, Black Americans being shown in videos and online, constantly trying to support, and in real life trying to support these. I agree with you, 100%. But the thing is, when it's not reciprocal, it could feel like, okay, well, fuck it then. Like since you want to come over here and spew the same anti-Black racism, go ahead and let Trump handle you, because you over here acting like you had some. Well, hold up, you thought you had some form of superiority over us, and now you're getting treated just like the niggas, and now you want to get upset. Hold on, bro. Let me show you something real quick. Since you're talking about not reciprocated, mind you, I know quite a bit about African history. One, Somalis are probably in my top 5, if not top 3, most Pan-Africanist African populations in Africa. Somalis were against apartheid in South Africa. One of the first people to be against apartheid in South Africa. Somalis helped my country, Eritrea, while it was in a brutal war. Somalis stopped a war between two predominantly Bantu countries. I forgot, it was Tanzania and one other country, right? And then on top of that, that's just in Africa. Let's show what the Somalis were doing in America. Look, we're talking about not reciprocating. Look at this nigga. They're finding him guilty. I hope they find the other people guilty and the other police. Black lives matter. Muslim lives matter. Very performative. Yeah, this is a guy from the George Floyd protest, by the way, the same protest I was at, by the way. You want to talk about reciprocating? It's not just the Somalis; it's my people too. For the record, right? This is me on Vogue magazine. I went global, baby. I went global. First of all, right? So the Somalis, they reciprocate that stuff. Oh, that's a woman. My bad, bro. My bad. No. That's bro. Come on now.
Cyrus, stop the foolishness. There's ignorance on both sides. We already said that, Cyrus. Okay, and we're not gonna subscribe to anything that is ignorant. So for you to tell us your anecdotal experience with Africans,
y'all try to say it's on both sides because you try to justify the anti-black racism that y'all already
we call out the coonery. We call out the coonery on both sides. Stop it, Cyrus. Don't do that.
It's one-sided. The hate is one-sided. We don't even be thinking to hate on other. We're such excellent people. We don't even be thinking to hate. You know how I know that's not true? The guy that was just up on here, the one that crashed out on, what was his name, man? Old ass nigga that look weird. Yeah. But you're using individuals, right? Your evidence. What's your evidence? Wait. Do you have an evidence of like an organization or a government of Somalia that has done anti-black things to you? No, you don't. All you have is evidence of what? A couple trolls on the internet said that your hair looks a little bit nappy, a little bit kinky. Wake up, brother. My hair's kinky too. They say the same thing to me. You come to my country, you go to Ethiopia, they're going to say the same thing. Korchaj, we call you that too. Bro, at the end of the day, it is what it is, bro. Just because a Somali called you Jareer doesn't mean that they don't stand with you, bro. Sorry. It's internet trolling. You need to be able to separate the wheat from the shaft, brother. You need to be able to separate the wheat
We need to
from the
talk about
shaft.
that word. We definitely need to talk about. We need to educate Africans that Jareer is not really that bad of a
Right.
word.
It's just like the Akata word too that they take out of reference. You know, they don't know what it actually means. Just because hold on, is my picture
Hagam,
thing
are
working?
you
I see a green screen. I see right
Hagam,
now.
are you Somali?
Who? Me?
Yeah.
Nah. I'm African American.
No, you're not.
I'm from Africa.
Somalis have like a certain
African
tone
American. Nah, brother. I'm
in their
African.
voice.
Nah. I promise you, I'm African
You could
American.
hear it. I'm from like south, like deep South Somalia, right? Where we have the largest population of Jareerwin. So I have the privilege.
You Jubaland.
Yeah. So
Ah.
I've got the privilege to like know a lot and hear stories about my parents being raised next door to a Jareerwin family. I hear stories. I hear about their culture. I hear about their upbringing. I want to say 95% of Somalis don't even know what the word Jareerwin even means. Right? If I was to ask, do you know what it means?
Big kinky, right? The literal translation. Big kinky.
No.
What?
So the word is comprised, it's technically 3 words if you go by the name of the tribe. Jareerwin. Okay? If you take away the ja and you go based off of Reerwin, what does Reerwin mean? Big family. Right? Reerwin, or noble family. And you go back to, there's 2 major dialects in Somali. It's Mahatiri and Afmai. In Afmai, Ja means lost. Jareerwin, lost family, noble. Wayne is like used, it could be used like a lot of different ways. But basically what it means is the great lost family, Jareerwin. Meaning these were people that were lost from somewhere and they came here and they are nobles. That's a direct translation of Jareerwin. Ja meaning lost. Reer means family or tribe or clan. Wayne means great, noble. Do you get the vision?
Vision, but for my just interactions, I've never the word Jareer, like it was never like I never seen it as like, oh, that's such a racist word, you know.
But you have to understand Somali linguistically, right? Somali is linguistically, it's a very descriptive language. Like if I was to ask you, how do you say spoon? You would say qado, right? Qad literally means to pick up, like to pick something up. A qado is like something you use to pick up food, right? Everything, majority of words in Somali are describing something. They're not just there for meaning. If you say jarer means kinky hair, that would be very far from the truth because it doesn't have it doesn't directly translate. It doesn't mean anything. Adeg means hard, like tima adeg, you know?
The opposite of jared, it's jalat, right? So soft. So that's why, to me, people saying jared is racist. It's just loss of translation.
What's the opposite of jalat?
Jared, right?
No, because jalat means soft in general. So the opposite of jalat would be adeg. Adeg meaning hard. So I think and I think this was like, because my grandpa is 99 years old, and I ask him like a lot of these questions just because he knows this shit, right? And every time I ask him, he's just like, after 1991, there was a massive cultural shift amongst how Somalis interact with each other, tribalism, and how people described one another. It was a major force in the meaning of certain words being changed. Like midgan was not offensive, right? Jarer was not offensive. They became offensive because people just generally disagreed more after 1991.
Use any word to make it offensive. But I have, I actually have a real story I want to quickly share with you. There was a girl that I knew. I had no idea, I just assumed she was just Somali, and that was that. One time she got very emotional and said, "Can you keep a secret?" I said, yeah. I adjusted my toothpick. I'm thinking it's going to be crazy, I'm like, here it comes. And she goes, "Please don't ever don't tell anybody, but I'm Midgan." I'm like, you do know I'm Eritrean, right? Like, I don't really know like the intricacies of, what that implies. Like, she thought I was going to like treat her differently because she's Midgan. Like, I was like, man, it's not. So like, she felt ashamed about it. That was like a big deal for her. Like she was always like, but
do you speak Somali?
No, my friends are Somali. I have
so like what I was describing to you it probably makes a little sense, but like, is Trouble, are you Somali?
Yeah.
Okay, like you understand jarer.
Yeah, I've heard both. I think the more modern understanding of jarer is like, kinky hair. And that's how people use it. Yeah. And then the thing that like we're very like descriptive people, right? There are multiple like sub-clans also called Midgan. Depending on which, major clan, they may be treated as, what everybody thinks is Midgan, and then, just Midgan in another, tribe. So, I don't know, there's layers to this thing. There's layers to Somali. But I wouldn't say Jarer and like Akata are equivalent because yesterday, a young lady that like speaks that language, I forget where she said she was from. I think she said she was from Cameroon or whatever. She said Akata was like a lost dog. And that, like, I was taken aback by that because Jarer is not anything like that.
What did she say?
What she explained to me was Akata was like a lost dog. No?
That's crazy.
No, and I don't know if I was getting told or whatever.
So the Yoruba and then the Nigerians, they all have their own kind of way of using it. But the one that I heard is it's a wandering cat, right? And the way they use it is to talk about their own people that have wandered off to the West, to America, but they use it to their own children that grew up somewhere else. Like they're using it amongst themselves and telling them that they're like the stray or the wandering cats, that kind of like grew up in America and stuff like that. So it all turned around with when a Nigerian told them that Akata meant the N-word. And they run with it. Because they're so like paranoid about things that they can't understand, right? That's why they go speak English, or don't talk to me at all, or like any kind of foreign accent. They're very, very scared of, because they always think people are talking about them. That paranoia. So this is all part of a simulation. So if you don't talk like them, walk like them, bark like them, they don't see you as one of their own. And anything that you say, they're gonna twist your words and make it mean something else. So again, we can't give them that much power to do so. We have to re-explain what these terms are amongst our own people, to validate and confirm what these terms, these words are that the layman uses, that we can actually turn into terms and definitions and kind of flesh it out. But I'll be right back, guys. Okay, keep up the good work, keep the conversation.
Yeah,
This
100%
angry
agree.
Kenyan in the chat. Just like people are like so handicapped. Like somebody else like said something to rage bait you, and you bring it to me.
You got this just figured out, huh?
I don't have to. There's a troll in the comments now. Like, did it quality control? And they speak in their language. That's what you get, you know? If you didn't piss me off, I would have banned him.
I think قف سواء قف Somali.
Yeah, 100%.
There's definitely,
I didn't disrespect anybody in your country. What are you talking about? Stop projecting.
we are all Africans who disrespected people built
Somalis in
my country,
Mogadishu are
not
this.
Somalia.
Bro, I never said anything about Kenya.
Yo, I will never understand Kenya's beef with Somali people.
You know what it is? I've watched this online, okay? I'm not from Kenya. Like, none of my family's from Kenya. But I've watched, like, the interaction between Somalis and Kenyans online. And it starts out like this, right? Like, a Somali will say some out of pocket about Kenya, right? Just like a criticism. And Kenyans will be like, go back to your own country. And then Somalis will be like, this is my country. I'm native here. And I carry the government. And we make you our maids. Like, they just go way over the top, you know?
Well, no. It's like conspiracy level. Like I've watched some documentaries where, this guy was interviewing some street thugs and he asked them about the Somali community in Nairobi.
Mhm.
And the guys, the homeless dudes were like, oh yeah, Somalis are very problematic. They marry brother and sister to keep the money in the family.
Yeah, I saw that video.
I'm like, gang, how do
It's
you have this much dislike?
astounding.
A lot of I have an uncle who is like a big businessman. He does imports and exports in Somalia, and a lot of the money he made, he reinvested it in Nairobi, where he built plazas, he built real estate.
Mhm.
And when I visited him last year and he was trying to invest like more money into Nairobi, I like try to talk him away from that. I was like, up to, I think in 5-6 years, the amount of xenophobia that's in the world, it's gonna be astronomical, right? Because the more economic decline happens all across the world, the more people will start blaming each other. And I think Somalis investing a large majority of their wealth in Kenya is a terrible idea. If you go to Isli today, there is a skyscraper being built on every corner. Each one of those buildings cost upwards of $50-60 million. The amount of money that is invested in Isli, at least at a minimum, I would say $500-600 billion. I don't know why, even if you're not going to take the
I don't know
wealth,
either.
even if you're not going to take the wealth into Somalia,
There's
at
Wajer,
least
like,
do it
in,
in Garissa or
yeah.
like, I don't understand. And he told me, he said, "Oh,
And they
it's
would
just
think we forgot. Would they think we forgot what happened in NFD? We didn't forget.
yeah." A little part of me thinks that Somalis actually somewhat deserve the hate that we're getting. Because why
Yeah,
are
I
we not
mean,
building our country? Even look at South Africa, parts of South Africa,
yeah, but
where
that's not even like that's not even this person's issue. This person is asking me about how Bantus are being treated and asking me why Somalis in Mogadishu are talking about Somalis carrying the economy in Kenya, and just in general angry towards me.
how
And all I said was don't get rage baited. It's obviously not, like I said, it's not true. Like, it's just meant to anger. Like,
I don't believe that there are Bantus in Somalia. I think those people are Somali. They have a Somali tribe.
but this person purposefully asked that because it's to create a reaction. Like, that wasn't even what we were talking about.
Bantu is a linguistic group. If you say there are Bantu
You
people,
mentioned Somali, and I responded to you. You don't like you're not even Somali. You're bringing up Somalis. Of course, I'm gonna respond to you. Don't be dense. Don't be fucking dense.
yeah, Somali.
Like, I was being easy going with you, but you're like, actually, you want a problem. Like, if you want to have a conversation, come up
Mic
here
up,
and have a
Chief.
conversation. You're just
Chief, you got
yapping
to
in the
mic
chat.
up. Stop being a chatty patty, Chief, and mic up.
I will say that, like, whenever I was in Kenya, majority of the Kikuyus and like the other ethnicities that I spoke to in Kenya, they were some of the nicest people there. They're very, very hospitable. They're very nice people, minus the police. The police officers in Kenya are extremely corrupt.
I'm from Virginia. My best friend is from Kenya.
Yeah.
So this
Kenyans
person,
are
like, you can't say anything to me about a Kenyan, but like, anybody who like lives real life, okay, can put their phone down, get away from their computer, and lives real life, doesn't get rage baited by people online. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
Like, why are you talking to me with all of this frustration and all of this anger, talking about you taking this as a threat? Lady or sir, I don't know what your problem is. All I said was don't get rage baited.
He said, "This is no. You should come up, Chieftess. I think it's a woman.
What do you, who is we? This is why we don't join your lives. Who are you talking about? Who are you talking for?
Kikuyu babbles out of control. Hey, brother, sister, I don't know what you are either, but you got to mic up, man. Be a man.
Makati leave you dirt.
You want to be separate people, stay that way. Peace. You know, in real life, Kenyans are very sweet.
They're very nice people.
This one's like antagonistic.
They're very nice people.
Yeah, I got no problems.
You're the one that wants to be separate people.
And
Bye.
even the far right Kenyans, like the ones that are racist towards Somalis, I agree with them on some things. Why are Somalis investing in Nairobi? I disagree with that.
Why not? What's wrong with that? Like, it's a global economy. Why not invest in
Because
Nairobi?
you should be, I believe, at least for my ethnicity, that they should be building their lands before they build anybody else's.
Your land is being built.
Yeah.
No, they're building.
Have you seen Mogadishu lately? I think you're
Mogadishu, yeah, but I'm talking about
Mogadishu is
other
the
areas.
capital, though.
Mogadishu
But like,
being built is
he's got a
inevitable.
point, though. You know, like, this is the same situation in like any country that we are like living in, even in South Africa. It's like a mirrored situation. South Africa, Nairobi, Minnesota. You see Somalia is doing a little bit well, and the group that's there is bothered. So yeah, I don't think they're thinking much about it. I think they're just doing them and creating business. But like, if you're about to get deported, what good is that for you? You might as well just invest in your own people, in your own land. And since people want to like push us like into a corner, we should be our own people and keep it at that.
You're saying let's not work with the global community. Let's isolate ourselves. Let's focus on our internally and focus on Somalia, and that's it. Nothing outside of that.
That's not no
And
no no.
the
It's not.
people that are with us and want to work with us have always been with us. That's not what I mean. The people that are openly like this, you know, and know like the history of their country and how our land was broken up, then we don't need to have anything to do with them.
So the argument that I'm making, Hagam, is that look at the nation or the lands of Somali people today, right? If you look at Bida Port in Somaliland, why was that not established by other Somali people?
Northern Somali, brother. Northern Somali. Thank you.
Okay, if we say
We're all northern
no, just
Somalis. We all come from up there.
I meant to say Northern Somalia. Sorry, I didn't mean
Northern Somalia.
Yeah.
But just generally speaking, why is that something, right? I find it to be a major security risk that an Arab nation owns 84% of a port in Somalia. Look at the Ogaden region. A Nigerian billionaire is building oil extraction resources and oil refinery resources in the Ogaden region. Why are Somalis not the ones investing in that? Why are we spending
Ogaden's a different
You're not allowed.
beast. Yeah.
Yeah, Ogaden's under hostage, bro. Like, you think the Oromos are gonna let you? They don't trust you for nothing, you know. This is all a scheme to steal your resources using a Nigerian man's. They're gonna split it with him and then take your resources. This is all
It's
this.
not going to work, though.
Why they move into Somaliland? Crazy.
No matter what, I believe that the world is going to get a lot more xenophobic. People are going to start hating each other a lot more based on skin color and ethnicity and religion. There's going to be a lot more division in the world. I'm not going to lie. I'm not staying in America after the next 2 years. I'm out of here. I'm packing my bags and leaving. Because if you look at all corners of the world, okay, all the politicians, except for the Europeans are scared out of their minds, right? The American politicians, the Russian politicians are all speaking like there's about to be no more elections, right? There's about to be no more administration changes. There's about to be massive changes to the Constitution. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing history repeat itself. Every empire collapses financially and then resorts to persecuting the minorities within that country. And when that happens in the world leader, it trickles down to other countries. ISLI is going to be non-existent in 10 years, at least with the Somali presence. All far-right governments are going to work hand in hand in supporting each other. Look at Somaliland. Why does Nigel Farage support Somaliland? Why does Ted Cruz support Somaliland?
Sorry, Somaliland a ride at Disneyland? I'm not familiar with this.
I'm not familiar with it.
La La Land.
Yeah.
No,
Sounds
I'm
like
making
Neverland?
Do you guys know who Ted Cruz is?
Yeah, he's supporting the. I know what you're talking about. Of
Yeah,
course, they have. It's geopolitics. You know, it's proximity to Red Sea, it's proximity to Yemen, Houthis.
Who
We
does
all know that.
it? Why is it that the most diabolically racist, Islamophobic, anti-immigration person is supporting Somaliland?
Yeah, for his own. You know.
But he has no power. He has nothing to gain from it.
You
I don't.
sure about
There's
that?
he has nothing to gain from it. There's a bigger plan. I don't understand the plan. The rest of the people in power are not executing the plan because it's not ready to be executed yet. But the whistleblowers are already speaking. If I'm a Somalilander,
I'm pretty sure they have no control over that base in Djibouti because of China. And they need another. They just need another. They
Yeah,
just
but
need another spot.
if they wanted another and they were trying to do it without causing conflict, they would do it with both parties involved.
Why do you assume that they don't want conflict?
Because they want a military base there. If you're going to put a military base somewhere, you don't want that country to be in conflict. Djibouti, they don't want Djibouti to ever be in conflict, so they just kept the same leader there for 30 years. Right? They're not like, they're supporting that guy 100% in power because they don't want like political change within that country, which could disrupt their military base. That's why I don't think Somaliland is about a military base. I don't know what it is about, but
It's multifaceted, but I do think you're looking at the world at with a glass half full. I think the world is. I think it's going to be a lot better 10 years from now. I know it looks crazy. I know we just saw a G-side happen in real time. I get it. It's dark, but if you look at overall crime statistics and homicide numbers, like it's all going down, man. Like LA is a lot safer now than it ever has been, but you'll never know that because every time you check the news, somebody's getting robbed or something bad's happening, So I think
those are small time crimes, though. I'm
talking about homicides. Like homicides are like historically low right now.
In the larger picture, a homicide is pretty small time if you compare it to a genocide and ethnic cleansing.
I'm just trying to give you a local perspective from my perspective, LA and stuff like that. So yeah, I wasn't using it as like a global. Yeah, I get it. The G-side that happened in Palestine, that was horrible. But
Palestine, look at Sudan.
That's more of a Ethiopia. Okay, well,
look at Congo.
All right, man, I get it.
Okay, there's endless, bro.
Yeah.
When that Congolese guy was talking earlier, I was like, low
He wasn't
key.
Congolese. He was Cameroonian.
Man, nobody knows his ethnicity.
Who moved?
Huh?
Who was it?
I don't know the
Christian.
guy. Something like Christian or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I just remember him saying he's from Germany.
Yeah, but in the Congo, they, if us three went over there, I don't know about anti.
eat us alive.
They might eat us, dead ass. Like they'll eat
probably
us
would.
because they hate the Tutsis that much.
Mhm.
So
I mean, I would hate the fucking Tutsis too. Those niggas are evil.
everybody has a story.
I mean, no, we support them. Just be like those. The Tutsis are the ones supporting the Western agenda. Now, if the Hutus and the rest of the Congolese had the opportunity, they would do the same thing as the Tutsis, right? But I put what's the Tutsis country called?
Rwanda?
I put Rwanda and the United Arab Emirates in the same boat. It's like they're involved directly in the conflict, but they keep their hands clean and consider themselves a building progressive country.
That's
what you're up to.
That's outlandish, man. Because Rwanda borders that area. They have people.
Borders the area and controls 84 militias in that area.
Yeah, but they have people there. Their people are on that side of the border. UAE has no relations to Sudan, no relations to some northern Somalia, no relations.
Huh?
What do you mean?
UAE?
UAE has no relations to northern Somalia.
I see what you're saying, but I'm saying that still Rwanda still funding the destabilization of another country.
They don't look at it that way, though. They look at it as like, we have to assert ourselves here, otherwise there's a real possibility we might get wiped out. That's how they
I'm so
look at it.
confused. Don't they have a port?
Who? Rwanda?
Rwanda's in the middle
UAE.
of Africa. Oh, UAE, yeah.
No, we're talking about the reason why I keep mentioning UAE is because they have no relations to northern Somalia. Like Rwanda has relations to the Congo. Like these people are there.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, two things could be true, right? They could be trying to protect their people from getting completely wiped out, while also enriching the West by selling them African resources at a very cheap price.
Yeah, that's
Both
true.
things could be true.
100%. Yeah, they're definitely taking the resources. But are they the only ones? No. Europeans are doing it. Everybody's doing it. The Chinese are doing it. So I think I'm not a fan of Rwanda, by the way. FYI, I think Paul Kagame doesn't even like Eritrea. He always took the Tigrayan people's side over Eritrea. But nonetheless, you got to look at it from both perspectives, man. You okay there, Trouble?
Yeah, I don't like that.
What?
I'm just keeping my mouth shut.
Does Tigray make you say oof, Tigray?
Yeah.
That is the most racist, dopest thing I've heard.
As much as Tigray has hurt the Somali people, or TPLF, I should say, bruh, the shit that the people there went through is crazy.
I would never wish what is happening on them, but I surely don't forget what happened in 2006. So I know what they're made of too.
Do you know how many airstrikes the United Arab Emirates did in Tigray?
No. Airstrikes, it was drone strikes, and to be fair, a lot of atrocities happened. I'm not denying that, but it was not a G-side. I think a lot of it was theatrics. Matter of fact, we have videos of them coaching Tigrayan citizens to lie and stuff like that. And now that Eritrea and Tigray made peace, they're like admitting it within their language, saying, "Yeah, well, we had to do that because it was, we had to win by any means." So, TPLF is, hey, bro, they have a culture of lying. This is historically known, like.
Any African invading on behalf of the United States, and you would invade another African country for America, you already know how I think of
you. Let's be clear. If TPLF comes to power, they're going to still meddle in Somalia affair. They're still going to do
100%.
Let's not make them look like they're, just because they lost a war that they started. I don't like Abiy Ahmed, but they did launch that war. Unfortunately, Abiy is more crazier than the TPLF ever was. He wants to literally swallow northern Somalia and Eritrea up. So, for his Grand Oromo project.
This has been like a long Ethiopian ambition. It's nothing new.
Yeah, but I think this is more scarier because the Oromos actually view Somalis like their kin, so it's more dangerous.
No, they don't. They're expansionists. They kill. They unalive Somalis in Ogaden. They're expansionists and they want to be in Somaliland. Like they don't. They pretend to be kin when it works for them, but we know what they're doing over there.
Yeah. No,
my specific. My down sub tribe, we used to live in what is today called Oromia, and obviously with the expansion of Oromos, they expanded into the lands, and at that time there was a lot going on with colonials and all these different things, so nobody wanted to start a very big war. So instead we packed up and then we went to where they live and then we kicked them out of where they live, which was Jubaland. Jubaland was predominantly Oromo.
Are you Jarso?
No.
What are you?
Mogaden.
Oh, no, I mean your ancestry.
Ogaden is the ancestry.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were talking about the Jarso, because the Jarso, they claim they're Somali and Oromo at the same time. I don't know how that works, but...
No. We're 100% not Oromo. It's just we were bordered with the Oromos, and during the expansion, we just moved, and we went to Jubaland, which was also a very large Oromo population, and we told them to move south, and they moved south. And what's the Oromo tribe in Kenya?
Borana. those people look weird. I remember my homeboy we went to go get our hair braid. I'm dead ass. Like, I swear to God, like, because I just learned about my people, my culture within the last 10 years, right? When I was young, I had no idea. I lived in one of the blackest neighborhoods on the West Coast. And I remember we went to the suburbs to get my homeboy's hair braided. And the girl said she's Oromo. And I was like scratching my head. I was like, what the F is that? She goes, it's a country between Kenya and Ethiopia. I was like, what's Kenya?
Oromia?
Yeah, like Oromia.
Yeah, I miss when Oromos were separatists, man.
Yeah, I mean, Ethiopia a whole bunch of like little countries, ain't it?
Yeah.
They're not. Yeah, Ethiopia is a fake country where everybody. It's funny when they're not in power, they all want to be separated. They don't want independence. Even the Amharas right now, historically, they've been the glue that's kind of like they want independence now. Like if you talk to any Amhara under the age of 45, they're like, "Hey, F Ethiopia. This causes me nothing but pain. I want independence for my people."
Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't remember which leader it was, but they think Ethiopia has this belief that we're like long lost Abyssinians. They used to ask the British to drop pamphlets in Benadir saying y'all are long lost Abyssinians and we're gonna reunite. We're gonna, Somalia's gonna become part of Abyssinia.
Haile Selassie did make a claim for, at a minimum, Somaliland area, but also in totality all of Somalia. But I think he just wanted Somaliland.
Yeah,
for
and
sure.
then that didn't work for him.
It did not work. But they gave him the Ogaden. It did work there. They gave it to him, 1948? Was it 1940 or 1952?
I have no clue.
Ogaden, yeah. It was good. Yeah, by the British, 1948.
Wait, but he was fighting for Somaliland after that.
Yeah, because he was trying to get Eritrea, and because they wanted sea access, right? So guess what he did? He sent his troops to fight in the Korean War and promised the Americans he was going to give them the biggest military base, which at that time was the biggest military base, called Kegnu, right outside of Asmara, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how he was able to obtain Eritrea, is by doing all those things.
Oh, that makes. Also, Eritrea was not under Italian rule after World War I, right? Or was it World War II?
After World War II,
because the UN took over all the Italian colonies.
The British, yeah. The UN was just, on paper, but we were under British administration for 10 years after the Italians were defeated.
Yep. That's what I find funny about Somaliland's claim to independence, because the British technically gave both of the territories independence. It wasn't.
Yeah, they were independent. Somaliland was independent for like 5 days. They said they was gonna wait for Somalia.
Yeah, but the important thing is they got the same exact independence. Somalia didn't, quote unquote, gain independence from Italy because Italy was non-existent. Like, Italy didn't exist in the colonial boundaries. Also, Jubaland, I don't know if you guys know, Jubaland was British protectorate as well.
Mm-hmm.
It was Jubaland was called British Somaliland as well.
That's interesting.
Yeah, with the NFD, the Northern Kenya, that was the second British Somaliland. The issue with Jubaland was that the people there liked to fight the British a lot, and they kept unaliving the British generals. So the British told the Italians, they were like, hey, we don't want to deal with these people that live right here. You could go ahead and have them if you agree to help us in World War I. So then they made that trade-off and they cut it in half. But like, sometimes I wish that, this might be good or bad to say, but I wish that like we didn't resist the entire project of colonialism, because like, if I'm just thinking about it like retroactively, if we would have not fought the British for 20 years in Las Anod and Solon Sanag, the British would have went in to Ogadenia and they would have colonized Ogadenia. Same thing with the Italians. If we let them go into Ogadenia, they would have colonized Ogadenia.
So you think that we would have? No, I don't think so.
We would have 100%.
The British
100% would have.
gave Ogaden to the Haile Selassie administration. Like it was almost like a joke. The
That's
guy,
because they couldn't convince the people there that colonialism was good. Like the people there constantly fought against it. Sayyid Muhammad, the one that was fighting the British in northern Somalia, was originally, his ancestors are from the Ogaden region, and a lot of his fighters were from the Ogaden region to suppress British control into the Ogaden region. If they let them in, it would have been all considered British Somaliland, which I think would have been a better outcome than, what we're seeing today. Same thing with the NFD being split from Jubaland. If they would have written an agreement with the colonials, then I think Greater Somalia would have been a reality today.
No, because NFD and Djibouti both had a choice to rejoin, and they chose to, and they got blocked. The French blocked Djibouti, and then the British ignored NFD.
That is actually very true. Even in Somaliland, the British, the Queen, wrote a letter to the people of Somaliland not to join Somalia.
Yeah, I don't know why you think these dogs would have done anything good for Somalia.
Because they would have had no choice. Like the territories would.
In all honesty, if Somalis stopped looking at each other and fighting over wells and stuff, we could easily get Ogaden back. It took like 6 countries to get us off Ethiopia. Like they're not fighting. They're not fighters over there. If Somalia wanted its land back, that they would just stop fighting each other and just go get it. Honestly, but I'll be real with you. I don't even know if Ogaden cares about that anymore. I think they're just trying to survive.
So here's the problem. I don't think you guys were ever going to have Ogaden be part of Somalia. I do think Ogaden at one point will have independence, but I don't think they're going to rejoin Somalia. Let me tell you why.
The thing is, Somalis are not going to try. They're not even going to, like.
No. You don't want Ogaden because Somalis, if you guys have democracy, right? If you guys ever have like one man, one vote. Guess what? Including the Ogaden's going to do to Somalia. It's going to turn the tide. It's going to make Darods like a super clan and like.
No, we 4.5 has to go. It has to go like away. Anyway, they're already implementing that. And secondly, I think people conflate how big Darod is.
Uh-oh. How big or how little is Darod? Go ahead. I'm here to learn.
No, I'm not saying it's this or that. I just think it's conflated. You know what I mean? And honestly, 4.5 is outdated. We shouldn't be voting like that anymore. You know what I mean?
Totally agree. And the TPLF, I believe, created it, if I'm not mistaken, the 4.5 system.
A'udhu billah, they did.
Wallah, look it up.
They did, yeah.
La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah.
Yeah.
They did.
But I agree with not in the sense that like at least for Eritrea, I think we were better off under colonialism. Like I never, because like once the British fought, because let me tell you why. Once the British defeated the Italians, the British just took all of Eritrea, all the money the Italians spent, all the infrastructure, and they just like took it back and gave it to like their other colonies. They gave it to like Sudan, or they took it back to England. So I think we would probably been better off. We would have never had to go through a 30-year brutal war. We would never have all these Ethiopians and the world confusing us as, oh, you guys are the same, used to be the same country. No, we were annexed by a country that was 100 times poorer than us. that had no relations to us, and now we're being shotgunned into a marriage that has nothing to do with us. Even to this day, I have to explain, no, I'm not Ethiopia. I have no, my country did not succeed from Ethiopia. We're annexed. We fought. Eritrean troops, they captured Addis Ababa and stayed in Addis Ababa for 4 years between 1991 and 1995. They put TPLF in power. They made sure that by hook or crook, they were going to get recognition from the new puppet Ethiopian regime at the time. So, like, that's why I don't think, that's why I don't respect Landers, is because, they cleared their way of their little territory. But if you really wanted independence, you have to go to Mogadishu.
I mean, I think Hargeisa is just indoctrinated.
They didn't.
The majority of Somaliland isn't like Hargeisa. It's just everybody thinks it's in the entirety of Somaliland wants to separate. It's like a sliver in the middle, and they're just indoctrinated people. And the funny thing is like I'm very closely related to them. You cannot talk to them. They want their independence and whatnot, but I don't think they understand that they're just going to be a pawn. Like, you know what I mean?
So
But
one thing, like, I have like a hard time discussing with Somalilanders is whenever they say we have been genocided by Somalia, right? And it's always in my
you
head.
say G side.
Yeah, G-side by Somalia. Is like, I always think about it as like, how did it happen? Then they say, well, Somalia came and they did this to us. And then I would say, who is Somalia? It's Siad Barre. When the quote-unquote G-side happened to Somaliland, Somalia was in 5 fractions: SNM, SPM, SDF, USC. All these different militias were all fighting against the central government. And the reaction to these to the militias, to the guerrilla warfare tactics that they were using, none of them went into Mogadishu and targeted civilian infrastructure. The reason why the response was so much harder for Somaliland is because they were doing car
That's not true.
bombings.
It wasn't hard for them. Everybody
Well,
forgets what
so
happened to Maj 10 before them. Like
yeah,
he poisoned their water.
he did. You know who had the worst, who had it worst and nobody talks about, is the southwest region of Somalia.
Yeah, because Somalis don't like that type of thing.
Don't like it.
They feel like shame,
Yep,
So Hargeisa is very loud. They're like,
that is very
Somalia
true.
G-sided us, Somalia this. That government collapsed. In fact, we dragged him out, like our folks dragged him out. And a lot of the people in the South also suffered. Like, my grandfather was mayor of Mogadishu when he took power, and he jailed him and refused him food. My mom literally walked him like 2 meals a day, every day, like for 3 years straight.
And the thing is, Siad Barre did do a lot to build Somalia and to keep Somalia united, right?
None of it was
I feel
sustainable.
the only thing that I could agree with Somalilanders on is that there has got to be a reckoning and understanding and critical history taught about the Somali Civil War. The only reason why the Somaliland perspective is highlighted more is because within Somali culture, it is very shameful to view yourself as less than. And when you always cry victim, you're viewing yourself less than, right? But I feel like when it comes to like Somali people healing in general, I feel that the topic of the Civil War and how every region in Somalia was targeted by the central government has got to be discussed for us to move forward.
Yeah,
right?
but the
Because
thing about it is we have like really big conversations on Discord, and the thing about it is as soon as you start talking about like what Siabara did all over the place, they lock up because immediately the whole G side thing comes into question. And that's the whole like that's the premise, right? Like Somalia did this to us. Somalia needs to give us an apology and we
they
deserve
were
recognition.
Somalia.
We shouldn't live with these people. But on the other side of that, like majority of us were on their side.
Yeah,
Third
majority of
like
Somalia.
70% that government is gone. Okay. It collapsed and majority of Somalia, like 70% of Somalia is 30 and below. They were not even here when he was in power. You know, they were not even alive. They weren't born. So I don't believe there can be a reckoning because it's not fair to the youth in Somalia. If you think about like forcing like you know what an apology is? An apology is an admission of guilt.
That is
If you
true.
go to if they go to the like they go to the international court, they can demand reparations from a government that didn't even exist, from a people that weren't even born, for something they didn't do. Tiabata took the government by coup. Are we really responsible?
That's very true. That's an excellent point. And to be fair, look, I'm not trying to like compare atrocities or whatnot. Pound for pound, body for body, per population per capita, more Eritreans were unalived than any other group of people in the Horn of Africa. But you will never hear an Eritrean complain about G-side. You will never hear about Eritrean played a victim card. So to me, it's like
Well, it's also not fabricated.
What do you mean?
Like if you go to Somaliland, their website, their government website, and it talks about the genocide, you see that the figure that they have.
G-side.
Yeah, but the figure that they have on their website says 200,000 people were massacred. If you go back and do like if you search Google the population of Hargeisa in 1989 and 88, it doesn't match how much they claim were massacred. The population is smaller than the amount of people they claim were massacred.
Yeah, it's but that's neither here nor there. Like the story is already loose, you know, like the whole like the West believe that our government and our like people are responsible for what happened.
Do you think Ilhan Omar's dad was the president of Somalia when it happened?
And I remember like when he like you know the order that he gave out to like you know attack Hargeisa. There were fighter jets from my tribe that rejected that and had to be exiled in Djibouti. They could never go back to Somalia. They don't talk about it, and the reason it's strategic. If you talk about what happens, what Siad Barre did to MJs, if you talk about what Siad Barre did in the South, the whole G side thing comes into question, and then the whole recognition thing goes up in the air. And it's bizarre because these online and like real life, we're all close to each other. We still marry each other. We are like good friends. You know, you would never think that like we're two clans that like hate each other over a G side. You know what I mean?
You know, I used to have these like debates about Somaliland on like very big panels, right? And I remember I was like, why is it that you hold so much animosity towards Somali people, to like this guy that was from Somaliland? And his response was that he said the government of Somalia used airplanes to bomb the city that I'm from. His profile picture was the Ethiopian flag and the Somaliland flag. In 1965, in the Somalia-Ethiopia border war, the Ethiopians did a bombing campaign so large in Hargeisa and Burra that the United States general attorney, general, what is it called? What's the person under the head of the military?
General, are you talking about under the military, like
under the head of the military? I forgot what it is.
General
Like,
Secretary?
yeah, secretary of the head of the military wrote a letter to Ethiopia telling them to stop bombing Hargeisa, right? And the guy, he didn't believe me. So I went to this was on, if I could bring up the letter, right? The U.S. said, they wrote a letter to Ethiopia. They said, we sold you these jets in confidence that you were not going to use them to violate human rights. And that's exactly what you have done in northern Somalia by bombing Hargeisa and Bur'a indiscriminately. And when I showed him that, he completely denied it. Keep in mind, it's one Google
Yeah, they're
search away.
indoctrinated. They're indoctrinated.
Yeah, it's one Google
100%.
search away.
Okay, so, I was talking to a few landers pro, like, recognition landers online. And I was saying, like, okay, how is this supposed to work? Because any Somali all over the world, no matter where you're born, you have rights to Somalia. As long as your dad is Somali, you belong to Somalia. You have citizenship, right? So essentially, anybody who's from Ogaden, from NFD, Kenya, whatever, Djibouti, they belong to Somalia. Like, they can go and get their passport. If we break off, right, they have rights to Somalia, but we will never be able to go to Somaliland because we're not Isaac. You know what I'm saying? And I have ancestors buried there. Like, how is it supposed to work?
Are you Duba Hunter?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah. So, no. Originally, I'm talking about several generations back, like a long time ago. We all came from the north, and slowly moved down.
Oh yeah.
So, I have lineage there, and old, really, old, ancestors buried there. And
It is true. All the Somali forefathers are all buried in northern Somalia.
Yeah.
Like Darod, Hawiye.
You guys all Sunnis?
Yeah.
Sunnis?
Huh?
Sunni?
Yeah, Sunni.
Yeah, why did he randomly ask the question?
I was just wondering.
Your
I mean,
ethnicity, brother?
we're usually we're mostly Sufis, but Sunni.
Yeah, Ted, what's your ethnicity?
Tigrinya.
What?
Did you say Tigrania?
Tigrinya, yeah.
Yo, Trouble,
Yeah.
put the heels down. Put the stilettos down. Tigrinya's Eritrean.
No.
Tigrinya's Eritrean tribe.
I like
how long he's been sitting here not saying anything?
That was creepy. I'm not gonna lie. I was scared.
I was.
No, I feel like he's trolling.
Yeah, I don't think he's Tigrinya either.
Ted K.
Well, how am I trolling?
How many?
Tigrinya.
How
La.
am I trolling?
TPLF?
Say another word.
Cam up your beard if you're really Eritrean. Let's see the beard. Maybe Eritrean.
انتخب اللي خاني. نقدر نطرح انتخب.
Sounds like a say wallahi.
Yo, Trouble. He's Eritrean, man. He's Eritrean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't really have that much. I don't really listen. I don't take issue with Ethiopians in general, right? But my elders we have proverbs, right? And they told us Ethiopians are our enemies. And all Ethiopians are the same. You know what I'm saying? So that's always in the back of somebody's head.
That's one thing I respect about Somalis, man. They don't really give a damn about the nuances within Ethiopia. It's like they're all Ethiopian to me. It's like, some Eritreans, they'll be like, oh, that's not, they'll try to make excuses like, oh, they're different. They're not really like them, No. Have you looked at every administration that's come to power within the last 50 years has caused pain and misery towards Eritreans and pain and misery towards Somalis.
Pain and misery towards everybody.
Yeah, including themselves.
including themselves.
So it's like,
Yeah, Abiy Ahmed told them, in order to get access to the sea through Somalia, whoever, they do anything possible. And Ethiopians should not be used to having 3 meals a day. They should be comfortable with eating 1 meal a day. We were listening to this. You won't fight Somalis with 1 meal in your stomach. Good luck. Good luck.
no, the reason why I keep telling Somalis, be careful. They're more dangerous I'll make it simple for you guys to understand. Tigrayans were the most dangerous Ethiopians towards Eritreans because they felt that some ethnic groups within Eritrea are the same as them. They felt that way. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. They felt that way. Oromos feel the same way towards Somalis. They feel that you guys, at a minimum, are a clan within the larger Oromo.
They think that we're Oromo?
They think that you're a lost runaway Oromo. So because they feel this way, they're basically, that's precursor for the G side, right? Because they're trying to deny you of your ethnic identity. That's basically, that's why I say it's far more, Oromo regime in power of Ethiopia is far more dangerous to Somalis than it is to Eritreans. Nonetheless, it's still dangerous to Eritreans. Tigrayans are more dangerous to us, whereas although they're dangerous to you guys, not as much because they have conviction. They feel, they feel slighted. They feel it's more personal for a Tigrayan to hate on Eritrean. It's not so personal for Oromo. But for Oromo to hate on the Somalis, way more personal. I mean, they steal your bati, they steal your dira. They
wear bati and dira?
Oh, they claim it's theirs. Not only that, they claim it's theirs. I promise you. They follow you.
So they're taking land and culture.
Land, culture, everything. They follow Somalis everywhere they go. So if you go to Minnesota,
Somalis low-key deserve this for enslaving Oromos.
Yo, that's wild. I'm not gonna lie. Somalis and Eritreans Amazon Primed a lot of Oromos to India. That's not something I'm proud of, but it's true. And the first Oromo to become a king was a former Slave that got shipped off from Mogadishu to India. True story. Look him up. He became a king. So
it's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't think we shipped Oromos.
We did.
Somalis.
Oh, you Amazon Primed them. It was 2 days or less. It was crazy. You guys were.
Now the Bantu, people try to put the Bantu on us, right? I think we let them. The worst thing is Somalis let people use ports, but for sure we cannot get away from what we did to Oromos. But the thing is like it wasn't like we were like running over there and catching them. They were literally prisoners of war,
Oh, I have an interesting story about Jubaland and how the British king of East Africa, perished in Jubaland because of he was fighting for the civil rights of Oromos. So in Jubaland, more specifically in a city called Ifmado, there were a lot of Oromo slaves there, and the British, they came there and they saw 2 of them were wearing a cross, right? And they were like, hey, since these guys are Christian, we're going to take them. So then the guys, they were like, okay, whatever. So then they left. Eventually the guy that, claimed ownership over them came and he was like, yo, where the hell are my slaves? So then the guy was like, the British took them. And the British, they wrote about this. I read about this in a book, right? So then the slave owner, went to go get his slaves back. When he went and he found his slaves, he set them free. He said, you guys could go ahead and go, right? After he set them free, he got captured by the British.
Massacre.
When he got captured by the British, he broke loose and killed 5 British troops. And then ran back. So, like, you would think this is like sci-fi, but I could show you guys like the document where the British wrote about this. So then after he killed the British troops, he went back to Afmadow in Jubaland. And then the British were like, yo, you can't just kill our army and get away with it. So then they sent 40 men to go catch that one guy. The 40 men got ambushed, and all of them but one survived. And that one is the one that told the story. And after that was the day that the British gave up Jubaland to the Italians. It's a crazy story. Selks aren't that brave. No tribes, no tribalism here, brother.
It's crazy. The first Somalis I ever met were actually Isaks, and I had a very good interaction with them. They're highly educated family, they're very respectful. They never ever promoted Disneylander rhetoric or anything like that. They told their kids to you were Somali, and that was it. So but online it's almost like a totally different beast. It's like
FBA's.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the FBA shit.
Yeah, I was telling some of them, after the whole thing happened with, Israel, things got really intense. Normally we ignore it and we go about our business and we have fun and, we act like everything's normal. We're cousins, right? But after this thing with Israel happened, you could feel, the tension, And I asked them, I was like, at this point, are you guys still sticking to it? Only one changed, gave up the red and green flag or whatever, and was like, I'm blue flag, that's it, The other two were like, no, we want our apology, and we're like, well, you guys will always minimize what we went through. And I was like, who said anything about that? But I genuinely, I was so frustrated. I was like, how do you sit with us, eat with us, marry our relatives, we speak the same language, your house is my house, my house is your house. But you telling the world that we're the bad Somalis, we're pirates, we're the, we're Shabab, we are, just dehumanizing us and demonizing us. And they're like, stop crying about it.
For anybody that thought I lied, here's the actual full story. I can't see the side, but the Borana Gala in the autumn, some Ogaden spies arrested in Gosha, killed 2 of our native police, and then escaped. This is a summed up version. This is the one that I could find quickly. There's a very, very descriptive detail of how everything happened. Then the next section it goes to, it starts off at fled. So the guy, he fled back. Oh, the slave fled from his Somali master and placed himself under the British protection. He was followed up and then killed. And then the guy, this is backwards. I don't know why it tells the end of the story first and then the last part of the story last. But basically the guy, he went back, he got his get back, unalived a couple of British guys, came back, and then they unalived the British king of East Africa. The guy that controlled Kenya, Somaliland, even more southern where the British controlled. There's a lot of history in Jubaland that people don't talk about. I don't like discussing Somaliland just because it's long gone. The people there are long gone. There's no reason to discuss with them.
It's just Hargeisa, though. You can't say that because you're talking about Seoul, you're talking about Senegal, you're talking about Laos. I know there's a lot of people up there.
I don't
that
consider
you
those
can't
Somaliland.
you can't say that about. There are more unionist people up there
There are.
than
But
Isak, in Hargeisa that are just being loud,
Just 2 Isak clans really are really successionists. It's Habara Jello, Habara Well. The rest people up there, what are they called? The Dir
Samaron.
tribe? What's the Dir?
Dir, yeah, they're all Dir. Even
Samaron.
Isaac is Dir.
No, what?
Yes.
Some Isaac told me we ain't got nothing to do with
They
Dir.
are, let me tell you
They
something,
do say
okay?
that, but they are there.
They are Erer, okay? They come from Erer, like me. And then we break. And then they go to Dir. And there was a war. And in that war, they kind of went different directions. So they don't really like to talk about it much. And a lot of some of these clans are trying to take on this like Arab like lineage narrative, but they are not Arab. They're more closely related to me in the South. So if you're a South and you're denying your dir and irid, you are lying and you know you're lying.
Can any of you guys explain to me how? Because like habara, that means like auntie, right, or like woman, right? Mother. So how did Haber Gidr, how are they named Haber if they're
No, Haber Gidr is just a nickname. Their real clan name is Madar Qais.
Okay, damn. So they that's interesting. I did not know that.
Yes, so a lot of our clans are like they're just men, but they have nicknames, you know, for whatever they're known for, or they just stayed names. Haber Gidr is just a nickname. That their mother raised her children, which ended up being 2 subs, and then she raised the children of another woman. I think they ended up being orphaned. So she raised 4 lines by herself, and so by honoring her, they named their clan Haber Gidr, Mother Gidr. She comes from the Gidr tribe, which is under Karanle.
Okay, damn. That's interesting. I never heard that before. That's really, really dope. Because
also, Hagam, you do know that like Hawiye, Isaac, Dir, like the president of Djibouti, you know, they're like all one tribe, just like Darod is one tribe. No, they're Erer Somalia.
Yeah, but they all fit under Dir. Dir is under Erer.
No, not Hawiye. Hawiye is not Dir.
No, Hawiye. No. Hawiye is Erer.
Yep.
Yeah. You telling me I'm Hawiye?
Wait. You just said two different things. So Haber Gidr are Dir, but also Hawiye?
No.
Where did you get Haber Gidr or Dir?
He was talking. Yeah, I think he thinks that because Haber Gidr use Haber, they're like Isaac. No, Haber Gidr are Hawiye like me.
Yeah, I know that. But why, like, I was trying to, the reason why Haber, because, like, that's a Isaac thing, right? Like, because they be doing the Haber stuff. So,
No. That's a Somali thing. If the woman did something, that's a way to honor the woman that birthed the clan or raised the sons or something. It's just a nickname. But Isaac, for some reason, they all have Haber. Like, all of them. I don't know why.
No, not all of them.
Haber means no.
It's just 2.
Why he's saying Haber means auntie? No, Haber Yer is auntie.
It's just 2. But Hagam, the reason why I was telling you earlier, you said if Ogaden joined Somalia, then Darod would have a massive population. Yes and no, because like Darod is equal to Erer. And Erer includes Hawiye and Dir.
Yeah, so as far as you can go back, at the top it's Erer, okay? And then under Erer, you've got like the Sak clan, you've got Hawiye. I don't think Dir is under there too.
No, it's after Erer, then it would be Dir.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So under Erer,
I think there's more, but just generally speaking.
Next to Dir, I think, is Hawiye. So they're kind of like on the same line. And then under Dir, you've got all of the Hawer, like you've got the Isaac. I think Samaron is Dir too.
Yeah, so under Dir,
that's the clan. Samaron, that's the one I was thinking of. My friend is Samaron, and he just loses his mind when you say Somaliland. That's why I don't say it, because he
He
gets
doesn't like Somaliland.
oh, dude, he like you ruin his day. You say Somaliland. I'd be like, no, I meant the Disneyland ride. I didn't mean the country.
You know, that's something very interesting is that the issue that plagues southern Somalia is the same issue why Somaliland is not a country. Is because just like they are separatists, they have separatists within each other.
To me, look,
Guys,
I always tell
look at me.
Somalilanders, like you guys claim to be Somali, right? Ethnicity wise, you're Somali, right? And they're proud Somali. Yeah, I'm Somali. I'm the real Somali. I'm like, no. You still claim to be. You still marry them. You still see them as same
Who
language.
says I'm the real Somali?
It sucks sometimes. They
Yeah, they also say they're the good Somalis.
they'll say a lot of things, but nonetheless, they still say them Somali, right? So, like, to me, it's like, okay, so if you're still Somali, you still marry these people, you still have the same
I don't
culture.
think they say that anymore.
If they really want to be independent, then they need to drop the Somali, in my opinion.
They do.
Like,
Well, welcome. It's me. Can we have your age, your ethnicity, and your race?
Oh,
Hey,
yeah, I'm a Somalilander,
you're a lander.
from the UK.
Oh, welcome. He
Yeah,
can actually clear
I'm
this
just
up.
listening, but I wanted to offer what was it, a correction, because someone was saying something I didn't agree with.
You're not Dir?
I'm Isaac.
Yeah, but Isaac is Dir, no?
I don't know. This is a political thing, It's not so much to do with heritage, because there's different things. Like you guys, you
No.
talk a lot
I'm just
about.
asking purely like
Okay, yeah,
lineage
but
wise.
like you can't distinguish like the fact that there's a political calculation behind all of this language, and that's the most important part that I feel like it gets lost.
We're talking about lineage.
Yeah, but then it's also political, like, because if you look at the system, if you have 4.5 system and you have dir,
No, I'm not talking about
Arab within the
politics.
dir, right? You understand? No, but like this is how it works, bro. Because obviously, if you say
So
this and that,
you're saying
there's
that
political
you're saying
consequences.
that you're saying that Isaac were only considered Dir after 2006.
That don't make sense.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Isaac is not dir. They're like stand next to each other. They're beside each other, if that makes sense.
Oh, so
They're
you're
equivalent.
saying Dir and Isaac are brothers.
So
Not
you don't
brothers.
come from Irir. You don't come from Irir.
No. What I'm saying is they're not brothers. Isaac is Isaac and Dir is Dir. They're
I've
separate.
heard Orlando tell me that
Who's
too.
Isaac a descendant of?
From Sheikh Ishaq.
Who's Sheikh Ishaq a descendant of?
What do you mean, who is he descendant of? I'm not going to read out his whole up to see. Like, there's
No, just
Dir is Dir.
one on
They're
top.
separate.
No, like just one before him.
I don't understand. What's your point?
Who's
The
Isaac?
question you asked is does Isaac fall into Dir? What I'm saying to you is no, it doesn't.
So what does
Politically?
it fall into?
Politically, they're aligned, yeah, for sure.
I didn't ask politically. I asked about
Yeah, this
lineage.
is just politics.
Lineage-wise, you're denying that it's not a part of this. So I'm asking, what is it a part of? You could say nothing and say a random Arab guy came and found a Somali lady and created the tribe Isaac. If that's
I don't understand. What's your point?
My point is, right?
You know the lineage of Isaac, you know the lineage of Darod, you know the lineage of Hawiya. I don't understand.
Yeah, and you come under Irir. Like, I don't know what's with
Not
this,
really.
like,
Politically,
revisionist.
maybe. I guess they have some kind of alliance, maybe.
Why do you keep saying politically?
That's not true. Like,
Wait, I want to ask about this politically. Why do you keep saying politically?
because it's strategic. Remember what I told you earlier.
No, but why? I want him to explain. What's the
What
politics
bit don't
behind
you
what it?
understand? There's alliances, there's political alliances, and sometimes they come together for political purposes.
What does so?
What is the point
Hello.
that you guys are trying to make? I really don't understand. Where are you going with
No,
it?
we're just having conversation. You proved a point.
No, I get it, but what I'm trying to understand is the because I just came in. So what were you guys talking about at the topic?
We're just
No, we were
discussing.
just talking about like roots and stuff, lineage.
The
Like,
conversation came up. The Eritrean brothers said if Greater Somalia was a thing, Darod would have a very, very large, much larger population than the others. We went into explaining that, technically speaking, Irir and Darod were side by side, so the population would just match. He asked, who is Irir? We said it is Dir, Ahawiya, and some other much lesser known tribes.
no, I won't
But
work with
but
4.5%
Irid is a political alliance, right? It's not based on lineage.
I beg your pardon?
Irid is a political
We don't
alliance.
vote by
It's not based on.
we don't vote along Irish lines. So what are you talking about?
Hold on,
I'm not saying
I wanna,
people vote on
you.
Irid lines. What I'm saying is Irid is like you could say Darod is a lineage, right? There's people who claim they have the Darod lineage. Irid, I don't think anyone says my lineage is Irid.
Yeah,
Or
but
my
but
ethnicity is
Irish
Irid. Or
don't
my
make up
clan is
Irish
Irid.
don't make up a part of the 4.5. Nobody puts Irish in the pot in the
No,
vote.
but what I'm saying is, if you know the history, if you look up when Irid came about, it was basically a political construct.
No,
Where
that's been the
some
lineage, and we can even ask Isaac elders, and they'll tell you that
Wait, I want to
Isaac
ask.
where are
are
you reading
Irish.
this from?
What's it called? What happened was there was a conflict. Some did one left. You guys went right, and then you
I've
guys
never heard of
decided
that.
you were no longer going to identify as did.
That's not true. That's literally made up history. It
Free
was essentially
Somaliland.
some politicians who came together. 1 second. Well, some politicians who came together, and it was a
Who?
political alliance
Which
to counter
politicians?
So
Igal, some Hawiye politicians from Somalia. It's all made up, man.
what?
It's all made up. But I
So
want to just challenge you the comment that you said if Somali wing Greater Somalia came together, Darod would be the majority. I mean, I'm not sure that's necessarily the case, because if you look at the Somali region of Ethiopia, every Somali clan lives there. Isaac lived there, Hawiye lived there, Dir lived there. Yeah, Darod of course lived there as well in large numbers, and then the same for Kenya as well. Again, every Qabil can be
It can't
found there.
even work. 4.5 can't work. We can barely.
No,
It's a
4.5
stupid
is a
concept.
disease. It was invented to make sure that Somalis will always be fighting. I think 4.5 is a
dude,
big
we have
problem.
a Somalilander here. I was asking myself this question earlier, right? And I want to get your perspective on it. You seem like a very reasonable person. Do you not find it slightly suspicious that all the far right, Islamophobic, racist, bigoted, anti-immigration politicians support Somaliland even before Israel recognized it? Like Nigel Farage has been a long time supporter of Somaliland. Same exact thing with Ted Cruz in America. Same exact thing with the racist dude in the Netherlands. Why do all the extremely racist Islamophobic politicians support Somaliland?
Okay, first of all, the premise of your question is wrong. Not all extreme right-wing politicians support Somaliland. That's just factually not true. A handful of them, a few of them, have expressed public support for Somaliland, in the same way that many right-wing people have supported Hankwid Ahdai non-recognition of Somaliland, which is basically indirectly supporting the Somalia claim over Somaliland. So the premise of your question is wrong. It's just factually not true. Hold on. But even if some of them do want to support Somaliland, I don't see any problem with that. Even a broken clock is right twice a day.
So you made a logical fallacy when you said that since they don't support Somaliland, then they're surely supporting Somalia.
You said they all support Somaliland. I said not all.
I didn't. No. I didn't
of
say
them.
all. I said the most racist, like Nigel Farage has openly cursed the prophet, cursed the religion, openly did these things, by the way.
But so have a lot of left wing activists, socialists who don't believe in religion, who curse the deen, who curse the prophet, and they support Somalia, they support Ilhan Omar, they support politicians from Somalia. So I'm not sure what your point is.
Could you name one?
Yeah, if you go on, there's a British one. They're called the Socialist Collective or something like that. That's
You
one.
didn't give me a name, though. You didn't give me an
I
individual.
can't remember the name exactly.
Do you know?
but
Do you know why
I
you
can find it for you.
Do you know why you didn't give me a name or individual? Is
I don't
because the
need to give
people
you a
that
name.
you're
Look, I'm
talking
making a
about.
point. You're
No,
trying to use the fact that I can't remember the person's name to
no,
discount
I can't
discount
remember the
my
person's
argument,
name.
right?
Let me
Listen,
say this.
you know what?
Free
You know
Somaliland.
what?
We
To
have to
discount my
Guys,
argument.
guys, you know what? I don't know why this became a Zumali panel.
do Mali fan.
It's too much yap going on. We got a guy in the chat saying, you fled to UK. You fled to England. You're English tether. I think we should move on.
Yeah, let's move on.
Hold on.
For the record, Lander dude, it was me who brought the topic up. I'm Eritrean. I'm Ajnabi. I have, I have no dog. I have no race, no camel. How did you say it? No camel in the race, no dog in the race, whatever. I was just
But I
curious.
think, you know what, you said, okay, there's a lot of things that was mentioned, but like specifically, if you want to look at each politician, you have to actually look at their politics a bit more in depth than just to say this is a right winger or this is this and that. If you look at, for example, Ted Cruz and his politics, you will see specific reasons why he supports Somaliland, and it's not for the reasons that
Why is it? Could you tell me why?
that you
I'm only
outline.
asking
Obviously,
why.
you look at a politician, you have to first accept that this person is representing his country. He's representing what he thinks is the best political.
Why does he think that?
What is the best
But I don't
political
understand.
course
What I don't
for his
understand is,
country? And you have
even
to
if they
understand
do,
that in terms of Somalia, the US elites are split and have been for some time. They weren't always split on Somalia because there was a time when both sides of the aisle was one Somalia, and both sides were pumping money in and resources into Somalia. But then you have the right wing or the right wing or the Republicans specifically, who are like less interested as time goes on in these kinds of interventions. So you have to be quite specific about it. You can't just look at it, it's racism and this and that. There's deeper reasons,
But what he's
Brother,
doing is
nobody has been able to answer
bro. 1 second,
the
just
question
1 minute.
adequately. You
No,
guys
no,
are
the point that we're making is you're setting up what's known as a straw man argument, right? You're saying this guy supports Somaliland, therefore all right wingers support Somaliland, and therefore it's a cause associated with.
I think he was saying like the relevant ones,
Just
right?
1
Like,
second, sister. Just hang on a second. But actually, there's a lot of right wing, conservative, neocon politicians, senators, congresswomen who say that they still support the one Somalia policy. So what you're saying is
yeah,
it's
that's the
factually not
status
true.
quo.
Now, even if they
I'll
do,
let him finish and then
no,
I'll
1
give
second.
him
Let me just land on
an
this
answer.
one. Even if they do, even if Nigel Farage, whoever you want to list, supports Somaliland, that's the right thing to do. It's the right policy. It's probably they see it as being in their strategic interest. So what's the problem? Their policies on domestic matters, their domestic matters in the UK, domestic policy in the US is irrelevant. Foreign policy is a different matter. So what is the problem, even if they do?
Yeah, so right,
Just move on. This is really not
I have to
the
give a
business of
response. They've
34
responded to
people.
me
Take it to DM.
4 times without me giving a response, right?
It's okay, let him
My
respond. Give him a chance.
my question on this has always been why. Nobody gave me an answer to the why. Okay. Second thing, Ted Cruz and Nigel Farage are not random politicians. Ted Cruz is one of the most powerful Republicans in America. And for 5 years, he's been screaming Somaliland. We have to give Somaliland independence, right? But as soon as it comes to talking about Muslims and Islam, we must persecute them, make sure that, these extremists are not allowed in our country, and make sure that, they're not unaliving Christians in other countries. I'm asking you, how do you feel comfortable with that? How do you feel comfortable getting recognized by Israel?
Okay, I feel very comfortable being recognized by Israel. I welcome it. I'm all for it. Look, politics is all about interest. Any country that's willing to push forward Somaliland's international recognition, we will work with them. On the point of, oh, they want Muslims out of their country or whatever. Look, do you think that people in Somaliland, hold on, Eritrea, Ethiopia, wherever, do you think they're leaving their countries out of choice? Like they're leaving it because there's conflict, because there's lack of development, lack of jobs. I'm sure if they had the choice, they would actually stay in their country. So if Somaliland's perspective is, if we get internationally recognized, we can develop our country, build our country, and then we don't need to migrate to these other
What's the
countries.
conflict in Eritrea,
Hold
brother?
on, hold on.
No. Look, hey,
There's tens of thousands of
68
Eritrean
IQ
refugees.
too.
Why did you
Eritreans
involve
are the
Eritreans?
biggest refugee group in Europe. It's like
So let's
tens of
unpack that.
thousands.
Hold on. Let me give you. This ain't hard, Gay, so calm down. Let's unpack that stat.
No,
Right?
you don't need to get triggered.
No, I'm not triggered.
I'm making a point. You don't need to get angry.
I'm
Like,
cool.
chill.
Look, I
Take it
always
easy,
tell
man.
my friends, I love being from a failed state. I love it. It gives me nuance. You know what I mean? It gives me like character. So so the European Union, Israel, and the United States had blanket asylum status for Eritreans. Unprecedented. Nobody else on the dark continent had that blanket. Just like if you claim you're Eritrean, you get automatic asylum. It didn't matter.
Why?
Politically, it was politics. They needed to weaken. The TPLF was in power. They made a deal with the United States and the Middle East country. I don't want to keep saying their name. So first it was Israel that actually did it, by the way, FYI. And that's so a lot of East Africans started going to Israel, right? And then the Israelis were like, we don't, the demographics are shifting. We need to stop this. The Israelis specifically targeted men of fighting age. They didn't accept old Eritrean men and they didn't accept children. They just accepted men of fighting age to weaken Eritrea militarily. That's one. The United States did it.
So Eritreans are fleeing
Hold on,
because
brother.
it's an Israeli conspiracy.
No. Let me again.
That doesn't make sense, bro.
The Israelis were.
They're not fleeing because
Hold on. This. Calm down. Let me circle back to why I'm saying this. So when the European Union did the same thing, a lot of Ethiopians, a lot of other Africans were claiming to be Eritrea. So a lot of the stats you read about Eritreans fleeing, it's highly inflated. Not saying that they don't flee, but a lot of it is highly inflated and not real. It's cooked up data, but it's used to politically, to attack Eritrea. Like 300,000 Eritreans fled the last 5 years. Not really. That's not true at all. But they use it nonetheless. People flee from Eritrea mostly for economic reasons, like most African countries. Eritrea is a typical African country, no democracy or, whatever. Like, is democracy really the best form of governance? I don't think so. But nonetheless, Eritreans do flee. It's mainly for economic reasons. Same way everywhere else. Same way why people flee from, Zimbabwe or whatever. I don't know. So I just wanted to make that point clear.
I've never seen an Eritrean that hates Eritrea. Ever. I've never
But why
seen one.
they shouldn't hate their own country. They have
So why do you hate your own country?
What country? You don't even know me, bro. You don't even know me to make mad statements like that. That's crazy.
Listen, man. Aniga, I believe that,
Wait, didn't you just say you can build your own country referring to Somaliland? So you're
Yeah.
pro-secession.
I thought that was obvious.
You can infer just from the way you've been talking.
Somaliland's not a
That's the
secessionist
way-
state,
that's the point.
so I don't know what this whole
What'd you say?
discussion
I missed
about.
that. What'd you say?
Somaliland is not a secessionist state. It is a state that had its independence. 12th country
Well,
in Africa
we
to
really
achieve
not
its
doing it.
independence.
Don't bother
okay?
with that. It's me.
No, this
Yeah, but
is
you can-
fundamentally
You can
a
feel
fact.
the anger coming from her, like
So
No,
hold on.
very negative vibes.
What are you
towards
talking
Somaliland.
about? Please,
Hold on, it's me, it's me,
You were just
it's me.
saying he doesn't know you. You don't know me. I just think it's a weak point. The whole entirety of the UN, the world, is saying we're one country. I don't know
Yeah,
why
but
you're
the
bringing
world
up
is also
the
That's
saying
5 day,
political.
the 5 day
That's
independence.
political. That's a
Well, it's me.
political consideration.
It's me.
You
I
know.
have a question for you. It's me. When was the
You
flag
can
of
feel
Somaliland
the
created?
anger.
Listen, all that talk about flags
Could
and
you answer the
anthems.
question? When
Okay,
was the flag of Somaliland
that's
created?
okay,
Anyway, I
but
think
that's a
y'all need to move
question.
on. This is
Could
like
you
Okay,
not.
but
This is
listen,
answer?
not the
okay, you're
business of like
creating
the
the
40 other
discussion,
people.
but we're avoiding the real substance, you know.
I
Because if
already
we just
asked us to
focus
move on
on
topics. Move on.
no, but you're just talking about, for example, heritage and lineage, and just trying to avoid the political
Could you answer the question
realities, you
of
Can
know.
y'all move on? This panel
when the
wasn't even about
flag
that.
Yo,
of
if you
Okay,
Somaliland
but
was
you know,
created?
there's
I gotta
political,
shoot.
there's
Move it on. Move
downstream
on. Move on before I
political
shut
We're
it down.
moving on. We're
ramifications
moving on,
of
brother.
what you're
We're moving
discussing.
on.
Somaliland gets it triggered real easy.
This
Right?
is an
You guys
But it's
FBA
not even
room.
about that. That's not even what we're talking about. I'm the one that accepted you onto the panel.
Okay, yeah, but then if you're limiting the discussion to such an extent where we're
No, I
gonna
asked
come to your
earlier. I
conclusions,
asked
then
earlier if we can move
there's
on.
no
You
need
guys
for the
decided to
discussion in it,
keep
and I can just
going.
remove myself
You
because
decided to
it's
keep
not a
going.
discussion.
That's your own. That's your own fault. Like
Yo, I
We
think
don't
this is
recognize
actually
this
like a
discussion.
pretty good. I think this could be a very productive discussion. I think our Lander brothers were actually in this discussion from a bad faith
But this started
perspective.
out with as a FBA panel, and the people in this panel are not Somalis. They're FBA people. Do you
Are they
understand?
actually?
Okay,
Yes.
but okay, for example, right? Look at the map that you have put on this background. That's a political statement. Every discussion has a political angle, you know. So if you're just saying, I want to have this exact discussion with this map, and
Sir,
okay,
I'm
then
sorry. I'm so
you're
sorry.
coming
We
to
were talking.
you're framing it in your own way to reach your own
Listen, we
conclusion,
were
and
talking
you're
about this well
denying
before you
you're
got here.
denying a
We were
discussion.
talking about
You're
this well
denying the
before
political
you got
realities.
here.
Yo,
We were
host,
talking
why
about
did
this
you
well
give
before you got
Northern
here.
Somalia a name?
Huh?
Apologies to my Eritrean brother. He's not. You know, he doesn't really know the nuances of maps and in the region.
Bring up a realistic map, man.
He didn't mean it in a negative way.
I
He
feel
Yeah, I think he was
absolutely
just being
offended.
quick about it. We weren't even talking about. We weren't even talking about. I don't even know how we got on all of this.
Yeah,
But I
I
asked a
just
long
pulled up
time
a
ago for us to
map.
move on.
I just pulled up a map. I didn't know
It's
the
me. I have
nuances
a
within the
question.
political
I have a
stuff.
question for
It's been
HBN.
very interesting listening into all this, and I'm just taking it all in. But nah, go ahead and land your point with it's me, and then we'll go ahead and introduce the new people up here because
Okay, yeah, because I've been trying to respond to the point of the Somalilanders. They never want to answer any questions. They never want to get down to the nitty gritty. He said, "Oh, we got
No,
our
no,
independence."
I literally cut him off and I said we're moving on. Like I have to be fair. Or let's just and
Okay,
then
we can
just
move
end
on.
it. Yeah, kill it.
trouble. Let not
No,
finish this.
I want it to be killed.
Well,
It's.
well,
I'll be honest with you. It's none of y'all's business.
trouble.
It's not your business either.
Well, I mean, you don't have to be here, Trouble. They let them finish it off, and then we can move on. That's it.
No.
Okay, well, I shut one person down. You're gonna let the other person to continue to talk
I
about it.
want not to finish his thought about this because he
No,
was
the other
asking.
the one that was a bit more educated left. So this discussion would be pretty pointless, to be fair. The other guy, he's not even answering the questions. To be like, it would be a one way. I would say something, and then he would go on a monologue about how great everything is. So it would be a pointless discussion, to be honest. Bring this
Hello.
issue back. She's actually right.
Okay, you want to talk about a flag? Okay,
I'm not.
I just don't think that's
I'm
a.
not. With the discussion is done.
So yeah,
Go ahead,
let's move on to
get back to the
Peace.
topic.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Peace. Welcome back to the panel. Do you want to respond to anything that's been said so far, or I can bring back the FBA prompt as always.
Enjoying those guys' conversations. I was learning a little bit from that. Don't know why it stopped. But I mean, we can move on though.
I want you to
Trouble.
get ammunition against us. That's the problem. You know, we don't want. That's how it starts. You know, hey, I'll real quick. You know, a lot of Tariq Nasheed's like bush meat and all these little lines that he took it from me from 2022 when I used to be on Twitter Spaces yelling at him because he used to come to my rooms all Spaces all the time because I used to yell at the West Africans making fun of him. So a lot of the nuances he got is from me over here, but I don't want to take credit for that.
Yeah, I was learning. I was taking in whatever. This is all a new conversation for me, to tell you the truth. But I'm learning just as much as you are, Peace. But yeah, it's me. Have you heard of what a FBA is? And there he goes. He fled.
I wouldn't be surprised if he supports FBA.
Well, that's what it was sounding like. Like you were talking about all the unwavering support that Somaliland has gotten from all these racist people. I was just, yeah, I'm learning too. I'm learning. Oh, there he is again.
Yeah, I took myself down because I thought you guys just moved on. So I didn't know you wanted me in this next debate. Fair enough. I do know what it is, but I'm not like I don't follow this politics a lot. So
It's FBA is not prominent in British or London or even in Europe. They actually probably hate Europe just as much as they dislike other Africans. But I think that is a good way to capitalize. If Somalilanders team up with FBA, I think you guys would gain recognition.
I don't even know what this, to be honest, I don't really know what it is. Like I know the name, but I don't know the exact politics. I'm assuming this is pretty like it's probably quite intense stuff. I'm not really aware of it.
Yeah, Peace, you want to fill him in what a FBA is?
Brother, I have no idea what an FBA is, man. I know the acronym stands for Foundational Black Americans. But some of their talking points and rhetoric changes all the time. So I don't really know what they stand for. So I don't want to mislead the guy.
I got you. Fair enough. Got a new. Go ahead.
Or nationality, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'm originally from West Africa, Guinea Conakry.
Oh, okay. Got it. I thought you were black. My bad. That's why I was kind of confused. I was like, man, you don't know FBA, you're black. But
it's all good, man.
Yeah.
I can let you guys know what FBA is. I know a bit about it.
What's your
go ahead and introduce us with your race and ethnicity and where you're from, sister, and then you can chime in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Congolese and based in the UK. So FBA is so you know how we identify as, I don't know, Congolese, Somalian, Ethiopian, that's our ethnicity. Their ethnicity is Black American or African American, since they've been in the US since before it was a country. So that's their new culture, ethnicity. They always used to they always used to acknowledge Africa, but I think last year they joined up with the Pretendians, who don't acknowledge Africa, and so now they are pretty much being very xenophobic towards Africans and Caribbeans. So yeah, it's a bit like that.
Yeah.
So here's why I didn't want to talk on the topic, right, without knowing FBA fully. Is a lot of their talking point changes all the time also. So some of them, although they are, some of them are xenophobic, some of them are also claiming their African ancestry. So
yeah,
that's where a lot of the confusion begins. So that's why when you talk FBA, I want to hear it from both ends. The ones that are I guess the Pretendians, and also the ones that are also claiming, claiming Africa also, our Africa ancestry.
those ones are the Pan-Africans, so they completely understand what happened in history and their ancestry and all of that. They understand it, but these people, I think they were a loud minority, so they do make a lot of noise online, but in reality, they aren't really as big as it seems. So they say the Native Americans, Indigenous Americans have no affiliation to Africa, no connection to Africans. They're basically saying that they're like Native Americans, basically. They were there before the Europeans came to the Americas and all of that.
That's completely stupid.
Yeah, that's what we all think.
I'm
Same
foundational
here. That's
Black
what I
American.
thought.
I am a foundational Black American, and I don't know what is this? What is it? Why is brother Tariq shaking hands with these YT supremacists on this prompt? What's going on there?
Do you know what it is? It's a lot of them have a very
Who's the them?
xenophobic.
Is that us, foundational Black Americans?
So pretendians who have now
Pretendians.
gone into FBAs.
Okay, so I have, well, as foundational Black Americans, we all have Native American, European American, and African American blood flowing through our veins. The problem is with these Native American tribes, the 5 civilized tribes, they enslaved us. And not only did they enslave us, after they did kick us out of their tribes, they completely disowned us and wanted nothing to do with us. Of course, we do have their blood flowing through our veins, but the last thing I'm gonna do is claim them, because they're just as bad as the YT supremacists to me. I mean, if anybody who is a Black man in America tries to convince somebody that they don't have any African roots, they're a complete moron. I mean,
Yeah.
where do you think we get this phenotype from? The hair, the nose, the lips.
Yeah.
Our features, physical features, all come from the strongest and most dominant of our genes, which are the African genes and the African phenotype, the African blood that runs through our veins.
Yeah, but the problem is the pretendians have now affiliated themselves with the FBAs, so now it looks like every FBA is like that, anti-African.
I think those are a lot of knuckleheads that are on TikTok here trying to scream for attention. But I mean, they just it's stupid. That's where you get a lot of your xenophobic behavior and because I mean a real FBA. Well we're all, I guess we're all real FBA because we can trace our ancestry back to slavery in this country. But one that has the knowledge of his past and knows the history of our people in this country would never deny the fact that we have African blood within us and what has been done to our ancestors in this country, or the Western Hemisphere at that.
What I don't get is, if they ever wanted to claim reparations, how would they do that if they have no association with Africa? If they're native, how do you get that?
The claim would be simply because of the fact that we've been here longer than anyone else through our native bloodline. We have rights to reparations simply because of the fact that it is our labor that built this United States. So if it weren't for us, well, our ancestors building this country, it wouldn't be able to exist and become the wealthiest nation in the world. So that fight for reparations is hey, we were here before anyone else, and it's our blood that was shed to create this wonderful, quote unquote wonderful nation. I honestly believe it's an open air prison. But we're the ones that deserve reparations because our ancestors died building this.
Got it. See, I understand FBAs. I get it because you guys were there before the US was a country. So it makes sense to have a way to to make yourself distinct from other new Black immigrants. So it does make sense. But I guess with the pretendians now coming into the group, it feels like it's corrupted now. And I don't know what you guys can do to distance yourself from the pretendians. They're calling Africans tethers, and they claim that they're not Black, they're copper colored. They're basically
okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. Well, what we're doing right now is we're delineating. Hopefully we'll get to the point where we delineate from those knuckleheads too, because I don't see anything beneficial from that at all.
Yeah, it's actually quite embarrassing. Yeah, go on.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Oh no, I don't really have much, but it's just, I guess, embarrassing for us to be so fragmented and we're just separated in different ways. It's basically history repeating itself again.
So Black Rage, my issue with FBA as your unique lineage, where you honor your white tea lineage, you honor the Aboriginal lineage, and lastly but not the African lineage. The reason why you see your leader here, and I know you guys don't consider him your leader, but he sure is the owner, the brand ambassador of the FBA as this ethnicity, right? And I say that because of them trademarking it and him not even I mean, he didn't even coin the term. I think Claude Anderson coined the term foundational Black American, but he never saw Tyreek going and profiting off of this. I think people that are following him and his talking points and how he punches down on African people, how he mimics them. I just see a minstrel show every time I see him on his lives. And he comes with this rhetoric that supports his current administration about deportating immigrants. And, like the sister said before, you come with all these new vocabulary terms as in tethers and I don't even want to repeat a lot of the things he's talking about, right? But this is what I have an issue with, specifically with Tyreek and people that follow his lead with this kind of the same white talking points, nationalist kind of talking points. When you think about America, the colonial borders of America, when Black people say they built this nation, you built it for someone else. There's no black dollars. I don't see no black FBAs on the money print. I don't think Black Americans built the borders that surround this colonial corporation. The thing with labeling everyone an FBA, not all Black Americans subscribe to the term FBA. FBA is post 2020, post COVID. To lay out that identity for everyone, I think it's kind of even for our legends and our icons is kind of disingenuous in my opinion, because you don't let people go. I mean, that's why people split from even foundational. You had ADOS, right? You have Solon. You have different people identifying differently. So it's not the all end to be all kind of situation. But yeah, that's what my biggest issues are with Tyreek and people that follow his ideology.
So I identify as foundational Black American because it is the most precise description of exactly what my lineage is. My ancestors lead back to the foundation of this nation. I am obviously a Black man, and I'm an American. I have no other nation to claim. I am a U.S. citizen, and my ancestors have been U.S. citizens since the early 1700s, from what I gather. Now, with you stated something earlier about the Tariq's rhetoric. You have to remember that he's an entertainer. He's not an elected politician. He's not our president or anything like that. This man is on the internet enlightening people and educating people, but he's also an entertainer. I mean, he's not elected. The guy's not elected. He's not a president. He's not a governor or statesman. Now, as far as the groundwork for this country, I'm sorry, the foundation of this country, all the grunt work, the clearing the brush, the breaking the ground, the building of the White House was all done by us. We were sabotaged by the government, the United States government, to the point where all of our finances, banks, individual financial institutions, real estate, and even cities were destroyed by the United States government. And unfortunately, we funded it with our own tax dollars. Now, to this day, we have never fully recovered from this sabotage. And I honestly believe that some of these knucklehead pretendians are another form of sabotage within the group of foundational Black Americans. It's been done over and over again through the COINTELPRO program, and we'll always see sabotage from within because it's the easiest way to dismantle a group.
Well, I love you're doing all this so you can get that check, so you can get that bag. You're isolating yourself to the point of only seeing your African ancestry through chattel slavery. You think 500 years or 400 years, 350 years, 350 years is gonna keep you far removed from your actual ancestors on the continent? You know what I mean? So
My brother,
again,
I'm
this is
7
all about money.
generations.
We didn't get we didn't get the 40 acres and the mule. They sabotaged you. You don't think this is a whole nother sabotage going on right now, where you're convinced that if you isolate yourself, you're gonna get that check, and no one else is gonna get theirs. You know, and don't get me wrong, you're 100% right about everything built and destroyed by YT people. Anytime you had a chance to rebuild your own cities, your own banks, your own. So this is more of reasons why they can't be trusted. You know what I mean? So especially Donald Trump proclaiming all this. You know, you got Tucker Carlson now speaking about FBAs. That's who put you on the map on the mainstream. Again, you don't trust Tariq Nasheed because he was a Pan-Africanist before. He was a drifter before. You're lining his pockets up every time you guys, if you want to put merch out, FBA, if you want to represent FBA and Tariq decides that you aren't the greatest representation for FBA, he can slap a lawsuit on you. So that's why it's so important, my brother.
This Tucker Carlson thing is the biggest slap in our face because he's scum. The guy's scum. I mean, he hops from one talking point to another talking point, and the only reason he does anything or promotes anything is to be divisive. He saw that as a little breach where he can try to divide us, just like they've been doing for generations. Now, you got a little while, man. I'll explain something to you really quick. I was in the Marine Corps Infantry, and I was part of a special operations unit in the Marine Corps. Now, the one of the most useful and dependable tactics that the United States and Europeans have used throughout the years is the tactic of divide and conquer. The United States government, along with the European superpowers, they thrive on the destabilization of other nations and governments. As soon as they destabilize another country, what they do is they suck out the best and brightest of every nation. They get the people who are you know, the smartest and have the means to leave that nation that they've destabilized, and they entice them. They say, hey, come to the United States or England or wherever the case may be in Europe, and things will be better for you. Once those people come over, which are the most intelligent of the country that they've destabilized, they're stuck within a system. I call it the new form of slavery. You know, the system of credit. You know, you come here and they give you a few meager little resources, and you purchase a home, get a little job, you start a family, and you're locked in, and you never return to your country because you're locked into the American way of life once you've assimilated into American culture. Now, by doing this, the United States and these European powers leave the most vulnerable of people back in your home countries, and then all your natural resources are open. I mean, they're easier to take control of, and the country is a lot easier to manipulate by inserting puppet governments over there. They insert these scummy little politicians that are willing to bend to everything that Europe and the United States say. Now, after they've taken over the resources from the country that they've destabilized, which they've been doing over and over for the good part of 3 or 4 centuries now, they usually install some type of military control. The best and brightest people are here in the United States. You come here, and the first thing those people do is they side against us Black Americans who have the long resume of fighting against white supremacists, and they side with white supremacists against us as our opposition. We've been fighting against this system and trying best to dismantle this system for 3 to 4 centuries, and the only way for us to succeed with our mission is to completely dismantle the system of white supremacy and create a whole new system of justice in this country, and hopefully throughout the world at some point.
So
I
would you say
oh, go ahead, Frank. I just quickly want to say you were right up until up until that part about like all immigrants siding with white people. That's what I think FBAs
Whoa,
are
whoa, whoa!
doing.
No,
But
no,
go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
go
man.
ahead.
I didn't. I'm sorry, man. I didn't want to say that
Fran.
all of them do, but a good majority of them do, because once they come here and assimilate into American culture, they carve out a little comfortable space within white supremacists. I mean, within white culture, they're like, hey, man, I got a comfortable space. I got a good job, house, family. Why do I want to lose this?
House Negroes do the same. So
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
just
Oh
don't see
yeah.
the point.
We
But
do.
France, go ahead. Sorry, I cut the sister off.
I was just gonna ask, is FBA's equivalent or synonymous to African American then?
Yes, I believe so. Well, there are some African Americans that do not claim to be foundational Black American. I'm sorry, FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Uh, we th- th- uh, I don't know, because there are some African Americans though who cannot trace their ancestry back to slavery though as well. So I mean, it depends. Like there are like first or second born, first or second generation African Americans, and they'll claim African American. However, they can't trace their lineage back to slavery. All of us foundational Black Americans can trace our lineage back to slavery in this country.
So that means they're the pretendians then.
Well, they're not pretendians. I mean, I don't think they're doing it with a bad, intention. They just claim African American, and I love that. I love to see Black people come here and claim African American. I mean, I would like to see more. I'm not, one of the biggest misconceptions a lot of people have about us foundational Black Americans is that we're calling ICE and government agencies on. I mean, there might be some idiots that do that, but the stupidest thing that anybody who is Black in this country and knows our history can do is call a government entity to assist us, especially after all that this government has done to disenfranchise us and our people here. I mean, that's the worst thing we can do is
The-
call the government to assist us, because we know exactly what they're going to do in the end.
I don't like that. I don't like that assertion that the street code. You're not going to snitch or something. And people do it all the time. People become informants. People become sellouts. People will call the police on you out of spite. Okay, so it's no surprise to me. All the things I hear about FBAs that are saying this on every day. Give it like they have whole panels talking about go back to Africa. Just like they did to our African American brothers and sisters here by white people, telling them to go back. So I think African American and Black, same Black on the census, constitutes all sub-Saharan
Sub-Saharan
Africans.
African.
Exactly.
Okay.
So whether you like it or not, this is how the United States has categorized this category that now I feel like Black Americans and FBAs, in the sense of wanting to reclaim that for themselves only and to monopolize that word that only fits them and that unique chattel slavery history. My issue, who set the benchmark for how long you stayed away from Africa? To me, like 300 years, 400 years, that still doesn't set the tone, because foundational white Americans could say the same thing about how they belong here in America, but their asses belong back in Europe, back with the British. Yeah, with the difference is
sorry about that.
the white people snatched you guys up and brought you here, and now I feel like that if anybody is more aligned with white people are the FBAs that claim to be more like them than the African brothers and sisters back in the continent. Like 500 years of
only reason-
indoctrination will do that to you, and if you don't think that these ramifications are coming out now, how Black people are expressing themselves to separate themselves, to delineate themselves from people, and I'm not saying all FBAs do it, but the ones I've seen are always punching down on their African brothers and sisters. So, but go ahead, Black. Sorry.
Man, no. A majority of foundational Black Americans We Pan-Africanism was invented here in the United States. We're the only ones who embraced the concept of Pan-Africanism. And that Pan-Africanism is the idea that all black people throughout the globe are one big family. Now, we gave up on that concept as soon as we saw Africans coming here to the United States and turning their backs on us once they got a little position of power here. You know, we've seen African politicians. Actually, I'm not going to just blame Africa because, I mean, I fully embrace my African roots. It's the diaspora. Everybody throughout the diaspora, as soon as they come to the United States and get a position of power, the first thing they do is they turn their backs on us. And we've seen it countless times over and over again. That was when we decided, hey, why would we be in this one-sided relationship when we're giving everything that we have into this Pan-African concept when we're not getting anything back out of this? It's time for us to take control of this narrative and do for self like everybody else does as soon as they get here as well.
See, I kind of understand FBAs. I feel like it's just like identity. So think of it as like Jamaicans being in America. They're then Jamaican Americans rather than just Black Americans. So I see it just a way to have a group of people with the same history, the same culture, the same cuisine, because a lot of the soul food in America is a lot similar to Southern food, I believe. So I guess it's a way to differentiate yourself, but also to still be like to have people acknowledge that you were there before. So you're not a recent immigrant, you're not first gen or second gen American, you've been there from the start. So that's how I see it.
We had to do this. We had to delineate. This is existential for us because, you know, so you got a chain, and the chain that you have is only as strong as its weakest link. Now, we're in the most powerful fight that we've ever had before because reparations is on the table and it's mainstream now. It's never been this you've never seen the phrase reparations tossed around as much as it is now. And we're getting closer and closer to it. Now, with that chain that we've got, we're trying to eliminate the weak links. We're trying to, you know, get rid of the people who are capable of backstabbing us from within or dismantling whatever it is we have going from within our ranks. And we're going to go against YT supremacy with the strongest chain or weapon form that we have. Because, I mean, if we do and we have these weak links, it's only going to destroy us like it has in the past with the Black Panther Party, the Nation of Islam, and other black movements like even Marcus Garvey and his Black Star Fleet. And, you know, it's been done time and time again. We have to eliminate the weak links so that we can actually get something accomplished with a much stronger formed weapon at this point.
Now you've got the pretendians in your group, so that's another issue you guys have to
another weak link that we have to just wean out at some point. You know, it's sad that there's always someone, you know, withering within the ranks, but we gotta get rid of them at some point.
Yeah, so I see FBAs as allies, but they still want to be known as Americans, basically, rather than foreigners. That's what I'm seeing.
That doesn't make much sense at all. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense because, I mean, it's our African roots within us that give us all the strengths that we have.
This is where I'm
me saying
confused.
What's that? Where are you confused?
If Reyes is making the argument that she could see how you guys want to separate yourself, but you at the same time are saying, well, that's dumb because, I mean, you're talking two ways. You're saying delineation, but you're also proud of your African heritage and roots. And if someone like an African American or a Black American that understands that and goes and searches for their DNA results or have an affinity to Africa and don't want to delineate in that sense, you know, again, you're doing this for a check. You're doing this for the 40 acres and the mules that was promised, never got it. You want to destroy YT supremacy, but we also want to beg them for the very same. And sometimes the check
we're not begging, man. We're not begging, brother. We're not begging. Well, this is what's rightfully owed to us.
And I get that. I get that, Black. And I'm not saying you guys don't deserve anything.
Well, you're saying that we're begging.
Well, and yes, because if you are asking, if you are delineating only for the sole purpose of getting a check, and again, money, not even land. You guys are not even talking about land. You guys are talking about just fiat currency at this point. But whatever you think is due to you, I hope you get it. I just don't see it happening. All right. And as much as you guys want to talk about reparations and as much as you see it, you know, the states that have already proposed it have struck down on it. Now, again, I just don't trust the white T man. That's it, man.
We don't
You know what I
either.
mean?
We don't either. We never have. We never been able to throughout history. We know their track record throughout history of what they've done to this entire world. I mean, they're the worst people that there are. Now, this is only one step. We are willing to take it a lot further than just marching in the streets and all that. I mean, we're the only people throughout this world of the diaspora that have a long resume of fighting against white supremacy. Throughout our history, ever since the beginning, the only other brothers besides us are Haiti in 1804. But us and Haiti are the only ones who have been fighting against white supremacy, and we're still doing it to this day.
And another thing, another person just brought up a thing while time US dollar is crashing. So also, what is it? 37 trillion that we're in debt. So if they were to pay back everybody back for slavery, right, to Black Americans, that it would be out to like 16 trillion.
I don't care what
So
the debt is, man. If they can find money for
exactly.
the
So again,
Ukraine,
inflation. I mean, I think that the whole government would collapse because that's the whole facade, the whole fallacy of this money. Just listen.
that's not the case, brother.
Well, again, I feel like it's all an illusion just to keep us working, to get cheap labor, to do all this. And if they just throw money at you, it's going to solve all your problems. I don't think that that's the case. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
so if we got reparations tomorrow, the first thing that Black Americans would have to do is establish a parallel society within this United States. We're going to have to establish a parallel society, our own economy, and we're going to have to reconnect with Africa because that's the only way that we could sustain ourselves. If we had our own separate societies like we have before, the only way to thrive and survive is through international trade with our African brothers and sisters. Nobody in the United States is going to support us. This country's done everything in its power to destroy us. So the reality is we might have a little spat right now, but eventually when everything is worked out, we are going to have to reconnect with Africa. Unfortunately, like I said, we're 7 or 8, maybe even 10 generations separated from Africa. I don't speak any African language. Well, I do because my wife is Nigerian. I speak Igbo because of the fact that my children and my wife are Igbo. However, I don't speak any African language that I know that is native to my ancestors because we're so far detached from that. We lost our religion, our culture. We lost everything. We have no one to reconnect with back in Africa. We got to establish our own society here, parallel society, with under the umbrella of the protection of the United States government. Then we can establish international trade because we know for a fact that these same people who have sabotaged us in the past are going to do the same thing over and over again. These white supremacists, they use the same tactics over and over. They never come up with anything new. They use the same tactics repeatedly. And that's how it works. I mean, it just, I don't know.
Well, it's interesting. I've never heard of FBA talk about Africa the way you are speaking about it. So I am surprised about that, the way that you were saying. But the whole like running a parallel system and being recognized by this United States government, it almost feels like you love that protection, you know, and I feel like FBA's use this current administration or the army or the military to hold that same kind of power over other people that they've destabilized, you know?
Why wouldn't we when we've paid, we've
Well, because
contributed taxes?
you know how they are. You know that this is all.
I know.
So
So
that's
I
my
was in
big
the military.
confusion. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was in the military. So I mean, our warrior class is created in the U.S. military. Where else would I go to get the training that I got? There's nowhere else I can go. I'm not going to go over into Kenya and join the Kenyan military. The only way to create a strong warrior class is through the tax-funded system that was created by my parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and ancestors. We created this. We fought in every war and major conflict that the United States had. As a matter of fact, if you look back in the history books, do you know who Crispus Attucks is?
No, enlighten me, brother. But we're always in the front lines, my brother. They're
Crispus Attucks.
not Black Americans in the army, in the military. Haven't. It's not such a great, glamorous, pretty picture as you're putting it now. You know.
Well. The question is, after we get that military training, what do we do with it? If you take that military training, bring it back and apply it to your people, then you're really doing something with it. I mean, you can go out and join the military, join an elite branch of the, the Marine Corps, just go out and train, recon, force reconnaissance, and you bring that training back to your people. That's when you're really doing something, because you're taking that training that you've gotten in the military through your tax-funded dollars and applying that back to your community who needs it the most. Now that your community has military training, you're pretty much untouchable because everybody knows how to defend themselves, as opposed to before when we didn't have the resources to do so.
Again, brother, a lot of the things that why they have power is through technology and through all the I don't want to say the word, but
What, drones? What?
yeah, bombs, drones, whatever. So whatever,
Yeah.
whatever warrior class, when we talk about martial arts or self defense, I mean, it's
Man,
international. There are many people that are equal, like hand to hand combat. I don't.
no. It's urban combat, urban warfare. It's called urban warfare. As you can see over in the Ukraine right now, you can have a farmer with a I don't know if I could say a tool, a deadly tool. You can have a farmer with a deadly tool in a building, and that one farmer could take out an entire platoon if he's properly trained. So all the technology is diminished once you're in a certain, battlefield. That all is diminished once you're in certain battlefields. I mean, it was in Vietnam, we were fighting against farmers in the jungle. In Afghanistan, we're fighting against, knuckleheads with rifles and sandals. These guys, they're
Insurgents.
yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I mean, I'm trying to keep it tip-top etiquette over here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but we were fighting people on Toyotas with they're riding around on Toyotas over there, when we got Abrams and Humvees.
All right. It's an interesting take, though, and I appreciate you, Black, for expressing that. And if like I said before, I'm not in agreement with a lot of the FBA kind of thing, but it does not to say that you don't deserve a right to have an ethnicity and to claim, whatever you want to claim. That's your right. That's your God-given right. But I do respect you for knowing your African ancestry and wanting to reconnect. And there's nothing wrong with fixing your in-house problems. And then when you're ready to come out, and I mean, you already have an African wife. I mean, what else is there to say? So
Can I ask out of curiosity, what is your?
I do want to let Peace and somebody else dive in here. I'm Eritrean and Mexican.
Okay.
My mother's from Oaxaca, Mexico.
You
But
knew the question that I was about to ask you, right?
I'm bi-ethnic, but I'm an American, first generation. I'm a tethered American, proud, and so yeah, we out here. But Peace, did you want to respond to that, or Franz, or Ted, or I don't know, whoever's on here?
No, I mean, I was gonna let the lady go first, but if she's on mute, then that's fine. I mean, a lot of what Black said, I mean, understanding that the Constitution, like knowing that, Black people were still enslaved during when the Constitution was written. We were never considered in the Constitution. So it makes it very hard, to make this argument that you want reparation. I mean, I want reparation for all of you guys, man. I do. And of course, classifying yourself as FBA and having your own lineage, of course, that's another way to make it work, right? But yeah, you gotta weed out some of the people, man. The pretendians, some of the people that go against your cause. And another thing, like with the FBA, I mean, I don't know who the leader is. Like, who is the one person is Tariq Nasheed. Of course, he trademarked the name, all the stuff. But where is the website you can go to learn about FBA or to learn about their movement? Or if I'm just a curious person, or if I'm just a guy who just want to help my brothers, and sisters get reparation faster, and I want to invest. Like, how do I go about doing these things? There's no website. Last time I actually did, I Googled FBA. I mean, it sent me to an Amazon site somewhere, you know? So it's like, who is the leader? Who is the head honcho? What is the movement about? Like, how can other people join in and support the movement? This and that, but I get a lot of people just talking. A lot of people are just talking. It's the reason why when I got asked about what FBA is about, I'm like, hey, I can't talk about the FBA. I'm aware of the movement, but I can't talk about the FBA because other people, just like how you just enlightened me on different points, that I think that I deem valuable. But when I'm on other people's platform, they talking in a way where I'm like, wait, hold on. Like, you're talking about delineating, okay? You're also talking about you're an Indian and how you were indigenous to America. You've been here before. And I'm like, okay, hold on. So you're indigenous and you're claiming FBA, but FBA are also, I'm not understanding. It's a lot of confusion, So this is the reason why, where can we go for order? Like, to get order on a structural order on what the movement is about. That's what a lot of us are curious about. When we get people like you talking on this panel, you're making sense. You get what I mean? You're making sense to me throughout history of what I've read about how Black people migrated to America. So, that's where I get lost sometimes when people talk about the indigenous to land. But I'll end there.
My
Yeah,
brother,
but
sorry, go ahead.
I do want to add to that, Black, that there are just the different factions of FBAs. There's some that want nothing to do with Africa, that, like I said, punch down on Africans in general or immigrants and all this stuff. And so part of the delineation, you can't take accountability for all the FBAs. And I think that's why they don't have a leader, because they don't want to take accountability for everything that FBA is spitting. You had me at a Black American. I don't know why the foundational aspect, if you want to say you built this country, again, you built the White House, but who's in it? And why'd you paint it white? There is no FBA in cabinet, parliament, or any of that. It's not even on the census. So as I know you're vouching for it and wanting to get it done, but right now we can't take it serious in that sense. And so when he's telling you, so Tariq Nasheed has a website, and it's apparently the official FBA website. And on there, he tells you what a FBA is. On there, he tells you what you can say, like any disparaging. I love how he's like, we're not a group, we're not this, we're not that. But if you talk about us, you can get the full maximum thing of like hate speech against Black Americans. Again, this is why we make a clear distinction between Black Americans and FBAs, because they're two separate things. This is why we ask you guys to hurry up and delineate, so you guys can't tippy toe in all these different identities. The African American one, the Black American one. You guys want to delineate from those terms to become foundational Black Americans, with this thing about building up this country. Which now all immigrants have built up this country, not from the foundation of it, but throughout people coming here and immigrating here. So it sounds sweet and all, but again, there's no official like code of conduct that a FBA should be moving, in this world. And I feel like the identity has now been FBAs don't send their best. They do not send their best, my brother. And so this
Man, this
is,
is TikTok, man. This is
I
TikTok. I
know,
mean,
and
this
another reason
you
why
know,
it's
you
such a
got
small percentage.
teenagers.
I've never met an FBA in real life, man. I've met a Black American, but I've never met an FBA in real life. So that is the
No,
good part about it. It's a small community online, but they are pretty loud, and I'm worried about the youngins, the youth that. I have empathy for Black Americans that say, I'm FBA because they see all the glorious aspects to it with that check in mind as well, but they don't see the other side of it. So it's a good humble reminding people what it's all about and to be well informed about it too. But go ahead, Black. I'm sorry.
so you used the term tether earlier. Do you know exactly what a tether is?
So yeah, a tether is an observable thing about a person's behavior, right? So you could be a tether, right, for dating. To them, again, FBAs, they get this
No,
terminology
that's
for.
not right, man. That's not
Hold
right.
on, hold
So
on,
not,
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
just
on,
because
hold
you're
on. I
foreign
wasn't
doesn't mean you're a
finished.
tether.
I wasn't
Okay.
finished, Black. So FBAs could just throw that word around however loosely they want to do it. FBAs are scared that an African that looks like them are cosplaying as them and pretending to be Black Americans. That's what a tether is to them. So if you come over here and you say you're African American or Black American, even though those terminologies fit them because it's on the census, remember? They will say you're doing that so you can undermine them and take their resources, their hard taxpayer money that go to African programs that instead of going to the Black community, they go to these different ethnicities. And so this is what, again, it's all about a scarcity mindset. Like there's not enough for all of us and we have to separate ourselves so the good old former slave master can see all the hard work we've done put out here in these streets to divide and conquer, just like you said before. That's their tactic, is to divide and conquer. So this whole delineation thing for me is pretty, it's foolish, but I could see the reason why, like the other brother just said, peace. You guys need to have your own identity, and it's okay that you don't know where in Africa you're from, but it also doesn't, you don't have to take the lead of what white tea people do here in America, which is that's your role model. That's the one lineage you guys love the most. That's the one that you put up there in the hierarchy of lineages, okay? Because your African lineage is the lowest common denominator when we're talking about what you're proud of, what this country is proud of doing, which is destabilizing other nations. I don't see anything proud about that. And just because you're in power now doesn't mean you're always going to be in power. But say that check was more connected to having an African ethnicity, you guys would drop the FBA and go tethered to African people. Tethering, you know where the term tethering came from? This Black American woman told me from the South. She said her grandfather, she told her about this term tether. And you know what he said? He said that term was used back in his day when the white tea people were talking about, let's go tether us an N-word. That's where tethering came from, because tethering means to be bound to something, to be tied to something. So again, you guys repackage these racist ass terms and start using it on again, your African brothers and sisters. You guys get these references too from movies like Us with Jordan Peele, who's a biracial guy, a doppelganger, and all these things from movies. Okay. But again, these are tether or just African is the new N-word to a lot of you FBAs, calling us Africans, and we know the kind of emphasis and the tone that you use it with. And tether is just another derogatory term, and it's no. Again, they will call you a tether just because you married an African woman too, brother. They will see that you don't align with you. They don't. You don't
No,
align with.
that's not the case, man.
You
That's
don't
not the
align
case.
with FBAs. You should have married a Black American woman. I don't know why you. I'm not saying. I'm talking as if I was an FBA. Because I've heard them say this before. They want to align. But again, I know you don't speak for all FBA, so that's unfair. Okay, Black. But this is the kind of shit that I've heard. But go ahead.
So a tether is someone who undermines us. I mean, not everyone who is from a different. You could be from Jamaica, Eritrea, and come here and align with us in our cause, and we would not have the right to call you a tether simply because of the fact that you are aligned with us. A tether means that you're our opposition. You're one of those who are working against us and aligning with white supremacy against us. The term was taken from that movie Us, yes, and it does have roots to where people were tethered and fired. I mean, tethered and tarred. I mean, feathered and tarred. I'm getting the letters all screwed up here. But yeah, it has roots back to that. But the true meaning, the new slang tether, is that somebody is here trying to undermine us, and they are tethering onto us as a leech or a parasite. They're doing it parasitically, as like a mosquito or so. You know, it's not a derogatory term for all people from the diaspora. We do not want to, you know, ostracize everybody from the diaspora, because we know deep down inside there are a lot of brothers and sisters who are working here with us. They want to side with us. They're good brothers and sisters, and they're trying to make a living for themselves.
No, I think you guys are smart enough not to cut off everyone, because you know, I mean, who else are you going to turn to when they sabotage you once again, right? So you have to leave a little opening, right?
Numbers.
You have to leave. So again, you're not the authority to grant tetherness.
We got the numbers, man. There's about 45 million of us.
Throw that word out so loosely, it's a joke now. You know, I call myself a proud tethered American, because how many times I got called that? Okay, not that.
It doesn't make sense, though. It doesn't make sense. Are you a tether? Do you consider yourself a tether?
Do I undermine you? I mean,
Yes.
I'm being a first generation, you know, American here with my background. You know, they'll call you a tether just based off that, man.
Those are
Okay?
idiots on TikTok, man.
So
These are knuckleheads. We've
again,
established
the
that already.
majority of
We've
FBAs
established
are
that.
the majority of FBAs are idiots, and you've said it. There only exists here online. You know what I mean? So again, you can't speak for all FBAs in that sense and what they define as tether. And Tariq Nasheed, he's not your leader, so he can't really give you authority or grant you tethered worthiness to bestow tetheredness onto our tethered ancestry, because we're descended from tethers. Okay, so it's just all a joke to me, man, to tell you the truth. I don't take it serious, all right, Black? So please don't take me serious.
I got you, brother. I got you, man. I mean, a
Hey.
lot of this. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to ask, is Black American not the same thing as FBA?
You know, I guess it could be used interchangeably, because I mean, most Black Americans are. Well, I'm sorry. All foundational Black Americans are Black American.
Yeah.
But the thing is, not all Black Americans can trace their roots back to the foundation of this country. So not all Black Americans are foundational Black Americans.
You see, I thought that FBA was replacing Black Americans, the term Black Americans, because Black is simply a race, and that can apply to new immigrants as well. So I thought it was just a way to distinguish yourself from new immigrants.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. The foundation distinguishes us from the new immigrants that have come here. So if your family arrived here after slavery, that's when you would not be considered a foundational Black American.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's why I'm somewhat on board with the FBA movement, because you guys have a different history compared to recent immigrants. For example, if I grew up in America, I wouldn't be an FBA. I don't know your history. I don't know the civil rights movement. I wasn't a part of that. The cuisine is very different, music different, even though we do share music nowadays. But yeah, it's quite different.
Again, Black, you guys are holding on to the 14th Amendment like it was some kind of something granted to everyone, and this is where we got everyone. Y'all let everyone in after you worked so hard during the civil rights to grant the 14th. In reality, it is white people had a lot of pressure by the world stage of looking how they treated people that they considered 3/4 of a human being, right? And so with that pressure came in this legislation that they legislated, right? And the first wave of immigrants that came under that were European immigrants, okay? And there was no talking about there was no talk about, from Black Americans about those people, or the white woman too that writes over there. When white people are on code, they're all white. Okay, don't matter where they come from. They're not trying to delineate from their European ancestry. Okay, when they're all on code, they're all on code under white. When we're not on code, especially when you're trying to delineate from other Black people in the diaspora, so again, divide and conquer, but I'll say this with the 14th Amendment. It's going to be, make America great, all that stuff. They want to take it back. So, I mean, that's why the 13th Amendment exists, because, it abolished slavery, but it also had an exception for being re-enslaved. All right. If you go to jail, if you go to prison, you're re-enslaved. You're working for pennies on the dollar. And sometimes I don't think that's if they criminalize your behavior, just like Jim Crow and the Black Codes, just like a lot of the laws that are still enacted today, that disproportionately lock up Black and brown people in these plantations, in these prison systems. This Constitution is shaky, this whole law shit, but I want you to hear something from this sister.
Okay, I'm actually really concerned for like the FBA types, because when it comes to the Supreme Court case, Barber versus Trump, where the Supreme Court may uphold Trump's executive order on ending birthright citizenship, I think the FBA types are unprepared, because despite this foundational Black American title they claim, we were never meant to be U.S. citizens in the United States. And because of the 14th Amendment, not only did we get citizenship, but everyone else born in the United States, we help usher in generations of people who were never meant to be citizens of the United States. And this is why I do reference or talk about Dred Scott, because in his writing, Chief Justice Taney at the time, he's the person who we got the phrase, no rights which a white man is bound to respect, as in Black people in the United States have no rights to which a white man is bound to respect. He said the quiet part out loud. Okay, he said how we were never meant to be citizens, we will never be citizens. The 14th Amendment came after the Civil War, after the question of slavery took place. And then which the question of slavery was the end of chattel slavery. However, we got the passage of the 14th Amendment. That quiet part out loud is coming back. Full fucking circle. And when I'm saying like full circle, we're talking about it happening basically backwards. Where Barber versus Trump, the decision of the Supreme Court, they could limit, by upholding Trump's executive order, they would be limiting who could receive a citizenship in the United States. Whereas passage of the 14th Amendment expanded who received their citizenship, where if you're born in the United States, you are a U.S. citizen. And so we're also going to be seeing the limitation of our citizenship, but also the expansion of a stateless population, which 14th Amendment was addressing, because the former slaves, the free population, who were considered 3/5 a person when in bondage, some could argue still to that today, but nonetheless, we're also stateless. And so we are going to be seeing a rollback, potentially a rollback, depending on how the court decides. And in my observation, a lot of the self-identified FBA individuals will espouse a lot of xenophobic rhetoric, or hold xenophobic beliefs, and it's essentially on the right, pretty far right, when it comes to immigration. And this Supreme Court case is a question of immigration, because the Trump administration wants to limit. If your mother or father came here, quotes, illegally, or parents were on a temporary visa, you would not receive a citizenship if you're born in the United States. And despite that only seeing that it's just for this population, what reason do you have to think that white supremacists would still consider you and be willing to protect you if you recognize the history and the roots of this country? If you recognize what Justice Taney said out loud.
So yeah, I just had seen that, I think yesterday is when I posted it. She had really good points. Does anybody want
Candace Owens?
No, that was not your sister, Candace Owens.
Oh, thank goodness. Not my sister. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. Don't even point that finger over here, brother. You starting trouble now, man.
Nah. It is not Candace Owens. Does
You
it?
know, man.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. Man,
No,
the,
go
the
ahead.
Constitution's a joke. The Constitution is a joke. And I swore an oath to the Constitution. You know, it's a joke. These white supremacists here, they see it as a piece of paper and they only use it to their advantage when they want to. You know, that's the whole point in us foundational black Americans trying to dismantle the system and establish a new one based on justice and morality. You know, we're here, we're fighting injustice and we're trying to get a system of justice in this country like we've been doing for the past 4 or 5 centuries. And honestly, all we're asking is your support. We're asking for all the support of the diaspora because once we get to, reparations, there's going to be a trickle-down effect throughout the entire world. The diaspora is going to get reparations for everything that they've been stolen. Everything that has been stolen from them. I mean, the Jamaicans can go to England, and the Nigerians can go to England, and Eritrea can go to England, and whoever the colonizer was of your specific country. It's going to have a trickle-down effect because what happens in America eventually circulates and happens throughout the entire world. We're fighting this system. Once the system is broken and we've established a new system, we're going to have a system of morality and justice.
All right. Well, you got my support, Black. Like, I don't have an issue with you, and I hope you are the leader, if there is one. But yeah, man, talk to your peeps, man. Talk to your peeps, bro, and set the example. You know, I think that's the most important thing, and I'll do my part. You know, so we're not undermining. And again, I can't speak for all Africans, right? I can't speak for all Mexicans. I can't speak for all, you know, I can't speak for all tethers. You feel me? But yeah, man, there ain't nothing wrong with what you're saying.
No, I align with some of with a lot of what Black have said. Um, you know, especially differentiating the born citizens or born Black citizens, right, in America from the one from chattel slavery. You get what I mean? So it's like if that's foundational American, then I understand that, because then we can then make a distinction that, okay, these are the foundation Black Americans and the others are African Americans because they are of direct African descent, not from chattel slavery. So
Right, but
I
the thing, I hear you.
but
Go ahead, please. No, the
yeah,
thing
so
that, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead, it's cool. Go ahead.
No, my thing is I mean, their ancestors, which are our ancestors too, right? I guess in some way, or just the African continent in general, like that's what happened to them from being put on the boats, being brought here, going through that breeding process, right? And dealing with all that, like those people still carried their African heritage, their languages, their everything associated back to Africa, and that time span is less than the 500 years that they put to separate themselves from that atrocity. If anything, our ancestors are more closely related to the continent that they are after all the evil shit that was done to them when they got here, and try to take that African attitude, try Kunta Kinte and the Toby thing, So these were conditioned, domesticated, and the domestication process, the indoctrination process is what we have now about how nationalistic kind of points of views that some of these Black MAGAs, FBA MAGAs, with this whole deportation. Well, how coincidental is it that they are delineating at the same time that their anti-immigration current administration is doing? Like, that's no coincidence. And it sounds nice and it sounds romantic and all that, but it still aligns with a lot of this shit. So, I mean, I felt the brother Blackout because he still understands that those are their answers. There's some FBAs that want nothing to do with Africa. Nothing.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah,
the difference. But do you get what I'm saying about those ancestors, that they're more closely related in time to the continent still, like, and
yeah, yeah,
even the atrocities that happened to them, I feel like they are just like, well, we had to deal with the white man and we suffered, so now you guys have to suffer. You got we try to tell
they don't
y'all,
realize.
y'all
Yeah,
ignored
they don't
us.
realize that
Yeah,
we
go ahead.
suffered colonialism though. So they
Exactly.
don't realize that. So
Mm-hmm.
we had our fair share too of the white man, the white T man colonizing us. So, but they don't understand that. They throw that in onto our face. However, the reason why I kind of understood black is that, you know, like I forget what it's called. It's the classification. You know what I mean? That's really where I kind of align with them, because when you like to differentiate who actually is who, because you know you have some Africans that come here and then they have their citizenship. Now all of a sudden they forget about their country and they just call themselves Black American because they have citizenship. This is wrong. You get what I mean? You have some Africans that don't want to claim Africa, you know? So, and
Right.
that's kind of like where the problem is, you know? Where some Black Americans are like, because they're trying to like shoot for the reparation, they want to make sure their classification is absolutely accurate directly to them in order to get reparation. But if we're all Black, right, it's going to make the process a lot harder and a lot longer for them to get the reparation that they want, or to present themselves for even to get reparation. But if they come in and say, hey, you know, we're the FBA, we're the ones from chattel slavery, we're the Black people from chattel slavery. This is us. We identify as the FBA and we want our reparation. This is more direct, because then you don't have to go back too far. You get what I mean? So I kind of align with that, because it's like it narrows down to directly to, you know, to the specific Black people that came from the chattel slavery, or that can trace their lineage back to chattel slavery. You get what I mean?
No, I
So
hear
that's
that.
why I kind of align with them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's valid. And again, it's because they're aligning themselves with their former slave masters who owe them this because they're the ones, they're part and parcel, part of their families, right? They flex that all the time about their European lineage, you know? So, I mean, they don't ask the same from the European about leaving and not them. So I feel like Black American culture tethers onto white tea culture. And Obi has been talking about this for a long time too, in the sense of like, this is what since they're in power, they gravitate towards it. And so this is the big hang up for me, because they want to separate themselves to the point to ask for this check. So they're isolating themselves so they can get it. And again, there's nothing wrong with it. I think just my biggest hang up is that power dynamic, you know? But yeah, I wish them all the best luck in retrieving these reparations. And I don't see it happening, but it don't mean I don't want them to get a payout. You know, we pay out the small hat people every year, every month, and Native Americans, everybody gets a payout, you know? And like you said, we've been colonized, and there's white tea Europeans that owe reparations to how they carved out Africa, you know? But instead of coming together and being on code, being on a black code, because once again, the white tea people, when they're on code to be all white tea, they don't fight amongst each other about where they're from. You know, when they have a target, they have an opposition, they make us black, and they're the white ones, right? So
Yeah. And there's a meritocracy also, you know, amongst them when they have an agenda. That's the reason why I kept asking Black. I said, hey, you know, I wanted to ask them, you know, if Like, who's the leader of this organization? Yes, Tariq Nasheed, of course, created, and trademarked the name. But who is the actual leader of the movement? This is what, like, there's no merit. There's no hierarchy here, right? Because it's like you're asking a movie director to be a leader of an organization. Like, what the hell, man? Have somebody of merit, to especially to present. How are you going to present FBA to the UN? Can Tariq Nasheed do that? No.
He's an entertainer, like Blacken said, But
Right.
they laugh. They laugh. They can talk smack. They talk about this roasting things, and when they get roasted back is when they get pissed off because they forgot that we're the original roasters. But regardless of the fact, I mean, look, he's cosplaying Africans. He's my nigga, he's doing all these antics and shit. Like, how is that?
Oh, is that what he's doing?
That's tap dancing. That's minstrel show. You feel me? Yeah. You've ever seen him, France?
I don't follow him. I knew of FBAs, but I don't follow the main guy.
Yeah, and again, they don't want to take accountability for all the crazy stuff that's going to happen under the title FBA. So that's why they don't have him as a leader. But again, he's your brand ambassador, guys. You guys are putting money in his pocket. So that's the big takeaway out of it. I don't see how he's straight up pimping you guys. He wrote a book about how to be a Mac, how to be a pimp. You don't think he's using that to his It's crazy. He wrote a manual how to be a pimp. But no, he's a change man now and all this stuff. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he's the best representative, but obviously he has an agenda, and he's on TikTok lives, ripping on African people and all immigrants. And so
I think he's been sold. I think he's sold to the MAGA people, because I think back in 2018, I used to hear about FBAs. They were all for Pan-Africanism, African identity. But then now I'm seeing a lot of pretendians, rhetorics and comments, basically racism towards Africans.
Right. And just to add on, right, on his live, I've actually witnessed him say that he doesn't align with people who do not claim their African ancestry. FBAs who do not claim their African ancestries are not FBAs. He said that.
Wow.
So
he's changed his mind then.
No, but this is the reason why I said, he's not a person of merit to push this agenda, especially if it's going to create, it's going to make such an impact. Actually, if they present it to the union, to the UN, and then also they present it for them as a group, is he a person of merit to push this agenda? I don't think so, because he just flip flops. One minute he's saying all people from chattel slavery is an FBA, and then 1 minute he's saying all black people from chattel slavery who claim African ancestry, or have African who claim African ancestry are FBA. If you are an Indian, then you're not FBA. So I'm like, well, what is going on here, man? I'm a mutual, guy. I want to be mutual here because I have no ground to stand on. I'm an immigrant. You know what I mean? However, when I see my black brother who's has the same phenotype as me, right, and trying to push, something, which I can maybe support, I want to be able to get behind that and support. But there's nothing to stand on. One person is saying this, one person is saying this, and then the leader, we don't, he's saying one thing and then he's saying another the next day. It's like, hey man, what's going on here? You guys are pushing this. You guys want to delineate. You guys want to, call yourself something different. Okay, I get all of that. But let's get some kind of structure here. So people who are mutual can at least, go towards that and, and try to, find a common ground to walk on. But there's none. Yeah.
Advice.
Yeah, what's up,
Advice.
Isaac? I
Hi,
just
brother.
want
I'm
to add
FBA.
something. Oh, what's up, Isaac?
I'm FBA now, brother.
Oh, stop it. Listen, I think
I'm
it's really,
joking.
important that we don't let them get away with, if they want to be FBAs, but don't hurry up and delineate. So don't include Black Americans. Like Black just said it, all Black Americans are not FBAs, but FBAs claim that all Black Americans or African Americans are all. So the only reason I think he is doing this, because on the website itself, he makes it clear that they're not an organization, they're not people, they're not this and that, because he doesn't want to take any accountability for what's going to happen. And then at the same time, he wants to say, well, if you defame us, if you defamation, we can come after you legally. So he wants the same kind of like hate speech, right? If I have to say something to an FBA, call him out his fucking name, talk shit about him, he wants to call that racist towards Black Americans, right? So he wants
Oh my
that.
god.
He wants that same consequences of let's say a hate crime, or like, so he wants us to face penalties for us defending ourselves when we hear this rhetoric coming from most FBAs, because not all of them sound like Black, who was up here and more eloquently and more intellectual. So this is why it's so dangerous. I feel like that nothing can, we can't be constructive we can't criticize the man, because he'll again slap a lawsuit, and then we'd be considered hate crime, we'd be considered racist towards Black Americans, so anyways, Isaac, welcome to the panel. And Isaac actually bought the MacBook, right? He has Tariq Nasheed's manuals how to be a Mac. He's been reading them out. But yeah, I was just as confused too coming into this. When I was on my first FBA panel, I was like, oh, FBA, okay, all right. What immigrant said? What did the immigrant say to you? Oh, hell no. Like, I had their back. And then sure enough, I was hanging out in the panels, and I saw some Ethiopians come in and just start talking shit to them, and feeling entitled to do so. So I was like, God damn, they're right. Like, I have, me as an immigrant, me from East Africa or Mexican or whatever, I have to stand up for these Black Americans that just want to be represented and want to be, left alone. And like, where's this animosity coming from? So I had their back for a while until I saw a whole turnaround in them, and understood that they were doing the same thing that they were talking about African people doing to them. So I saw no dog in that fight after that, but,
Yeah.
That's exactly how it was too, man.
and I was like,
You
I'm
know,
going to stand with my Black American brothers and protect them. But
yeah.
they turned on me eventually
Actually,
once they found out what I was
Yeah.
saying. Go ahead.
your concern actually makes sense. I kind of get where you're coming from, and I guess the fear of like being separated also creates like almost like a division, internal division. So I get that. Be united might be a lot more better than being separated, but I don't know.
But that's what they don't understand, like exactly people like me, and I speak as an individual. Like someone like me who actually come from a mutual, like who's looking at it from a lens where because if this Black person wins, okay, I don't lose, even though he doesn't know that he has African heritage. I know that he has African heritage, but I want for him to get his reparation. You get what I mean? So I look at it from that lens. Like, I want them to win. But when they start being xenophobic and saying, like, oh, they don't want to have nothing to do with Africa. I was on a panel yesterday, and this girl completely took me off of the app. I just removed myself from the app. I'm like, I'm not getting on this ever again. And this girl, she comes on, she says, all Africans need to bow down to me because I'm an American and I'm an American black, I'm indigenous. I said, wait, hold on. What do you mean? Like she was a moderator. She was a moderator. So anytime anyone African was trying to speak, she would mute them. She said, you're not allowed to speak to me. You're not allowed to ask me any questions. I said, what high ground are you standing on? You know, who do you think you are? We're here to have discourse about the topic. And then she would just go on. Oh, you guys are just African booty scratcher, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck you. You're xenophobic. I'm out of here, you know? And it's just the entitlement. You know, they think that all Africans, they think that Africa is a country. All Africa is just, it's a whole, you know, a one country, a one nation.
You know they hate on speed now because of that.
Exactly.
Cool.
And I don't understand that. And I'm glad that Speed is actually doing what he's doing. You know, he's shining a light, you know, to the propaganda. They all think we live in huts or mud huts. They think we live in mud huts. They think we don't have an established society. That's the sad part. And then a lot of people are hating on Speed, saying, oh, Speed is an American, and he should think like, yes, the boy is an American that's actually shining a light to Africa. Like we have a developed society. What is going on?
Vibes. Can I say something real quick before I go? Because I have work to go to.
No, go ahead, Isaiah. I try to bring you in, but I think you were busy or something. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, it was. But yeah, I encourage everyone to go and buy Tariq Nasheed's book called The Art of Macking. It shows you the pedophilic nonsense he says in his book. And Vibes, quick question. Last night, did Miss Cleopatra respond to what I said that Tariq Nasheed had no growth? Did she even respond afterwards?
Wait, repeat that again. You're kind of muffled.
Miss Cleopatra, when I came up onto the live, and she said Tariq Nasheed had grown. Tariq Nasheed, he's grown as a man.
Oh yeah.
And would you hear me?
Yeah, I could kind of hear you. But yeah, I remember Miss Cleopatra. That's right. She said his growth or whatnot. That's right. She was up here today too. She was up here earlier today too. Kind of crashed out.
Yeah, she had. Yeah. Oh God, I was waiting for her to do so. But yeah, Tariq Nasheed, he has no growth. He didn't respond. He deflects. He doesn't explain or show his growth. He deflects. That's all he does. And then again, I encourage all of you. Encourage FBA to delineate. Make them do it faster. Make them do it faster. My brother, make them do it faster because they need to go. We need to separate the good apples from the bad ones. It's simple as that. We can't have the tree to be infected. We can't. So let the bad apples fall off and let the good apples stay. It's simple. But yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Did he go?
I think he did. I think he's a little busy. I wanted him to read one of the passages on the Mac. But go ahead, Fran.
I was just gonna say the problem with separating FBAs and like Africans and Caribbeans, because we look alike, there's literally no difference. Well, there could be some difference, but it's not really grand. It kind of makes us look stupid, you know, when we keep seeing pretendians identify as natives or indigenous. It then looks like the whole race, the black race, is all of a sudden identifying with Egyptians, then Indians, then Jews, and then it's just a lot. And it's quite embarrassing. It's like a mass identity crisis. Yeah, go on.
I don't know who wanted to say something, Ted. So yeah, it is an identity crisis, sister. So when that's how we can feel for Black Americans, I mean, the only thing they have to stick to is this country, America, because and when they look for everything in America that that they want to attach themselves to, that we could say they're tethering to Native American culture or American Indian culture, and not to say that there aren't reasons why people get into different tribes, different cultures. I think the American Indian thing is just as American as this republic and this democracy. It's part and parcel. So, but it's since they don't have a culture to, I don't want to say they don't have a culture. I want to say they don't have an identity to rely on and to be proud of. They are vulnerable to attach themselves to anything. Especially white tea culture. So I mean, these are just the consequences of all the indoctrination that has happened here. I think we do have to separate we just have to separate, like the brother said, from the good apples from the bad apples, because we know if you have a good intention with what you're doing and you want to separate yourself, there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you want to chronologically do a timeline of when your people, for them, DNA doesn't matter. They can find DNA that attaches them somewhere in Africa. And they don't want to look at that. They rather look at their genealogy. So they only want to trace back as much as whatever their parents say or their grandparents say. And so I'm saying both are accurate, but some people just don't want to look at certain facts like that too. And they want to discredit everything. They want to say that slavery happened the opposite way, that Egypt is in the Grand Canyon. So we look stupid out here, we really do. And if we're not on code, the biggest thing about it is I don't understand why Black Americans or FBAs per se don't like the Black diaspora or the Pan-African thing, because as much as they think they're united here in America, they're not. There's so many different factions of what a Black American is here. You can be a conservative one, or a Republican, a Democrat, Black American, a Black MAGA. You can be, there's so many different, you can be from the city, you can be from the country. They all don't think alike. They don't all talk alike. They all have different ways of life in America. So again, they're not so united as you think they are. And they don't all see eye to eye. So this big cry out for FBAs for them to get under this banner where they can all, show their distaste for immigrants or it's more about that than it is about coming under an umbrella where they can all be proud of who they are, instead of, so it's a big desperate cry for this and a big push. Like I said, it's no coincidence that they're delineating at the same time they're deporting people out of this country, so they can
I was
have
wondering
no
that as
empathy.
well.
Good.
I was also wondering why it's all of a sudden I'm hearing it as Trump comes into office. I don't think I heard much about pretendians before. FBAs I did, but it wasn't as xenophobic as it is now. So it's quite interesting because we're seeing a lot of racism online as well, and like anti-Indian rhetorics and like sentiments. So I guess this is just a extension of all of that as well.
Right, sister. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to be a part of that culture, or there are ties to Black Americans mixing in with Native American folks. But when you want to totally erase a people, it's called erasure, and that's exactly what they're doing to these people that have been here, or even, we can say Mexican people that are native to the United States. Before, those are the first ones they want out because they know these people have been here. So being part of this anti-immigration and deporting Mexican people, and Mexican people are they're a mix of Spanish and indigenous, right? But there's also a Black root in Mexico that a lot of people don't talk about. A lot of the first black
Mm.
slaves came to Mexico, came to the Caribbean, came to all those places, and so there is a rich culture. There are black Mexicans. So when you talk about this black on black crime, those can be considered black Americans too. Just America is the whole continent of America. It's not just the United States of America. And you see, so they have it all. They have it kind of backwards how they think. And so if they're hating amongst their own neighbors, okay, not to say that everything's perfect in the continent of Africa, but if they're constantly at war with everyone in America, just shows you even more division. Again, they're isolating themselves to the point of no return. Because I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know if this all fails, where else are they going to turn to? You know, besides just turning on themselves, because they're already doing that. A lot of people that Tariq Nasheed worked with that were FBAs are now not FBAs. Now they're tethers, and now they're aligning themselves with African people, or they're marrying off to African women.
Yeah. Just a heads up, if you do see a panel and you see like the host has a feather, just know that's a pretendian. Anything to do with Native American culture, just know, and they're black, just know it's not an actual Native American. I
Okay,
mean, some
well,
of them.
because Native Americans are Caucasian people, and I can prove that.
Okay, hold up,
lying.
Earth.
You're up here lying, dude.
Hold up, Earth. Hold up, bro. Can I get you to state your race, your ethnicity, where you're from before you start speaking?
I'm the royal prince of the Amaru Khan clans of the Americas. That's a fact. And I'm about to prove that you are lying.
Wait. Say that again, brother. Can you repeat that one?
Listen, I'm the royal prince of the Amaru Khan clans by bloodline and birthright. That's a fact. I can prove that too. So
All right,
let's
bro.
prove
Let's
that
keep it.
this
Let's
Caucasian
welcome.
colonizer is
Wel-
literally just in here lying. Now, I'm going to ask you a simple question, colonizer, Caucasian boy.
Earth,
Now,
there's no white people in this panel.
you are a Caucasian. You.
No, I'm not, man.
So what are you? What are you?
Earth, just stay.
No, answer my question, colonizer. What are you? Right. Now you got opposition. Now you glitching out.
No opposition, bro.
So let me ask you a question.
I'm African.
How is
I'm
Africa?
African.
I'm gonna ask you a question. How is Africa the people who built the pyramids when the mound builders are the pyramid builders and Africa don't have no mounds? Can you explain that? And
So
you're
Africa have no mounds, and you're
Africa doesn't
comparing
have any
mounds
mounds.
to
They don't have any
pyramids.
mounds at all.
Okay.
So tell me how they're the pyramid builders. Tell me how that's the ancient lands. Tell me.
Tell you how Africa is the ancient.
Yeah, when they don't
land?
have any mounds.
So again, why do we need
the
mounds?
colonizer. I told you.
Why
now
do
he's
we need
glitching out.
mounds?
Can't
Why
even
do we
answer
need
the
mounds?
question. Answer the question, colonizer.
America's America, Africa's Africa. What is it?
No. My
Are
people
you
came
saying
from the Americas
Africa?
and built the stuff those pyramids in
Okay.
Africa. That's a fact.
All right.
That's a
All right,
fact.
good-
Lying
good-
colonizer.
Good for
Now
you,
I'm going to
Earth.
show you that the Americas have more pyramids than the rest of the
You-
world combined.
Now you're gonna show us in the comments because you hella disrespectful, bro. I didn't call you a colonizer. Come on, brother. You my African brother. All right, calm down, brother. They always think I'm a white man because of my voice.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean they get crazy, man. They get crazy.
I think he said that there was more mountains in the country of the US than there is in Africa, which is a continent.
Right. I don't even entertain them anymore. So yeah, there are a lot of pyramids in America, and it's interesting, man. When we're talking about I always wish that African people did make it to America before 1492 because I don't want to lay credit to white people just bringing us here. I want to think about our people as I want to think of them like as seafaring people that knew how to navigate these seas. But that could have happened a long time ago. We just don't have solid proof on it. And the more and more I hear my Black American people talk about this as well, Um, but yeah, I've been to Mexico. I've been to the pyramids, beautiful pyramids there. Are there similarities? Yeah, of course, there's a lot of similarities with a lot of different pyramids from all around the world, including Asia and stuff like that, Cambodia and all these other places too. There is some ancient history. We just, there's nothing like, I haven't done enough research to know exactly.
So how do we come together? Because I'm seeing a lot of division, and I want us to like be somewhat united. If not united, then have some type of like everyone being civil. Basically, that's what I want. I don't want any division, none of that issues. And it feels like it's growing now. Like I wasn't seeing it before, but now it seems to be growing. And with the US, it's very influential. So like whatever happens in the US ends up happening in the UK and the rest of Europe. Like politically, we can see how there's a ripple effect. A lot of like Trump's talking points is now coming into the UK, Europe. Like I'm seeing stuff in Asia, not Asia, Australia. Like MAGA hats
What do you
will
think about the Greens?
Green Party.
Yup.
I'm completely fine with them. I like what they're doing, and I guess they're more left wing. I feel like black people in the UK are more united when it comes to policies. We just want to be left wing, and anything that benefits like black people, we will vote for that.
I know you're not going to vote Reform, so are you going to vote Labour or Greens?
I'm gonna vote Green because I'm in a Labour area, and like Labour seems to be winning in this area, so I guess Green.
What is green, friends?
Just like another. So I don't know how to explain it in American terms, but
Oh, I just want to let you know if you didn't know. Zach is Jewish.
really,
Yeah, Jewish family.
but he's not a Zionist, is he?
No, I don't think so, but most Jewish people are Zionists, so I'm gonna have to check. Probably not though.
Wait, Ted, you're British, right?
No, I'm Australian. I just like politics.
Oh, great. Okay, so you guys voted Labour as well, and Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah. See,
Well, no, I'm not Canadian. I'm Australian.
yeah. So Australia and Canada both voted Labour as well.
Oh yeah.
But I
What's
feel
his name
like,
again? Mark Carney.
yeah,
In Canada.
yeah. Do you feel like the US influences Australia as
Yeah,
well?
bro. Ever since like MAGA, since middle 2024, ever since like MAGA started rising again every week, like there's been a lot of protests here as well, like Australian Fest nationalists.
Yeah, I
It's
saw
weird.
that. I saw the like I think it was shopping center, like a rally outside.
Yeah. Yeah. And plus, you guys heard about the shooting, right?
No, I haven't heard of that yet. Oh, the Jewish shooting.
The Jews that got shot.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
last week. What's his
that
name?
beach or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I did hear about it. Can we say pew pew, by the way, if we bring that
Oh
up?
yeah.
No, my bad.
So like a lot of the things that happens in the US is definitely coming over here. So it happens there first, and then it comes to us later. So yeah, I'm a bit worried. I just feel like if there's like racial infights in real life, then I don't know what will happen.
What was that guy's name that came up here? Did anybody catch it?
Yo.
The thing is, in the UK, it's about the black people in the UK are mostly Nigerians, and Nigerians are like pretty good in school and they're smart, so like it's not as bad as in America.
You know, it used to be Jamaican, so I'd say Caribbeans, but I guess it's more balanced now, or maybe Nigerians are taking over.
Wait, are you Igbo or?
No, I'm Congolese.
Oh.
I came in
Why did I
when
ask that? My bad.
Yeah, I came in when they were talking about Congo and Rwanda. So yeah.
Rwanda's like the Israel of Africa.
Wait, what was that?
Rwanda's like the Israel of Africa.
Yeah. They were saying that before as well.
Let me introduce Sheikh over here. Sheikh, can you introduce yourself with your race, your ethnicity, where you're from?
Hello, guys.
I'm Somali. I'm in London, so I can relate to the previous speaker talking about London demographics and stuff. As far as the prompt goes, one thing I have to say about FBA is I kind of support their cause a little bit. I feel like they have an argument to make because after 400 years, they're no longer African. I think they are no longer African. They're definitely their own thing. They have their own like location, culture, and stuff like that.
Like
Yeah.
scientifically, that's not true though.
What do you mean by that?
Like culture-wise, you're right, but like they're still blood Africans. Like not fully, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I hear it. Obviously, it's very jarring when they try to disassociate too much. But as a person that's from we Somalis have a lot of controversy online, and I kind of hear them on this because Pan-Africanism. When you ask these Pan-Africans, really, like, yo, what do you think about, let's say, East Africa? They're like, yeah, you guys, they have this animosity. Or let's say even in North Africa, like, these Arab lot. You could say what you want, but they're part of Africa. So the Pan-Africanism is not really banging. It's more like a Bantu supremacy, like a West African-centric view hiding as Pan-African. Which is kind of, I don't like the fakeness of the Pan-Africans.
Yeah, you're right. I was in a panel yesterday, and as soon as I told them I was Eritrean, they just like started being like aggressive. It's weird.
Weird, man. Them men are weird, man. They have this weird. Honestly, some of these black Pan-African activists, quote unquote, yeah, them men are jarring because if you go to the 70s and the 80s, there was like a more of a educated activism back in the day. Like people, like for example, the Black Panthers, Eldridge Cleaver, he was in Algeria, chopping up with the Algerian resistance, and the Congo and like Lumumba. There was a big like connection with everyone, not this weird color thing.
Yeah, Patrice Lumumba is the reason why I hate Belgium, bro.
Yeah.
The US too, but US does everything. The US are like, yeah.
What are you guys done? What are you guys standing then towards? I can't really tell from the prompt. You guys think FBA are a bunch of coons? Or
most of them, yeah.
But the problem is, pretendians are also hijacking the name.
Facts.
To be
honest, most of them online are coons. Like, I don't know in real life. They don't really exist in real life, though.
Is that the ones that pretend to be like native from the land, like proper from there?
Yeah, those ones. Yeah,
I don't. But like I said, I support their cause to like try to be their own little nation and stuff. Like, I'm all for that. But like everyone has their little excesses, man. Everyone got their little.
We come to find out, like you said, brother. We had another FBA just up here talking about it, and he talked about it a little bit better than the rest of the FBAs that we. But to come to it, they're doing all this so they can get this bag, this money, this reparations, and not to say that they're not owed that. I just don't think. I don't think the same way they think about African people aligning themselves with white tea people in this system is the same thing I see as FBA's doing by being part and parcel of this United States government and, asking them for something that they've never received from their oppressors. The 40 acres and the mule never came. Now, they're getting it, but they're getting it in the most horrific ways, through lawsuits and through like hate crimes kind of thing. That's the only way they've been able to get it. And most of them don't. If they built America and they're affluent and they're all this and that, like, why the need for this reparation? So I feel like FBAs don't send their best when they're here representing who they are and how they want to lay claim to this. And that's one thing. The other thing is the xenophobia, the anti-immigrant rhetoric, the whole delineation thing that is coincident.
Like, remember the guy before that was saying he looks better than Africans?
Right, exactly. This whole colorism, copper-colored, colorist. And so again, but listen, there are Black Americans that want nothing to do with the FBA title. There are African Americans that they don't mind being called African American, don't mind finding their African roots back in Africa. So we still have to honor those Black Americans that don't want to subscribe to FBA. So that's just to show you how not united they all are. Okay, and the facade that they want to lay claim, they want to FBA wash everything about Black American culture, including the icons and mind you, this is not even relating to all how Black American people have married in within African people, within Mexican people, within all these different lineages, that remind them that we all come from somewhere and that they're not as united as you think they are. You know what I mean? So a lot of this rhetoric just comes from this current administration and them doing this. There's some noble aspects about it, like the causes and stuff like that, but it just doesn't align with all the extra baggage that they come with, And just to show you how it's not so solid either, the foundations of that is not as solid because people have other ethnicities they jump into. You got the ADOS, you got the Salon, and who knows what's next tomorrow. You know what I mean? I think FBA is just...
Wait, what are those? Like,
They're
what other
different
ethnicities?
ethnicities within the Black American identity. A lot of FBAs turn into Salon. Salon is another term. It's kind of a weird name, but and then ADOS is the descendants of slaves, or I forgot what A stands for again. Somebody put it in the comments. But yeah, these are other ethnicities that are going out and asking for reparations as well,
African.
but they're not coming under the same banner. Just to show you how, again, not united they are, so united as you think they are, But I just think they should come out. They should have a leader. They should have a website. They should have not Tariq Nasheed's website. I always remind the FBAs that their leader might not be Tariq, but he is your owner. He owns the brand FBA. You're lining his pockets up every time you're out here spitting his memo that he gave you guys all, because you guys all interrogate like him. You guys all tap dance and entertain just like him. He's a big minstrel show. You guys impersonate African people and talk like them, walk like them, and then think that you're not cosplaying and tethering to African culture. Like, stop it. He is your brand ambassador. Like, you guys answer to him and answer to him only. Okay. So that's my issue with FBAs. Not so much about them separating themselves. They want to call it delineation, but having your own ethnicity is totally fine. And how you identify, it's the punching down that I don't agree with, and them aligning themselves really with the white T-man. Like they talk about African immigrants aligning themselves. Yes, some come here, some assimilate to American culture. That's what America's about, the melting pot and assimilating like them. Now they're telling us we're tethering to them because we want to be more like them. Black Americans are inspiration, motivation for people to be just like them, to be successful just like them. So you guys want to call it tethering. But that's what America asks everybody to do. They ask them to pass a citizenship test to become American. If you were born here, you're obviously now an anchor baby to them. But when they ask people for naturalization tests, they ask them, what are the 13th colonies about? What is the Star Spangled Banner? Can you sing that for us? Can all the stupid questions they ask on the citizenship? They're not asking nothing about Black Americans, let alone an FBA. Okay, America, this thing that you're so connected to, they're not asking about Black American culture on those tests to become an American. Okay, so you guys got to remember that shit.
I wanted to ask the two people from London like what they think about North Africans, because North Africans online are the worst type of just the worst people online. But are they like annoying in real life as well? Because I know you guys have them like around you.
Like for me, I don't really encounter them, but you know how there's AFCON, I think it was Congo versus Algeria. They were very disrespectful, but Moroccans came to like embrace the image of Lumumba. So I don't know. I don't really have a bad like comment about North Africans.
I have a lot of contact with them. I live in Northwest London and West London. There's loads of Moroccans, Algerians. Personally, I think the internet is a fake place. In real life, they are very humble. They're devout Muslims, and especially London.
Bro. I feel like online is like how people want to be in real life.
Online is just a shit show, and mind you, this is the era. Like we're in the era of crazy nationalism, and like people wilding out. Yeah. But in London, it's a very multicultural place. The mosques on Friday are full of black and brown and everything in between, and more English as well. And I would say in real life, they are like proper, like solid across the board, personally. But then online, you know, it's rage bait, innit? What can I say? Like another thing I was gonna say, yeah, about the FBA person in America, yeah. I want to play. This is another thing, yeah. I want to play devil's advocate, yeah. But what about this view that, you know, the economy created these rivalries? Like America is importing all this cheap labor from the global South, and it's pricing out the former cheap labor was Black Americans. And now they're getting squeezed out by like Mexicans and immigrants, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but why not blame the companies instead of the immigrants?
But that's
why would you blame the immigrants? Why not blame the companies?
Exactly, but obviously they wouldn't think that far because they just look at the apparent.
Have to get past the immigrants to think about that.
Like
that's their talking point, actually.
The corporation you can't really see in your daily life, but you see the immigrant every day. You know, and a lot of them obviously haven't been to school. So like, I don't know. It's almost expected to create all these rivalries and these.
And plus, what do you think about like the culture of like African Americans? Like, do you think like it's like the best for the kids?
That's
my age, by the way.
If you see my profile picture, yeah, I'm wearing like a Dickies worksuit 2-piece. That's America. That's an American thing. That's like black people popularized that. You know, we listen to their music, we talk like them, but it's also degenerate, innit?
Yeah, they're very like overrepresented online.
Yeah, but they don't have high culture. That's the problem. They only have base culture, like just
but it never used to be like that. If you look at the 90s, I think they used to dress more conservatively compared to now.
Word. There's more space.
You know, music labels, right? Like, you know how like Black Americans like dominate like music, like in producing it at least. Like 75% of all labels are owned by Jewish men.
Oh my
white,
God.
Obviously. And the other, like that, and then another 10% is just white men, because Jewish is like an ethnicity apparently.
Sports is even worse, bro. Sports is actually jarring. Like it's like the gladiators and the slaves, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's actually
it's so weird. Like watching the NFL, it's like they get hit. It's really weird. Like I don't know how to explain it.
Bro, I done the numbers on AI. I crunched the numbers. Yeah, Jewish people are overrepresented in the ownership, like 16,000%. They're not one single Jewish player in the NFL, not one. But there's like out of the like 14 teams, like 4 of them are owned by Jewish people. It's absolutely crazy, bro.
Small hats. Let's use small hats.
Oh, sorry,
but yeah, football, all these entertainment things. It's like the Roman games, you know. when in Rome, do like the Romans.
Oh
It's
yeah,
all,
the bread and sports thing. Yeah.
but yeah, it's kind of sickening, like listening to critiques about these their their investments, right? They pay these people all this money, and then they get criticized as well, dehumanized, talked about their stats, from YT people that have never even touched a football, but they're over there talking all the mess about the differences between them all. And this is the big rage in America, having your favorite team and these teams going up against each other. But it all really even like the draft and what they have to do, it all aligns with the, what is it called, the like the
Like the slave
markets.
trade.
Yeah, like
Well, yeah.
exactly like the slave
Yeah.
trade. Up until how much they weigh, how fast they can run, and how to
Yeah, that's
value
exactly what I
the
was talking
black
about. It's
body.
like really like weird,
It's like, yeah, it definitely mimics
especially
all
when they
that.
do it with high schoolers, high school athletes. So it's just the worst.
Yeah.
Bro, you know the most disgusting thing I ever came across was reading about the slave menu. You ever heard of that?
Slave menu,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
cannibal stuff.
No.
No,
Like slave used to describe the slaves like in like, their abilities, like the menu of
I
how to
got you.
treat a slave. Yeah, man. It was the most disgusting thing I came
oh
across.
yeah, I want to see that. Where'd you find that?
You have just go on Google and type in the slave menu. They actually have a they have a what is it
Menu
called?
as in MENU menu.
Yeah, the slave menu. Yep, how to
Oh,
treat.
manual. You're saying manual.
Sorry, manual. Yes,
Okay.
manual. Yeah, how to treat the slaves and how to make the slaves behave a certain way. Something like the Willie Lynch, you know. And reading that, man, changed my perspective about a lot of things. It's like that's why I don't look at the FBA, as a like my approach towards them is we're all the same, but you just don't know me. Like you don't know me, so you won't think we're the same. But once you get to know me, then I mean, but a lot of them don't even, have that range to try and build that relationship. That's where it's kind of really hard to talk to some FBAs because they're talking point. And, and I'm glad the guy Black, when he was on here, I was able to be receptive to a lot of the things that he said. It made sense, and we were able to have a genuine conversation. But when you talk to other FBAs, like they come from like I'm better than you type of approach. Like, oh, you're
I
an
feel like it's
immigrant, you're
just
an
jealousy,
immigrant.
though. I just feel
Yeah,
like it's
but
jealousy.
that kind of like builds a barrier, to where we can't even talk and try and get to know each other.
Yeah,
Some of
facts.
them don't even want to get to know you. You
Exactly.
know.
I mean, just think about this. This is why it's so important for us to have our own panels and even if we're talking about this, because they act like we're obsessed with them or something by talking about how we get treated by them. And we don't even get an opportunity to be on their panels without them muting us, dropping us, or talking down to us. So when we find our own spaces where we can talk about our grievances and come to our own conclusions about them, we still have the respectability to let them up here and even have an opinion about this. You know what I mean? And we listen to them so we can fully understand them completely, without like. Don't get me wrong. I'd be putting the brakes on them sometimes too if they're
Yeah, I
gonna
heard it
crash
before.
out
I
and
was
stuff.
laughing.
Right, but like at least we give them an opportunity to explain some of these things without the xenophobia rhetoric. A lot of them have to calm down and even like to get to get anything across without insulting anyone, because it's really hard for them to do that without insults. So
What was her
The
mind? What was her name again? Miss Cleopatra. You were rage baiting her so hard before. She was getting so angry.
Oh yeah, I forgot what I was saying to her, but yeah, a lot of them I think are coming on here and learning too. You know, learning subconsciously, learning about Africa, learning about how we move, how we talk, what our lingos are, and learning about our problems back in our homeland and whatever indifferences that we have amongst each other. They try to use that against us, kind of like, oh, we know what you guys are going through, and they bring up all these conflicts and stuff. But indirectly, they're not. They're learning about us. They're learning about their roots. So there is a pro and a con to all this.
Not to cut you off, but like, I just wanted to ask where you're from.
I'm from California, but my
Yeah,
parents.
are you mixed? Yeah.
Yeah, so my mom's from Oaxaca. She black Mexican lady, but she grew up in Mexico City after she was born in Oaxaca. So I'm bi-ethnic, and then my father's from Eritrea, and then I was first generation here, so I didn't even know how to speak English until I got to high school. But now I sound like a full-fledged white man, because I've assimilated. I've assimilated to this goddamn Forsaken culture, and so now I
Where were you
just
born?
in California, man.
Oh yeah.
Like where
How do you not know how to speak English?
just practicing, and then
No. I mean,
finding
like, how did
friends,
you not know
finding
how to
Black
speak
American
English?
friends,
I was gonna say this fucking guy says white. We're talking to a white man here.
Yeah. That guy's like, you colonizer. I was like, all right, guy. Okay, hold on now.
Wait, you said you didn't know how to learn. You said you didn't know how to speak English until high school.
Yeah, until high school. I was in special ed because they thought I had I couldn't grasp the English language for so long. So I had trouble in school. I was in special ed until I got to college.
Was it just English or?
Yeah, it was English for the most part, but it kept me behind in all the other stuff, And this is before ESL was introduced too. So they just had me up in a different. I think for their programs, they made money off of me, kind of like being a part of these. I don't know. They would do all these tests and stuff, but yeah.
By the way, what tribe was your father?
I don't know technically. I'm reconnecting with my father. I'm supposed to move to Virginia soon with him, and I have a lot of questions for him too. But I didn't grow up with my father, so I'm reconnecting as we speak. So I'll let you know. He fought in one of those civil wars.
Independent war.
Between exactly.
Civil
so
war.
He came here as a refugee.
Independence.
So these are all sensitive topics for him. So
grandfather fought in that too.
Yeah, I still have to kind of walk around it, but right now I'm just concentrating on reconnecting with him. I talk to him on the phone all the time, but he's got his own issues and stuff too. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, and my mom.
By the way, did you see what happened?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I just wanted. Did you see what happened with Speed in Botswana with the diamond?
They spelled his name out in diamonds, right, or something like that.
No. He said he wanted to buy diamonds, and they said he couldn't because all the diamonds that Botswana produces get sold to two companies, and one is De Beers. It's like a UK-owned one. And like a couple of years ago, Botswana told the company that they wanted to start buying their diamonds back from the company, and the US told them if they started to do that, they would stop all foreign aid, which is actually insane.
Oh wow, yeah, they wanted to do what Burkina Faso or Ibrahim was doing, right? To take control back of their resources.
Yeah.
So how did Speed react to that? Him not being able to buy.
Oh, you obviously know that Speed didn't know that. Speed obviously didn't know that. But as soon as they told him that they can't sell him the diamonds, he was like, "Why?" And then they were like, "We only sell to two companies." And you know how Speed is like. He was like, "What?" And started yelling and stuff.
Did you see him in Ethiopia? I gotta watch that one.
I didn't see it, but like I don't really care that much for Ethiopia, to be honest. Well, it's not that I hate them because I'm not like
Well, you're Eritrean, so I can understand the. I
Were
can
you
understand
guys
the
here
beef.
before?
it's
Huh?
they're very like Ethiopian people. There's nothing wrong with them. It's just the government, just very aggressive.
What'd you say, France?
If you two were here, like, were you present when they were talking? So it was Ethiopians, Somalilanders, and Somalis.
No,
Oh
I
my
was just
God, I know. I had to tell
Yeah, I was
some.
here for that. That was crazy.
What would they say?
No, but I learned a lot. I don't know much about Horner, like the Horner area, so I learned a
Same
lot.
here, same here. And I wanted to know more too. I think Trouble was getting a little too.
No,
I'm
like
sure it brought up a
if you
lot
didn't
of.
know, like Ethiopia is just like like the government is always aggressive, no matter what, no matter whoever's in power. It's just like nobody can get a break. Like no, what's it called? What do you call it? Their neighbors.
Yeah, a lot of things. Like there's so many different conflicts and so many different regimes, and so it is a little more complicated. And I want to learn more and hear about it more. That's why I was kind of like egging Not. I think his name was Not to keep talking to that one dude because it sounded like the Somaliland was some kind of like
Is
I
your
don't.
first day like starting lives?
What's up?
Is this like your first day starting?
Starting lives? No, I've started lives. I used to have 2 accounts over. I had one at 60K and another at 80K when I did a lot of my activism work. But those were taken down, and then after that, I was like kind of over TikTok, and then I came back up on here, and now I just started doing lives. So I'm new to the live thing, but it's been like a year
What do you
now.
look like though? Like I just can't
This
imagine
is
you're mixed
vibes,
like
right?
Ethiopian.
Yeah, this is
Literally.
Is this?
vibes. Yeah, this is my
Oh,
second
okay.
account. This is my second account. Yeah, my first
Okay.
one was banned.
Gotcha. Yeah, I have you. I followed you on the other one. Your other account.
Oh, right. Yeah. I just got it back. I'm like at my last limb on that one. I feel like any other violations, I'm going to get knocked. So I'm trying to save all my live videos because I've had really good conversations with a lot of different people. So I want to save them and I put them on YouTube. So just so I can save the content, you know?
What happened to the
Anyways,
guy, the
guys,
Somali guy? Did you drop him?
I don't know where they all went. I don't know. But I got to get some sleep, guys. All right. It was a pleasure meeting you guys all or seeing you again. Peace.
Are
France,
you gonna be
nice to
live
All
meet
right,
tomorrow?
it's always a
you.
pleasure, man.
I'll follow you
You have a
guys.
great
I'll
You
one.
follow
gonna
you
be
guys
live
back.
tomorrow?
Likewise. Yeah, I'll try to get back here tomorrow after work.
Okay.
All right, bye.
All right. Bye, guys. Be safe out there. All right. On these TikTok streets.